We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Hey guys, my name is Anna Maria Orlu. I am Miss Nigeria United Nations. This month is Cervical Cancer Awareness Month, guys. Make sure you are getting checked. It is important to get checked and make sure that this is prevented. And make sure that you are raising the awareness to your friends, your sisters, your loved ones as well.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself, agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. It's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
You don't have to be like an household name, like a big superstar before you make ends meet through music.
Welcome to Inside Life this week, and usually we have a special guest each time we're talking to you on this show. My name is Hans Mba, and I'm always excited to bring you someone that is special. You know, on the show, we bring you people that are doing things that are changing the game from the most minute way to the largest of ways. This week, we got the one, the only, he's none other than Biode Cyrus. I hope I got that name right.
Biode Serious.
Sorry?
Biode Serious.
Biode, not Biode.
Biode.
Biode Serious.
Serious, yeah.
What kind of name is that?
Okay.
Because I think I'm from the school of thought that your name precedes you, right?
Definitely.
So when people say your name, it should be easy to take away. Even advertising, they'll tell you it should be something that's memorable, something that you want to go with.
Oh, true. Yeah.
So tell us, what informed the name?
Okay, the Biode is from, my government name is Abiodun. So the Biode is from Abiodun, it's a BIOD. Then serious among, if you like familiar with astrology and astronomy, amongst the stars, the brightest of the star, the dog star, it's called Sirius. So that's why
So how do you spell that?
Sirius.
Sirius.
Yes,
okay.
yeah, SIRIUS.
So I thought it was like serious.
Okay, like someone serious.
No.
No.
Okay.
Actually,
there's also serious the radio.
XM, yes, most definitely.
No,
yes.
nice. So introduce yourself. Tell us who you are. Just give us a background about you, not the music now. Just who you are and what you do.
Okay. My government name is Abiodun Adebayo. I'm from Ibadan, State.
Why do people keep saying government name? I don't know, man. Government don't own my name.
Yeah, I mean, that's the register. That's the name I register with, like, or any official. So I want to do.
My name, you're my full name. Come on, man.
Okay, my bad.
I'm just kidding.
It's all good. It's all good. Okay. All right. Abiodun Adebayo. I'm from Ibadan, State. I've been I'm a fiend for art, poetry. I'm a banker also. So
hope you're not in trouble for being on this show.
Never there. Never there.
Because they're like, okay, now you have to focus. You have to choose us or you choose them.
No. I'm actually on leave at the moment, so that's why I'm doing this.
So you're a banker?
Yes, I am.
What did you study?
I actually studied mass communication. I have a diploma in mass communication. I have a degree in English language.
Wow.
Yeah.
Two of them. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so tell us about what's new with you. What's up? What's going on?
Okay, I have an EP that's going to be out.
New music.
Yes, new music. So it's a body of work. Yes, it's a body of work. So
what is it called?
Memos of a Maverick. Yeah, like diary. It's just a compilation of my story, along the way of a Maverick.
Yes. Members of a Maverick.
Yes.
So you're a Maverick?
I believe so.
Okay. Why do you think you are?
It's actually my group that actually called me that there was we got a new group 2 years ago. So he had this one-on-one convo with us, meeting us.
Yes.
Then he started asking for our forte, what we are good at, and I told him I'm a film for writing.
Can't push, tattoo express. Push, Reggie, water don't boss. Push, your game too short, my nigga push. For ya push, if you ain't push. Watermelon, you can't push.
I'm a book buff. When I was in school, I used to write journals and all that, poetry, which has to do with music. So I said oh, that's interesting. They say seemed like a Maverick, and that name stuck in my head. And I was like, okay, when I'm dropping my first body of work, I'm going to use that. No, I know about Dallas
You see why you shouldn't have said that? You know why? Because you owe him some money now.
Probably.
Because when you blow up, he's going to come for you.
Yeah, no problem. Right? It's something I can afford, yeah.
All right, so are you selling or you just streaming and just let
streaming platforms just do whatever they want with your money?
I'm actually selling. There's a platform called.
When is it coming? Sorry, when is it coming? First?
Okay, the one you can purchase.
Or is it out now?
No, it's not out yet. Actually, you can just pre-order and pre-save. So for you to procure the EP, you can go to Bandcamp. It's going to be out on the 26th of October. That's this Saturday. It's coming Saturday. But on the streaming platforms, it's actually distributed by Rock Nation. It's going to be out on the 1st of November. Yes.
Do you have a deal with them?
It's just a distribution deal. No, at all. Yes. So
that sounds like Rock Nation. So who are you working with on Rock Nation?
Rock Nation, it's just the management. It's just the distribution company.
No. Like who reached out to you, or you reached out to them? How did that come about? Because I usually ask these questions because we want one of the reasons for the show is we want artists, we want people to learn. Not just artists, but what did this person do differently from what I have been doing? Okay. Even activists, what are things, what are ways to step, what are ways not to step? Okay. Or many times people are in a rut, or people are in a there's writer's block and all that stuff. Yeah. How do I proceed from there? So when they hear the other person's story, they know how to, proceed. Yes, so that's why.
I get you. Okay, I follow them on social media, Rock Nation as a label and all that. So a lot of they just started a distro. So I wanted to choose United Masters. United Masters is headed by Steve Stout.
Affiliates, Steve Stout.
Steve Stout, yes. So yes, then Jay-Z owns Rock Nation. So I try to just suppose I read, okay, this is what United Master I have to offer. This is what Rock Nation has to offer. Pardon me. So.
The unexpected rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn, but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroad, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for Ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry?
What kind of Ankara do you sell? Big or small?
We sell big, small, and medium range.
Oh, great. I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I actually met people that does medium and small. I met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories, big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anybody.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money.
I'm a people man now. I suppose like money very well.
When someone is alive, when you're going to be saying. So for now, things are so high. When I'm still learning this business to my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining, the this are complaining. Both people that are coming from far journey saying that after this, there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a help. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we give customer, in 1 hour, it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like, the person wants to do the business, it depends if you have the money, because this business now it's all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital. No amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this level now, for one level now is almost 48,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate one line, two line, three lines, so you can see that it's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Ankara business is not a child's play, I must say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning, but I must say if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then the number you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can see this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business.
The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies. Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area (AFCFTA) offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. Ankara is more than just a fabric. It symbolizes African heritage, creativity, and resilience. As we look to the future, the potential for Ankara is limitless if the industry embraces innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. The journey of Ankara is far from over, and its story will continue to inspire generations. As we conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world? And what opportunities and challenges will shape its future? Questions you may have quality answers for. See you again on another interesting topic on Souq Perspective. I am Grace Komolafe.
Human
ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once small calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, Souq News.
I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. That's what's driven me personally. That's what's driven me at Trace.
All right, welcome again. It's Inside Life. My name is Hans Mba, and as usual, we have an extra special guest for you each week. Today we got Sam Onyemelukwe. I was about to murder your name.
Yeah.
And he is, I say that he is Trace TV, right? He's been doing this for eons, some say decades, and it's in the system. You know how the line goes. When they're in the system and no telling. So Sam is here, and we want to really talk his life, his inside his inside life, how he's come this far, the things he has done to create a paradigm shift in the business, and I'll let him do all that talking. Sam, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, bro. How are you?
I'm well.
Good to see you.
It's been a while. It's been a really long time.
Yeah.
So talk to us about Trace. For those that don't know, let us know just a brief introduction about you.
Sure. Well, so for those of your viewers who don't even know Trace, maybe I'll tell them.
You want to start from there? Yeah. I like it.
Well, so we're lucky to be what I would say is one of the most influential and popular music and entertainment platforms on the continent. When I started with Trace, yes, like you said, eons ago, so more than a decade.
Oh, yes.
And when I started in the entertainment industry, more than 2 decades ago here in Nigeria, we've been able to navigate and keep as one of the strong platforms. We started with 1 or 2 TV channels. Now we have over 30, and we're all across Africa and in most of the diaspora too.
So what gave birth to this? Because looking at your history, Trace, it seemed like Trace just jumped out of nowhere and just started to, do things. And because we have the amount of young people, youth here, and many, especially in recent times, are being navigated towards the entertainment, towards the creative.
Naturally, yeah.
Back in my day, you told your daddy you wanted to make music.
what are you talking about?
That's even the least.
Yeah.
You know. But now parents are enrolling their children.
They're pushing their kids to it. Yeah.
They're buying them a whole studio setup, birthdays, guitars and stuff.
Yeah.
So what influenced y'all just jumping out and making this happen?
Well, no, to your point. I mean, I love the fact that you know, as you said, back in our days, I would see a kid in the village, one of my nephews or niece, and all they were interested in was just kind of surviving, maybe finishing school. You know, they were hoping maybe they'll have a bigger farm. Now they believe they're going to be the next whiz kid.
Oh yeah.
Right. And so for me, it's that.
And it's doable.
It's very doable.
Yes.
And so it's that excitement, that burning passion and ambition that we have as young Africans that has driven me, because I want to unleash that creativity. I want to unleash, you know, those things that we see every day that we find amazing now. And then now parents are saying, you know, take this, go forward with it. So that's what's driven me personally. That's what's driven me at Trace. And how we just jumped out. Well, that's a magic trick that I'll keep in my sleeve. But no, we've like I said, I'm very humbled, and you know that we've really been able to make a big impact on the music, on the creative industry in Nigeria directly, as well as across the continent.
Speaking about impact, don't make me jump the gun because I have those questions. So in influencing or affecting the economy, we have seen what the numbers that artists bring in. Yeah. We're talking the Burna Boy numbers, we're talking Wizkid numbers, we're talking Davido numbers, and how it's affecting the economy.
It's real.
And they're bringing a huge amount. We're talking billions. The other day we're interviewing, talking to a few people, and we're talking about how Nigeria is missing out on the billion-dollar movie industry and all that stuff.
Yep.
So based on that, what do you think our stake is in that whole? I'm not even going as far as Hollywood now.
Sure.
In Africa, Nigeria, what's our cut in the cake, the massive cake?
No, look. I'm a proud Nigerian. Some of you pretending I'm not Nigerian because I'm yellow, but I'm a proud Nigerian. Okay, I'm a proud Nigerian.
Yes.
And you know I'm only that piece of it because we are also proud people. And it's that and our attitude and our confidence that has made us dominant in the music and the film and the entertainment industry across the continent. So truthfully, we should really, Nigeria should be benefiting even in a better way. But I won't fault where we're at. I would say that there's a lot of the right energy, a lot of the right efforts, and a lot of the right people in the right places for us to continue to grow this industry both locally and internationally. In government, we're very excited to see the lineup of those getting involved, from the Honorable Minister himself, across to Minister. I'm talking of Information Technology, down to the Minister of Creative Industries, Obi Asika, Tola Akerele, who's DG of Tourism, Culture Tourism, and then Tola Akerele at the National Theatre. So many great players are getting involved who know this industry, who can help us make this a sustainable thing, right? One of the things that
you think we're affecting the economy for the music part? Do you think we're affecting it positively, having listed these names, and what they're doing or what they should be doing?
No, absolutely. And what I would go back to say is that, first of all, for me, and I think for a lot of them, one of the biggest focuses, I think one of the biggest focuses should be and is the local aspect of it. It's very exciting for us all to say that we have a Grammy-nominated or Grammy-winning superstar like a Burna, and we've had many of them over the years, right?
Nominees for Eons,
Femi Kuti. So it's not just, guys get excited like this is the first time. Even back in the 70s, right? Much less across Africa, Angelique Kidjo, and we know. So I'm very proud of what the guys are doing now, and I love that fact. But from an industry perspective and for our economy, we need to look at the local economy, right? We need to look at the local support and the local generation of wealth around this industry.
Yes.
For our movies, We don't have enough cinemas. What are people doing in community cinemas? What are they doing, to ensure that the people who love this content in the northernmost reaches, maybe Yola or wherever, can enjoy this content at a price and in a way that's not going to, to break the bank, right? That's going to make it worthwhile so that our economy can continue to grow. And on the music industry, sure, you talked about all the big guys, music and content.
Yes.
You talked about all the big guys, but I also love the bottom of the pyramid.
I do.
Right? I love this, the fact that there are thousands of creators. I just watched your show, and you had the young man who's a busker.
Yes.
What's his name again?
Komi Flames.
Komi Flames.
Yes.
Come on. You have a busker on the streets of Lagos. You have thousands of guys making content. And, and this also represents a huge shift and to the dynamic of what's happening in the economy, as well as the economics of it. So you have Burna Boy and whoever at the top generating literally hundreds of millions of dollars in activity. Yes. But likewise, those hundreds of thousands at the bottom are also doing the same thing. So it's a paradigm shift for our industry, for our economy.
And we're loving it. You said something about we're not benefiting enough. Shed more light on that.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, one of the basic things is the protection of intellectual property.
Yes.
Right? On a very show like this, in the mall, I hate to say it because our economy's tight right now, so we all don't want to spend money. But even in a wedding, we're supposed to actually pay for the music we use. That DJ is supposed to pay music rights.
I agree.
The mall or the shop that you go to is supposed to play music rights. The radio station, the TV channel, we're supposed to pay music rights. But those protections and that regulation is not in place enough to generate that out of this. So our economy is being shortchanged. The creators are being shortchanged, and those of us who are behind the scenes, our businesses are getting shortchanged. But we're on the right path. I'm confident.
So what can you tell us 1, 2, 3 things that you feel we can do to mitigate this? Because I say this, I also have a weekly show where we talk to hip hop artists and from down there.
Right.
I'm like, we're talking, I don't want to name names now, we're talking 0.0001% to the artist. And still, many people don't feel led to, despite all the subscription and stuff, many people don't feel led to subscribe because there's a feeling that the artists are being robbed. Like you're saying now. So how do is it just we talk about it to shed light? Because they said you talk about it frequently or often enough, something gets done. But beyond that, who does the something? We're talking about.
So to your point, there's multiple players in the ecosystem. There's stakeholders.
Yes.
And each stakeholder needs to play its part. But why I'm confident is because the money is so compelling. There's a floodgate waiting to be opened, and nothing moves mountains like money. Right? So we're all motivated in the right way because we can point to, and as you said, as we continue to talk as an industry about, let me go back to performance rights, right? Performance rights, for the artists, maybe not even a big name. Let's talk of an unknown artist or only, not so well-known artist who has a hit song. That song should be generating money across multiple revenue streams.
Yes.
It's not right now, right? But when the record label is looking at that and saying there's 5 billion naira that should be coming out of this song every month, that's not from radio stations, etc. That is the type of impetus that changes it. Government needs to do its part, both on the regulatory side and the organization. COSON and MCSN have been fighting too long. P-Man,
Just focus on the art. Focus on the business.
On art. Sort this stuff. Get out of the fighting. The money is there. You're holding it back. We need that unleashed, right? Likewise, industry players need to play their part. Radio stations, TV stations, hotels, bars. We need to fess up and say this music is worth something.
Yes, it's not free.
It wasn't even made free. It wasn't made free, and it's the way me as a TV station, it's the way we make money, right? The reason that people watch my channel is because I play these music videos. So I can't take this for granted. So we pay almost 25% of our revenues at Trace to music rights. So here in Nigeria, that's in the billions that we pay for music rights every year, right? And that money should be getting to the artist. Sometimes it doesn't. But we need to play our part. Government needs to play its part. The private institutions and the viewers. The public needs to recognize there's value in this thing. It's real. When you jump and dance to a Davido song, sure, you see him rich on Instagram, but just know that this thing is real. It's real money.
It costs money.
Guy, will you enjoy it? You make hit song, you won't collect.
Just make it easy. Your product.
Yeah, exactly.
You something, you have
whatever
it out for
product,
free.
it's your product.
You have it out for free.
Exactly.
So also, a lot of these things are happening to affect the youth and how they're gainfully, maybe not gainfully, engaged.
Oh, yeah. Hopefully gainfully.
There was the awards you guys did. Some other culture, because when the culture shifts like that, it creates opportunities, especially for the young ones, which is our focus basically.
100.
So you have done the awards. Tell us about the awards in Rwanda. It was massive. I saw it, and I'm like, wow.
Yes. So
why Rwanda? Sam, come on.
Okay. First of all, let's tee up the awards. For those that don't know about the awards, we did our first ever Trace Awards and Festival last year, almost a year ago, and we were excited because it actually did the impact that we wanted. So we truly took the entire music industry and we claimed the space as the top awards on the continent in one fell swoop.
Really?
One fell swoop. I mean, we had over 80 artists there from all over the continent, right? Of course, we had our big boys, the Naija boys. We had David there, Davido there, Rema there, Yemi Alade was there, Mr. Easy, Feels, the list goes on. And we dominated, my people. We dominated.
Nigeria does that easy.
Yeah, but we also had Diamond Platinums from East Africa.
East Africa.
We had, the name's gonna escape me. I'm an old guy. Please forgive me if I can't remember everything. But we had South Africa represented. We had North Africa represented, and we had over 500 million views of that show.
Really?
Right? We were covered in the Hollywood Reporter. We were covered in Variety. We were covered in Music Business Worldwide, and we're covered in Pulse.
You know why that's so important is because it creates opportunities.
Exactly.
It creates jobs. It creates. That's why I'm beefing. I'm like, you took it to Rwanda.
So
we're getting there, right?
So we're getting.
I want to hear it.
So we were able to pull off a huge awards, and I'll give you a little bit. Okay, I'll give you a bit of a scoop. We're just on the verge of announcing this year's awards.
It's an annual thing.
It's an annual thing.
Fantastic.
We are actually.
Hope it's going to be here.
I can't make you happy today on that one. I can't make you happy on that one. I prefer to be straight. It's not gonna work.
Oh, come on.
So the next one, we actually really wanted to do the awards at the beginning of the year. So the second edition, 2024s, will actually be held in February
2025.
February 2025. It will cover the entire of the 2024 year. And we're doing it in Zanzibar, in Tanzania, in the Zanzibar Islands, and it will be a blowout. It's going to be amazing.
No, the one this year was crazy.
Yeah.
And I saw it, I was like, I said to myself, I'm like, do we do stuff like this? Because where you see stuff similar to that is where, of course, our top Niger guys pack out, arenas.
Yeah.
And you look at the stage. It's beautiful. It's Hollywood-esque.
Yeah.
And
well, I'll give a nod.
And I longed for it to be here.
I'll give a nod to my former work lover. I used to work at Viacom MTV, and MTV does it right. They, the VMAs
They shut it down.
or
all the lights.
It's just it's unbelievable. The BET Awards, they just kill it, and that's what we did here on the continent. So MTV hasn't been doing on the continent for a while, so we said, oh yeah, we'll take.
And yes, I wanted to even talk about something similar to that. There's an awards that just passed. It's annual, but each time they take it out here, they take it to the US.
Mhm.
But it's a Nigerian award.
Mhm.
What do you think about that?
You know, without naming names, Mr. Anima Shaun is a good friend of mine.
Without naming names.
and to be honest, I see where he was going with it, and I think it's been quite impactful, right?
For the Americans.
No, it's still for the Nigerians, right? Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Right? We all know, and in fact, the African Union officially recognizes the diaspora as the 6th region of Africa, right? And oftentimes we don't actually engage in the diaspora in the way we can and should. We are, those of your viewers and fans that pay attention know that over $25 billion a year is remitted annually just by Nigerians. So think of the entire continent of diaspora and people in the diaspora. So being in the diaspora made sure that the audience there knew that they're not just a separate thing, right? That they're part of us. Whether they're separated by an ocean or as close as a video call, that we wanted them to feel and experience that. And that's what IO did. Right, he's bringing it back. He's bringing it back nowadays.
Yeah, because there was a lot of flack about it.
But there was also a lot of great stories about it, right? So I reject that it was a one-way thing. And Ayo did achieve what he wanted to do by bringing it there. He's coming back to also bring another aspect to it. This is one of the longest running awards on the continent in Nigeria for 17 years, sorry, right? That the Headies has been reigning. So all respect.
So the great thing is, for me, it's the impact on the economy that's does
crucial
it for me, especially for the young ones, because it's seemingly not easy, and there seems to be no way out. But the creative industry, acting, music, producing, all that stuff has helped open those doors for them.
No, look, so for the Trace Awards, right? And to be honest, I would really love to do it here in Nigeria, right? We've been starting some discussions with Lagos State, the national government, because you need government support, especially for the big scale creative industry on the continent. Government must be a part of it. And not just our awards. We just talked about it from all the other aspects of this, right? So the creative industry needs government, right? And I'm hopeful that we can see our way to doing it here. We have some issues to sort out from our tourism aspect, travel, safety, etc. But so we're definitely open to bringing it here. But the awards that we did, the night itself, as in the cost of the night itself, was about 5 billion naira. For the setup, the event, the travel, everything that happened around that night. And during that week, and even more, about a 2 to 3 week period, we generated over $30 million of economic activity. That included...
Which is why it hurt me each time I said...
That we didn't do the awards here, right? That we were doing it in
Very
Rwanda and we're bringing it to Tanzania. We had over 2,000 people fly and stay a week, because we extended. It wasn't just one night. There was this festival, there was a summit. This year we'll do a more music summit. So you had over 2,000 people traveling, at an average of $1,000 for flight and hotel, even more, really $1,500. There you've already got, $3 million of benefit. And then, clubbing, shopping, food, etc. And we employed over 2,500 people directly and indirectly during that week, both from the technical team, the setup, carpenters, set dressers, film people, lawyers, etc. The artist managers, etc.
My heart is breaking as you're going on.
So that's how you.
Rwanda has eaten all that. So let me. We're getting digitized quickly. Across board. We're talking AI. AI has been integrated to everything. Even on WhatsApp, they're asking you, okay, what?
So
digitally, especially coming in, how you guys came in. How has that helped, and how does it continue to help, or is there a roof, is there a cap to digitally making these things happen? in an open way?
I don't know that I would say there's a cap, but technology and human innovation always sees that we find another way to do things differently, whether it's expanding and growing it, or sometimes a funny way that it just goes off to the side and you're surprised, etc. So I don't think there's an end point in sight for the innovations, the changes, and of what technology brings to our industry, and how we as consumers enjoy it, interact with it, and contribute to it. I think it's going to continue to be, a really dynamic thing. So for Trace, we've embraced digital, the digital ecosystem in a huge way. From starting off from straight TV channels. We have an e-learning platform that has over half a million active subscribers on the continent. We've just morphed that into Trace Plus. Trace Plus is a streaming app that's really going to be focused on delivering the content in the way people want it. We're still on TV channels. We're still on TV screens as we are doing today. But we're all watching. We're all watching here. More as much as anything. So, we're of course embracing that. But furthermore, as an organization, let me give a small shout out again to, I love to encourage our government people, to the Honorable Minister of Information and Technology, His Excellency Bosun Tijani, for his foresight and ambitions around AI. Sometimes, especially when I was younger, I'll look at AI, or that time I wanted to launch satellites. I'd be like, Niger, what's wrong with us? We can't buy tomato yet. We're talking about AI. But the truth is, he's got it. And I was listening to him last week at Moonshot, and he was saying, if we don't invest now, we have the minds for it. Don't worry about that. If we don't invest now, we don't get involved, we'll be so far behind, we'll never catch up. Right? So yes, maybe it's not the biggest priority, and we have much more pain and
give it time.
But we must pay attention to it. We can't even afford 5 years to be completely uninvolved. And let's give it to ourselves. We have the minds, we have the innovation, we have the guys who may do something amazing in the coming years with AI, and all of us be sitting here like, now wow. And so let's let that happen.
Sam, thank you so much. We could go on.
Clearly, we can just enough.
Thank you for coming through.
Absolutely.
I will call on you again.
100%. Anytime. I love being here.
All right, thank you so much for tuning in. It's Inside Life, and we speak to the people that matter in the various industries, so they bring insights from the inside of their life. It's Handsome Bar. See you next time.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Abdul Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, the family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in a 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, Bois Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. Bois Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, Bois Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in Boa Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. Boa Foods PLC and Boa Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, Boa Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and Rivers States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Welcome again. It's that time of the week. We are on our book review show. We talk about the intricacies of specially written books that help mankind and give you the best of life, to add to the best of life for you. As we take on this break, when we return, we'll be introducing our guest author and CEO of a bookshop. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective
On Souq News TV, I am Blessing AG. It's the 31st day in the month of January 2025. Finally, January is about to leave. Did you feel that way too? Or for you, just a normal month? Some persons say that January is 2 months in one. You can share that with us. Hashtag frontburners and tell us how the month of January has been for you, if you think it's been longer than 31 days. That said, I am Blessing AG and this is the Frontburners. I never fly solo on the show. My guys are here with me. Dr. Dausa Usamaze. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Blessing. Looking good this morning.
Thank you.
As always.
Thank you very much. And David Chedu. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Blessing. Good morning, Doctor. Good morning, Nigerians. Thank you for joining us this beautiful Friday morning.
How January has been is not all we'll talk about on this show, and that means that you're going to have so many insightful discussions that you can also be part of. But the show comes in segments. There is something you do not want to miss. There is policy discuss, posts and perspectives, of course, sports. So let's get now to something you do not want to miss with Evelyn Oyole.
Hi, TGIF. Thank God it's Friday, and I can also say thank God it's the end of the first month of the year 2025. Talk about the end of the beginning. My name is Evelyn Ohiola, and of course you have seen the Three Musketeers, and it seems the energy is a bit low this morning, not after what happened yesterday. If you want to know what happened yesterday was a very beautiful event, the launch of Souq News Television and our sister station, the Al 104.9 FM. Lot of energy, you know, on the dance floor. A lot of people singing and rapping. If you missed it, you can go onto our social media handles and check it out. All at Souq News TV and the Al 104.9 FM. You do not want to miss that, I bet you. Now let's get to some things you really do not want to miss. Nigeria's 5G subscriptions have reached a milestone, hitting 4.05 million in December 2024, just 2 years after MTN Nigeria launched the network. This growth is impressive considering the country's total mobile subscriptions recovered to 164.65 million after a slight dip following an audit by the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC. Here is a breakdown of the current state of mobile subscription in Nigeria. MTN had 84.61 million subscribers, Airtel 56.62 million subscribers, 9mobile 3.28 million subscribers, and Glo 20.14 million subscribers. Interestingly, 4G network still dominates the market, accounting for 47.20% of connections, while 5G networks make up only 2.46%. Nigeria's internet consumption has been on a steady rise, reaching an all-time high of 973,455.35 terabytes in December 2024. The growth of 5G is expected to contribute significantly to Nigeria's economy, with GSMA predicting a $10 billion contribution by 2030. However, despite its promises, 5G is not expected to become the dominant network in Nigeria anytime soon, with 4G expected to remain the primary driver for new subscriptions until the year 2028. Now, moving on to some health matters, the National Agency for the Control of AIDS, NACA, has expressed concern over the recent executive order by the United States administration to reevaluate and realign its foreign aid, including a 90-day pause on foreign development assistance. The U.S. government's recent decision to freeze aid has sparked major concerns as it could disrupt the country's HIV and AIDS response. Here's the thing. The U.S. currently covers about 90% of Nigeria's HIV treatment burden through PEPFAR. That's the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. Nigeria has the highest number of people living with HIV in West and Central Africa, with 1.9 million people affected. The National Agency for the Control of AIDS is worried that this aid freeze could have devastating consequences. However, there is a silver lining. The United States government has approved an emergency humanitarian waiver to support U.S.-funded HIV treatment in 55 countries, including Nigeria. The Joint United Nations Program on HIV and AIDS, in a statement, said that the U.S. government approved a waiver that allows people living with HIV to continue accessing treatment. NACA thanked the U.S. government's waiver, adding that Nigeria is mindful of the potential change to foreign aid soon under the new administration. Temitope Ilori, NACA's Director General, is staying positive, saying that Nigeria will develop strategies to take ownership of financing its HIV response with effective collaboration and advocacy. Ilori believes Nigeria can still achieve its goal of ending AIDS by 2030. Now, fully switching to the United States of America, the U.S. Treasury Department has made a significant move by withdrawing from the network of central banks and supervisors for greening the financial system, NGFS, a global initiative focused on creating a financial system resilient to climate change. This decision marks a departure from the Biden administration's efforts to address climate change as a national security and economic issue. The Treasury's exit follows President Trump's executive orders aimed at terminating President Biden's Green New Deal and Green Agenda. These orders included pausing funds for electric vehicle charging stations and rescinding the U.S. International Climate Finance Plan, a multi-billion-dollar initiative supporting global climate transition efforts. The Trump administration has also withdrawn the U.S. from the Paris Climate Agreement, which Biden had rejoined after Trump initially revoked membership. The Treasury cited that the NGFS role diverges from traditional technical and coordinating roles, prioritizing U.S. economic interests and American jobs instead. This move is not isolated, as the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation and the Federal Reserve System have also withdrawn from the NGFS. The NGFS, founded in 2017, has grown to over 160 members and observers aiming to address climate-related financial risks. Now, that's all I bring to you about from something you do not want to miss. We'll take this quick time out, and when we return, it will be what made the news, and that will be handled by Blessing, Doc, and David.
It is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The three wise men, Arometa, Souq, Enlightenment. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Lateef Jakonde. Born Lateef Kayode Jakonde in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bon.
Okay, for some stories that made it into the news, let's start with the one that should make women happy because it's about bridging gender gap. As the Vice President of Nigeria, Kashim Shettima, has launched project #She's Included, says women will lead Africa's $29 trillion economic ambition. Now, when we talk about gender inclusion, bridging gender gap and making women or putting them at the forefront, having some projects to empower women and all that. Yes, some have been done, but so much more needs to be done. But saying that women would lead the $29 trillion economy, which Africa is aiming at, is that realistic? Are we doing enough to help empower women so they can actually be at the forefront of that, Doc?
Well, I really don't know. Every time I hear this conversation about women empowerment, the first question that comes to my mind, who disempowered women? And that's one thing that, as Africans, we have spent too much time discussing. And we really don't put some significant actions on the ground. And I think these are products of some stereotypes, if I may call it, and depending on where you're coming from. Maybe stereotype of religion. But we have seen in this country, for example, even prior to independence, where women were celebrated. So, when you see women is not included, who is excluding women really? We have a population of women to men that is even in their favor. So I just feel that it is women who need to take the bulls by their horn and do what is needful. I don't think it's a special intervention, because the special intervention seems to me a way of some people only empowering themselves and not dealing with the issue which is on the ground. Women has been huge contributor to economy, whether we like it, whether it's informal or formal. There are some places in the side we come from that the real economic stay of the family is actually the woman. While some of the men are busy drinking early in the morning, the women are doing the economic activity. So I think it's a mindset thing that needs to change, in my view.
Well, it's a mindset thing, but not totally a mindset thing, because for some women, they have to work extra to prove their relevance or to actually take a share of what is on the table. Yes, I know you would say that power is not served a la carte, it's buffet, so you have to go there and take your share. But if in an industry where the female participation in that industry is low, you know that what the woman is running against is more, so she has to more like double effort. In the aspect of education, if we talk about empowering women, you said the question is who disempowered women? By culture, by tradition, by some other unwritten rules, women have been disadvantaged in certain parts of Africa, but that's beginning to change. A lot more still needs to be done. In some areas before, in Nigeria, where you used to have more boys enrollment in schools, some of that has even changed now that you're beginning to see more girls enrollment in schools compared to enrollment of boys in school, like in the East. It seems like that push to see that, oh, there's no discrimination as to whether or not to send your girl child to school or send your boy child to school, that has really been taken care of. But for economic power, maybe because of some wage disparity in certain sectors, that's still an issue. In areas like sports, even in entertainment, and some other sectors, there is wage disparity between male and female. We cannot overlook that. But broadly, I think that the push to give women what skills that will empower them so they can have some economic power has actually improved. But there still needs to, more needs to be done, because when we look at the skills that some women are acquiring, some of them really cannot bring in much to the table. But it's also a personal thing for the woman to decide what kind of skills does she want to have. If we look at women in science, men in science, the ratio of men to women in science is actually higher. Maybe because a lot of women have not really embraced science. Some have, but we still do not find a lot of women in science compared to men in science. Girls in tech are doing it too. We still need more girls in tech. So overall, I would say that globally, that drive to ensure that women have the right opportunities, or they are placed in places where they can have access to opportunities and they have what it takes to harness those opportunities, have actually improved. But a lot still needs to be done in the area of education, economic opportunities, and so many more. Even in health, a lot still needs to be done.
You see, there's a point that for me is quite very important where we have this conversation. Is the fact that when people talk about wage discrimination, I'm also sure that it's something that is actually written in any law book, but rather in circumstances that seems to dictate those conversations, which is, of course, was a contribution. It's like saying that the people playing in EPL and the people playing MPL, they are not any the same. They are playing football. You can pay the man who is in EPL and buy him and he'll be taking $100,000 per match. And the one who is playing the local league here can't even get $100,000 in salary. What's the difference? It's contribution. It's contribution. So it's not because that people deliberately went to go and give money to the people who are in EPL as against those who are playing in MPL. The truth is that the Nigerian Football League cannot produce money. Nobody is watching it.
That's a very extreme example, I would say.
Yeah, but it looks extreme, but that seems to be the reality because it's contribution.
If we take female sports and male sports, for instance, let's take the game of lawn tennis. Let's take the game of lawn tennis, and we have female lawn tennis players that are doing very well. There are tournaments for female lawn tennis players as they are for male lawn tennis players. But if we look at that, there's still even a disparity in the wage that they earn? Would you say it's basically about contribution, or even though there's no written law, certain things have become regular practice in certain industries?
Regular practice, yes. I'm going to jump off of that last statement, regular practice, and then circle back to what Doctor said earlier about more like asking a question about who put women at a disadvantaged position. I would strongly disagree. Regular practice, systems, structures, over the years, we've seen that these, aforementioned entities have actually put women at a disadvantage, Doctor. We've even heard in recent years, in political windows, where women seem to be like the front runners for a particular position, subnational or otherwise. And then you have some, deep pocket, big muscle politician coming to out-muscle the woman, more like shove her to the background. I don't want to mention specific cases here, but we know these things. They have been seen to happen. Anyone who's going to say that they don't happen is being disingenuous. But away from that, if you're talking about inclusion, the overarching essence of inclusion and making sure that women... Oh, by the way, as far as last year was concerned, just about a year ago in January, the population was skewed in favor of the men. Women, population of women were about 49-point-something%, and men slightly above 50. That's out of about 220-something million Nigerians. That's by the way.
So, wait, sorry, does that mean that women can begin to marry two husbands? I'm just asking.
Good one. But a study was carried out by Africa Journals, right? Africa Journals Online, in the southwest of Nigeria, to ascertain the people who were financially included, formal financial services, and the men were significantly more than women. The disparity was about 11.3%. And then, otherwise, that's for the informal ones, you had more women than men. Then when it came to credit facilities, that's the, using credit facilities, excuse me, in formal financial institutions, there were more men with about 13-point-something% more than women. So this tells you something. If these women cannot be financially included or can't get credits, or as it were, what it does is it limits a wider business perspective. 1 second.
No. Why you continue so that you land on that point? Is it that women approach bank for loan and they are not given? Just so that we can have the data right. So say, because if I am ambitious and I want to do something and somebody else doesn't want to do it, so how do you use that as a yardstick to determine that somebody is excluded?
Sometimes these processes aren't spelled out clearly. They're not in black and white. I mean, there are cases where, you have to, because of certain traditional or cultural practices, women have to seek consent from their husbands, or as it were, the power figure, if you like, in their lives, or father figure in their lives before they can do certain things. These are things that we know. But moving on.
Because I don't know, that is why if you say we, please exclude me.
But there have been reported cases. There have been reported cases, Doctor.
In the tier 1 banks in Nigeria today, declaring trillions in profits, they are led by women.
As CEOs, not as beneficiaries or loans.
No, as CEOs. Heading those organizations.
But the CEOs do not make decisions in isolation.
But you would be putting it rightly if you spoke about the proportion. That's the word I was looking for. The proportion of women to men in those high and mighty financial institutions. But let me finish my thoughts. So what you have from these disparities is a limiting of a broader business perspective, an unequal distribution of what's the word I'm looking for now? Unequal distribution of
power, or
not power. There's a word I'm looking for. You could call it that, you know, and financial strength or financial muscle, as the case may be, for want of the word I'm looking for. And then, of course, you can talk about the impact on social development, because if you don't have a wider pool of talents that involves, you know, both genders, you now start to see that there is a bit of a limiting factor somewhere, right? Now, let me take you outside the shores of the country. Rwanda, back in 2003, if memory serves me right, they had a quota system implemented where it was supposed to cater to women across the board, making sure that there must be, in fact, it was mandated that there be a 30% representation of women across the board. Now, what happened over the years is that, oh, by the way, it was not just for candidates, it was reserved specifically for women. What happened over the years is that there was an exponential growth of women in governance position by a significant amount, from about 30 to 40 something percent, as at 2011 or thereabouts. And then in 2013, what we had was a skewed population, or a skewed proportion rather, where we had well over 60 something percent, which was the first time in a long time that anybody saw on the African continent that you had more women in government representation. Where is Rwanda today? That's the question we should ask ourselves. Rwanda is one of the thriving nations on the African continent where even people like you and I want to go and have a holiday, want to go and relax, want to go and, you know, enjoy ourselves for a little bit. Now, come back to Nigeria. In 2006, we had the national gender policy that was, you know, established to take care of these concerns for women. There was a 35% affirmative action with regards to that particular policy. It did its best to achieve that, but there were still criticisms as to its efficacy, you know, in actually taking care of the issues as it were, or as we knew them to be. Where are we today? It's been said that economies that have more women representation have thrived more. If you look at other countries of the world, particularly in Europe, I mean, before now it was Croatia, before now it was Germany, Angela Merkel and the likes, or her contemporaries in, you know, in Europe. Look at what they were doing. Look at what they were able to achieve. So essentially what I'm saying is, it is necessary and important. I wouldn't particularly toe that line to say that if you don't take it, it will not be given to you. While that might be true, it's also questionable, because in some cases, as I've mentioned earlier, you find that these people really truly want to, but for some reason, the systems, and these systems, as ambiguous as they are, we know that they exist. Now, there's also another argument of tokenism. There's an argument of tokenism. Oh, you just want to give us because you think that we are at a disadvantage, not because you really want us to have any real power. That's even a problem in and of itself. So they shouldn't just be, quote unquote, given these things, but the opportunity, the veritable opportunity should be presented to and for them so that they can actually have real power, not just the seats, not just the position.
You see, David, the arguments for women emancipation, I don't think is something that we have to put at the doorstep of system or structure. You see, if we have to create a world where there's balance, we also have to look at some certain things. I jokingly say to people, see, women are the ones who put themselves in disadvantage. And I don't think it's by men. Honestly speaking, and at that also, you hardly, for example, in an environment where you find yourself out, that if women begin to assert equality with men, some of all these things that you are pointing to will not be there. So everybody gets out to the space. Take, for example, at the intellectual arena, people come for interviews. They're interviewed, and you show your competence. Nobody's going to disregard you because you're a woman if you can contribute. So what for me is important, I shared with a congregation yesterday, and I said to them, especially in the church setting, where people seem now glorifying poverty as if a Christian is poor, it's a virtue. And I told them it's a vice. It's actually bringing the glory of God down. Because in scripture, the Bible says, ship your grain abroad. It's a principle. And after a long time, profit will come to you. Invest in 7 businesses. No, 8. Because you don't know what disaster is coming upon the earth. And I said today, when they are talking about management, people are talking about multiple streams of income. But in the word of God, it is 8 streams of income. So you can't lazy yourself out and then blame it on God that because we are seeking righteousness or holiness that make you poor. I'm just using this as an example to say that if I take blessing out now, you want me to buy the meal. Isn't that? So because he feels that the bill is not ours, it is for the men to pay. So he who pays the bill,
doctor is going somewhere else.
Yes, of course.
I get where you're going to. You're going to, if we're saying that we want equity,
yes,
so it should be across board.
Across board.
Let me respond to that. Starting from where you talked about women emancipation, I want to say that when we talk about bridging gender gap, it's not about emancipation, it's about empowerment. Emancipation would mean you're liberating someone who's under slavery. Empowerment would mean that you want to give more strength, more ability to someone who already has some form of advantage. So there's a difference here. I would focus on empowerment rather than emancipation because I do not believe that there is any need for emancipation. It's just empowerment. Now, if you say women have been the ones who disadvantage themselves, that is not correct in my view. Because if we go back to history and how women have evolved and how society have evolved, we find that there have been several systems globally that put women in a disadvantaged position. For some countries, it's of recent that women were even given the right to exercise their franchise. Would you say that the women did that to themselves? In some other places, it was about education. The girl child was seen as your place is just in the kitchen. So why is she going to school? Why invest in her education? Until some years down the line, we began to see people fight for it, that women should be given that same chance, that same opportunity as men for them to pursue education. You cited an example of applicants coming up for interviews, and if you're male or female, what the employer is seeking is who best delivers. That's a different case. But even in that same case, there are women who would be sexually harassed. There are women who would perform well, have better grades than men, and then the recruiter or even the employer says, yes, you're good, I could give you this job, but there's a condition attached to it. And so if that woman is not willing to succumb to that, she doesn't get a job. That's a disadvantage, not by the fault of the woman, but because there are certain systems, because men have the opportunity early to start the running ahead of women, so they are better placed whether or not we like it. Women are just playing catch up right now, and there are certain industries where men are more, we have men dominate them, women are just coming up. So you already have the men placed in the top echelon. So it's a catch-up game for women. Yes, we have some women who are lazy, where I talked about women in science and women in certain faith. If you ask maybe a regular girl this day, maybe a Gen Z, no shade to any generation, what do you want to study? What would you like to be? Some of them want to go for areas of fields they consider very comfortable, that can give them the chance to slay and not just be baby girl. But some are doing extra beyond what you would see like regular jobs, doing extra in fields that you would think that, oh, by reason of you being a woman, you have family to attend to. Yes, the man has family to attend to, but who's the caregiver in the home? It's the woman. That's the responsibility that she carries as much as being a career woman. These things act like
a burden to the woman that she has to ensure balance in the home front and also in the career. Would you say those are not disadvantages?
Let me.
So there are so much more that we can talk about. Now, coming to the last aspect where you talked about if we go out, who pays the bill? Now, there are certain aspects of culture that still remain the way as they are. If we want to change it, then it's for the parties involved to negotiate how they want to do that. That could fly in the US, maybe because their culture for now accept that. But in the Nigerian culture, if you go out on a date with a lady, if she says let's share the bill, or you want you guys to share the bill, she accepts, that's fine. But for generality, they will say no, because we still live in a system where the man in the home, in some cases, is the major provider. So that is still carried along. So if we want to change all of that, then let's change the system where you don't tell a woman because you have pretty legs, you have pretty eyes, whether you have first class or not, I'm looking at those pretty eyes, I'm looking at those pretty legs as what will give you the job first.
Let me take it from that.
Close that pretty leg.
Yeah, let me.
Wear clothes that
Let
is
me
long enough.
take it from that last part.
Even if you wear something
Let me take it from that last. Doctor, one second.
Oh, so that's an excuse.
One second, doctor.
The misconduct of men.
All right, so
that's an excuse for the misconduct.
Here's the thing. I like that we can disagree over this, doctor. I missed this actually, by the way. So as far as the dating game is concerned, I think it's peculiar to the people involved. Whatever they agree works. But that's by the way. You took the words right out of my mouth, Blessing. I was not expecting that you would jump on that point which Doctor made, but you did, and aptly hit the nail on the head, where he spoke about the intellectual space, right? And then you cued in what actually does happen in said space, where in most cases it's a level playing. Actually, in all cases, it's a level playing field. Well, most cases, beg your pardon. There's a male, there's a female. Then they're both equally qualified. In some cases, the women more qualified than the men. And then they would tell the man, you're good at this job, but we're going to give it to her. And then they're not giving it to her because she's much more qualified, but because they think that there could be some ancillary benefits, as he were. And this does not, now here's the twist. This does not apply to just men. Now, the next thing I'm going to say, I'm not saying it because I heard. I've lived the experience in my career where female bosses, very powerful people, have declined to hire their fellow women. Not because they are not fantastically qualified, but because they see them as eventual competition. And I'm thinking to myself, why should they be your competition? You are the owner of the firm. Why do you think this person is competition? Why do you think this person is going to, at some point, cause a distraction in your organization to the male folk? Because that's how they see them, a distraction. They are attractive, they are smart, they are this, they are that, they are connected, and then all of a sudden, some complex sets in. Inferiority, if you want to call it that, I don't know what it is, but it's certainly a problematic issue.
So who do you blame for that?
That's what we're talking about. That is the system. Like I said, remember, doctor, I said it's ambiguous. An ambiguous system.
You see,
right?
This is why I am of the honest opinion that we can be all we want to be. Anybody born, whether it's a man or a woman, can aspire to become anything. What we just need to do, I don't like when people pay lip service to things that are germane. It's unfortunate I don't have a female child.
I'm a female child.
Yes. My father had 4 boys and 4 girls.
Wow.
We were equal in number. We were trained the same way. The same opportunity and leverage. And I can tell you, where my sisters are married, many of them are doing better than their husbands. So this is family kind of conversation. I can't see myself give birth to a baby girl and not drive her to succeed. So I think that is what it is. There's nothing that is written. Anybody who is successful, whether it's a male or a female, is always celebrated. But there's a bit and dint of hard work. and which is my counsel to many women, to think that beyond what we bring to the table is not our body feature. Our mind should be what we bring to the table. And that is important. I also even noticed that's why we're growing up as children. That you see, that every effort even to make the female child to even read is difficult. Absolutely difficult. And I don't know why it's like that.
For the female children that you saw?
Yeah,
okay.
Yes, that I saw. I mean, I'm talking about my siblings. I'm not talking about... So it's difficult. Pushing that, look, read. So the level of, you see, energy you have to put here and put there. So, but you see some really exceptional ones who love book to the core. And nobody can downgrade them. Talking about people taking advantage of people, whether it's in school or anything, even men suffer the same. And that's why today they talk about sorting and sleeping in the school system. And that's corruption that affects both ends. And I don't think it's targeted at one segment of society. Somebody said to me, oh, when a woman is married, it's look inferior in where is married. But the truth of the matter is that they don't look at the other side. That same woman who is married and is looking inferior in the husband's house is also very powerful in her father's house. So if you go to the Igbo culture, they call them the Umuadas. They are empowered. And nobody shoved them aside. So these are the conversations.
They are empowered.
They are empowered. Nobody shoved them aside.
The flip side to that is, just as you have the Umuadas, because I'm from both sides. I'm from the Niger Delta, I'm from the east. You have the Umuadas, you have the Umunnas.
Yes.
It's not like these people are exclusive. There is the flip side to both. Because there is the Umunnas, which is the men, the council of men or the group of men, also have
because
the Umuadas or the first daughters or the the powerful women in the clan. So it's like one and the other. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. So it's not like it's a unitary female organization.
And the fundamental thing is that they are empowered. Means that there's an empowerment.
Exactly.
Not just them pushing
So
by
what I'm
themselves.
saying is to take the narrative away from the culture. That what seems to be making the women not to ascend is because there are some cultural barriers. So culture recognizes the place of women, and there's no real culture in Africa that is really anti-women.
There are certain cultures that are anti-women.
You see, for me, I looked at it this way. If you take, for example, people complain about the law of inheritance. The law of inheritance. If you come to my culture, for example, the female child, it seems to have an inheritance in the husband's house. So he can't have inheritance in the husband's house and then come and have inheritance in his father's house. It will become inequity. So we must understand the way our cultures are wired. That the way this thing is designed is done in such a way. I grew up to meet my father. He was a farmer. He has farm. He set a portion of farm for his wife and set portion of the same farm for his sisters who are married outside. If you want to call it empowerment. So that is where I grew up. So I didn't find an environment where there's a cultural balance that says women can do this, women cannot do this. No. But yes, there are some stereotypes. And those things, and I think they are issues of the mind. That for the true empowerment of the woman or the girl child, and I think they must be deeply involved. And it's not something that you are saying, okay, come and fill this place, whether you are qualified or you are not qualified because it's quota. And I don't think that's a merit system. And I feel if the world must make progress, and talking about 29 trillion African economy has to be driven by merit and competence.
Okay, I'll take it from there. So if we're talking about giving some quota as you use the word, to women. Let's use the 35% affirmative action, for example. We haven't gotten any administration that has met that 35% affirmative action. In the last cabinet that, or the cabinet of the current administration, we saw about 8% representation and thereabouts, but we haven't gotten 35%. If we say we want to fill 35%, I do believe that if there's a scouting for women who are qualified for those roles,
who's going to do the scouting?
Because it's appointment and not election.
No. Who is going to do the scouting?
Because, hold on, Doc. Because it's appointment and not election.
The same men will do the scouting for the women.
Hold on, Doc. What I'm saying is this, that if we say we want to fill up that 35% affirmation, because it's appointment, the roles will be appointed and not women elected into position. If there's a scouting for it by the executive to say we want to fill these roles, just the way you scout for ministers, just the way you appoint ministers, just the way you give people positions of headship of MDAs, they are not the ones who come forward to say, please pick me to be minister here. They are not the ones who come up to say, please pick me to be DG in this space. It's just that some of them have been around the corridors of power or have been heading certain places, and then you say, oh, this person I think can run this role. You put the person there, you appoint the person to head that particular space. There are people, women within the corridors of power. There are women who are playing in industries that can fill that 35% affirmative action if we want women to be there. That is on one hand. Then, going back to the issue of empowerment and mindset, yes, every person owes themselves the responsibility of achieving success. But how a person grows matters. The environment in which people grows matters. That could change their mindset. That could define the mindset. If a person grows in an environment where they have been put down, or they have been talked down, or been made to feel that this is the level you can get to, it takes a lot of push for them to be able to break the ceiling. So not everybody will be able to break any ceiling over their head, because the environment in which we grew up are different. How we respond to that environment is different. We must acknowledge that fact. So it's a mindset thing. Even in culture today, no matter how much civilized we've become, there are certain roles a woman picks up. There are certain ways a woman lives her life because it defies societal norm. It does not conform with societal norm. You have people telling you, women don't behave like this, so women don't talk like this, so women don't do like this. If you do this, there's a social consequence for it. Oh, if a man sees you talk this way, the man sees that you're too powerful, men may not want to marry you because you're this. We still have some of those stereotypes being happening because it's a system, it's a culture over time that people have grown in. Even in domestic setting, the way a boy is raised is different from the way a girl is raised. The roles that they are assigned are different. A boy may be permitted to sit in front of the screen, playing game, PS, all of that. But the mother comes into the home and say, hey, if you're a girl child, Grace, what are you doing there? Get into the kitchen. But the boy is excused because the mindset is this. You will get married as a woman. You'll be the one in the kitchen cooking for your husband. Oh, the man, all he needs to do is provide money. He doesn't need to have any business with domestic rules. That's still an issue in the way we raise people and in the choices of courses that girls can study. Some girls will say they want to study a particular course, but that says, no, you're a girl. This will be better for you. Things like that still happen. And that's why, as a culture, as a people, we must also help to shape the mindset of women, of girls as they're growing, so that they are better able to break whatever stereotype, break whatever ceiling that hangs over their head. That's part of empowerment.
You see, competition is what makes the world sweet.
Well, fair competition, I would say.
Yeah, competition. See, you see, when people get into competition, people do things, and I think that we need a lot of women who are adventurous. We are even in a society that has glorified some women. There are some names we cannot, when we are writing the history of Nigeria, for example, we cannot omit in the last century. We can't forget Okonjo-Iweala in a hurry. We can't forget Professor Dora Akunyili in a hurry. Or Biozie Ezekwele. We can't forget them in a hurry. And I don't think anybody is pushing this kind of people aside to the back.
But if they tell their story, they might tell you what they have to push against.
But they have pushed the boundary, which of course, even between men, Don't men struggle to get into office? Haven't you heard what they call horse trading in politics? So it happens, it's not only with women.
All right.
Men are in competition with themselves. And I feel that women join the fray, just making it sweeter and better. And when you are coming, come with your head.
Okay. That's a good one. When you're coming with your head. But all that is needed, all hands must be on deck rather, to ensure that we move both gender to where they should be. And no system is set to bring any down. But when you're coming, like Doug said, come with your head. Don't come with a fine face alone, or don't come with some muscles alone. Come with your head. We'll take a break and return to time for policy discuss to stay.
AR is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, Souq News.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste.
The unexpected rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroad, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use.
Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for Ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign.
We hope you enjoyed that beautiful report on Ankara, a fabric that is worn by Africans, done by Grace Komalafe of Souq News TV. All right, let's look at the textile industry in Nigeria. That industry used to be the largest employer in the country many years ago. Before 1997, Nigeria had the second largest textile industry after Egypt, but so many things had gone wrong with the textile industry in Nigeria, even as the market for textile materials in Nigeria has grown more than ever. They now use fabrics made in different textile industries and now used for different purposes. We've seen the event industry grow in Nigeria, making more demand for textile materials. People use textile materials to identify with families, identify with associations and celebrations, and so the market for textile materials has never been as big as it is right now in Nigeria and even in Africa. The sad part is, at a time when the textile industry in Nigeria would have benefited much from this market that is worth billions of dollars, the textile industry doesn't contribute so much as it should for the demand. We'll talk about that as I take the conversation over now to my gentlemen in the studio, Dr. Dausa Osaminze and David Chedi, who are my fellow anchors on the front burners. Now, looking at the textile industry, before now we had several prints being designed by industries, by companies in Nigeria. So when you see some of them be produced, at the tip of the material, you could see made in Nigeria for some of the materials. You could see different things. But right now, many of those materials, many of those prints are designed outside of Nigeria and they are brought into the country. So we are buying, but the companies that are benefiting from this are outside of Nigeria.
Well, I think when we take a look at the textile industry in Nigeria and how we have gone from grace to grass, I will want to put it, it's quite very, very saddening. We grew up to see textiles from the North Kaduna, from Lagos, everywhere around here, and all of a sudden they are no longer in business. And this is not just about textile alone. And what's responsible? It is the weakness of our research abilities. Because when you hear people who are playing that sector comes in and they talk about a lot of things coming in from China, they were all coming in very cheap. And especially when economy are stressed, given the distress we had from the 70s that led to the structural adjustment program in the 80s. And then, of course, the nosediving of the economy. People will sure be preferring things that are cheaper. And this is one area that we see advantage. Just like Ojeka was saying that day about the mining industry, that as soon as we industrialize, there were no serious investment in that industry. I like with what Bangladesh is doing with their textile. Almost every university in Bangladesh has a degree course as sort of textile engineering, garment making, and all manners of courses. And that is what is actually empowering that industry in Bangladesh. That you find in 2023 alone, Bangladesh made from garments alone 45 billion US dollars. From garments alone. From Europe, from America, and from Asia. How come we are not able to do that? And that's the way we deal with business. And I think that culture of saving and investment, financial literacy, need to be really taught in Africa, because it's also important that if an industry is doing well today, it does not mean that that industry will continue to do well. And there must be a need to invest in research to see how to progress that industry so that it can continue to generate profits. But once we build a structure, we allow it to rot away, and nobody puts in energy into maintenance, no plowback profits into the operations, and then you see that within a short space of time, you become obsolete and you are run out of business. And I think that is what has happened to the textile industry in Nigeria, because there have not been investment in terms of even the yarns that come from the farm, that people are investing and putting new technology in producing it, because it was too tedious a job for people to handle. And when we see that, what do we do? Our school system around this neighborhood should have been investing in research to see how we can make the job simpler, easier, that people can remain interested in it. So these are the challenge that the industry has faced, and I don't think it's just textile alone. It is global to everything. We used to produce Pigeon here. Where are they? They're gone. We used to produce Vesvagin. Where are they? They've gone. They all died because cheaper technology came and we're running on the obsolete. That has happened to our refineries and so many other sectors in the Nigerian economy. So it's a shame that we couldn't really sustain that progress we made earlier on. And that today you find that people doing at the red, they're doing it at the local environment. There's no investment in it. There's not even a deliberate effort to even promote that, just like the Ghanaians are doing with their kente, and they're selling it all across the globe. And I think this is a weakness in the system that really has affected that sector.
Doc, you've raised very key points. No investment in the sector. It's like when the sector is booming, people are just reaping the gains without thinking of plowing back some of the gains as seeds for the industry to become bigger. David?
This is indeed a harrowing situation. And for me personally, it's quite disturbing because, as you said, it is, or it was rather, a very thriving industry, very, very thriving industry. But over the years, we've seen it, nosedive to very, very appalling levels. Matter of fact, back in the 70s, we were the largest, or rather, that industry was the largest in the country, as it were. But a lot of things have happened over the years. As far as what's it called is concerned, as far as investment in the sector is concerned, there's been a weakness of will to do that, and I don't know why that is. But for some reason, we seem to forget that there is also the cultural connotation or the cultural, implications, because it would, in the long run, erode certain, cultural identities and all of that. Doctor just mentioned Adire. There is also the Ashoke. There is also the one we watched just a moment ago, the Ankara, and then I think there's Batik, if I'm not mistaken. So all of these things put together, you can see them on people and almost immediately identify where they are from. You can see them on people and almost immediately identify who they are. But do we see that anymore? The answer is a very hard no. And another aspect of this are the implications, because if you talk about, these people not having a thriving environment with which they can conduct their businesses, because there have been certain concerns or lamentations in certain quarters that the practitioners or the traders or the dealers in these textile materials, our local textile materials, have been robbed in some regard. And what I mean is they've been deprived of an enabling environment, if you like, to ply their trade. Concerns about people taking the materials outside, concerns of foreigners coming in here and selling the materials at very knockoff prices, thereby denying them the the opportunity, if you like, to make sales and make profits, right? Because it's one thing to make sales, it's another thing to make profits from said sales. So there have been those issues, lingering over and over again, and concerns have been made to, or if you like, complaints have been made to folks on the corridors of power, both at the state level and otherwise. And very little has been done. I mean, I don't want to mention the state, but the practitioners it's in the Southwest, by the way, practitioners went there, complained to, their state governors and even their traditional rulers to do something about it. But up until this moment, nothing has been done. I mean, we could clap our hands for the Ogun State government or clap our hands for the Osun State government, who in some regard gave a bit of, good news by instructing their workers to come to work on a certain day with Ankara and the others with Adire and all of that. While you might say that is one way to go about changing the narrative, it's still not enough. But I'm also going to need, because this is solutions right now, I'm also going to need the Nigerian Textile Manufacturers Association to not just sit still, or rather to not just complain and sit still. I'm going to need them to do much more than complaining. I'm going to need them to do much more than lamenting, because we do a lot of lamentations in this part of the world. So and so is lamenting the this, so and so is lamenting the that. I'm going to need them to go one more than just lamentations. Work with, or rather partner with international textile companies to see that something happens. Of course, there might be some extenuating factors, but of course, if you make your voice loud enough, don't just say it the one time and keep quiet. Because we know that the cotton processing and cotton, if you like, production around here isn't much to go by, isn't anything, if you want to put it that way, to go by. So there's more that needs to be done in that regard. Then, of course, what I mentioned a moment ago, which is textile smuggling. A lot of people take these things outside the shores of the country to, make gains for themselves. I don't know what regulatory framework there is to prevent this from happening as yet, but what I'm simply expecting the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria to do is to strap their boots pretty tightly and get up with regards to, what their practitioners or what the people working in that sector should be able to gain as far as textile marketing, textile production, and the entire overarching practice of textile in Nigeria. There are also some implications. There are, because if you deny people of their livelihood, the local practitioners, as Dr. mentioned, the ones at the grassroots, if they cannot, practice what they know, or sell these things or sell these materials and make profit to be able to keep the lights on or feed their families, as it were, what that happens is, it leads to some shady practices, because if people can't feed themselves, they take to other means that are, outside the shores of the law. Then, of course, it prevents revenue from coming into the local economy. Once upon a time, it used to contribute largely to the GDP of the country. But in the last couple of years, we've seen it dwindle between 1 and 1.5% contribution to the GDP, which is abysmally poor. So a lot needs to be done by way of partnerships with foreign textile companies. Doctor mentioned Bangladesh. There's China. There is Vietnam, there is Turkey, there's Germany. There's a lot of these countries that we can go to who are thriving. In fact, China has the largest market for textile export in the world. And China they are neighbors as far as bilateral trade is concerned. So these are the things that needs to be done. That's why I need the textile manufacturers and the likes to be up and doing.
Okay, so because of our vibrant fashion industry, there are demands for different types of textile fabrics, and some of these fabrics are not made in Nigeria. For instance, the lace that is very expensive or considered a very expensive fabric in Nigeria, that when people want to have weddings or certain kinds of ceremonies, they don't even go for the Ankara. Some go for lace, and they think that's very expensive. So when you wear that, you look very expensive in it. Many of these are not even produced in Nigeria. Austria is like the leading country producing lace fabrics for Nigeria. If you go to those countries that have made or seen a market for those kind of fabrics and make more of it, exports to Nigeria, they don't really have local demand for that. But they saw a market in Nigeria and developed an industry that caters to that market. We who are the consumers or use that to
identify ourselves. Because when we wear that, we want to think that we are looking African, even if the fabrics are not from Africa. But we make styles that have become over the years symbols of Africa. If you see someone adorned in fabrics like you can see on the screen, you would just think that this person is an African because they are made in styles that we have over the years designed and used to represent or used to identify ourselves. The question is, what has stopped us from developing the industry to cater for the markets that we have? If we talk about cotton not being in supply as we used to have over the years, is it that our lands are no longer fertile for the growing of cotton seeds?
No, they are.
We do have lands that are still fertile. It comes back to the laziness. It comes back to maybe ease, assumed ease of, let's not even bother with it. We can get this from the neighboring countries, so let's just import. And over the years, the production of these raw materials begin to drop, and it becomes a problem for the local manufacturers to have access to these materials cheaply. Now, for technology changes, and it's expected that for every industry, as technology changes, you move up to the new type of technology that is being used. But we have not seen that done. Some of the textile companies have long folded up, and they are now being used for something else. The properties are now being used for something else. For those who are still running, it's a struggle because already foreign components in the industry is much. So they are merely struggling to catch up. We've heard the stories of fake Ankara products being imported, fake tie and dye materials being imported, even when the originals of these things are done in Nigeria. But because the dealers of these fabrics are importing all sorts, so together they are importing counterfeits of this and introducing to the market as new designs, new patterns, which those in the fashion industry are buying into, which consumers are also buying into and saying, oh, this is a different pattern, this is a design. For the ashoke, for instance, when you see the ashoke made in Abeokuta, in terms of the texture of the material, it's different from the ashoke that comes from China and other areas. One thing you use to identify is lighter. That looks like a different thing. It doesn't really look like ashoke except for the design. But you still find that sometimes, because we have now been so used to these foreign fabrics, it seems like we have developed a taste for it, and there's some preference for these materials that are even counterfeit to the original being developed. So I think that the consumers still have their role, governments have their role, and those players in the industry have their role. We've all contributed to the decline in the textile industry in Nigeria.
You see, Blessing, there's no human being on earth who wants to go through rigor of suffering. In short, one of the reasons why our father made a whole lot of effort to send us to school was that he didn't want us to come back to the farm because it was really tedious. From the brushing of the bush, to the burning, to the packing, to the digging and planting, to staking, to tendering, to harvesting. My. It's not something you want to do. That was how he inherited it from his father. That's how the father inherited it from his own great-grandfather. That's how he continued it. That's how it's passed on to us. That's why I'm quite passionate about functional education in Nigeria. Farming cotton is a horrible farm to be done manually. So the soil may be fertile, but the labor involved is strenuous. And that's one thing that Africans have not been able to do, to look out for new technology, to simplify tedious job so that people can do it with less of stress. And that's what you are seeing happening elsewhere. And I think that's what Naseni should have been even focusing on. How to create small tractors that we can use to reduce the stress, human stress, in terms of those cultivation. In short, I think it was Bill Gates who says that he preferred to hire lazy people than hardworking people. Because lazy people will always look for a shortcut out of every problem. And that shortcut is always a new technology. And I think that is where we are missing. How can we sync our institutions of learning with our cultural practices, even in terms of transmission from one generation to another? Tie and dye should be a curriculum, especially in the Southwest, that should be taught from primary to tertiary level, where we are creative with designs and are looking at new ways to make this thing real appealing and not the same old ritual. So that failure in education is actually the problem. If we have an educational system that is forward-looking, that when people go in, for example, to go and study mechanical engineering, and they cannot even repair an engine, let alone build a new one. And yet we have certificates that we are graduates. That's not working. We should study things around us. The last time I went to my village, there was no palm wine. Because all the old men that tap it, they are gone. The younger generation don't even know how to tap. Healthy drink for that matter. But we are losing it. Why? Because we cannot perpetuate things because of the tediousness. Because to climb that palm tree with rope, it's risky and dangerous. And we are not finding solution to make this simpler by way of even just common small crane. Today we are still using what they call it, poles and bamboos to climb 24-story building.
For construction.
For construction. Whereas you get to UAE, there are manually operated small cranes that will carry somebody from ground up, even if it's a 30-story building. And I think that is what we should be doing in Africa, finding solution to the problem around us. And this is why the industries are dying. Because we are not creative. We are not innovative. We do it the same it was, like we say in my Orthodox background, as it was in the beginning, so it is, and so it shall be, world without end. Amen. And I think life should be like that.
And several other countries have made a lot of money from Nigeria because they have now become suppliers to the Nigerian textile markets, and they're making a lot of money. So it's for us now to sit and say, okay, this is what we want to do. But where I will also bring in the government, because if you do not act as the body that coordinates and you leave it to the private sector, people will just do things interconnectedly and rather in a way that does not connect. So you may have the textile dealers, those who deal on textile materials, just look for a place where they can source and make more profit. They are sourcing from there. Those who are making use of the material will also look for who supplies to them at the time they need and based on the kind of clients that they have. But when you have the government come in, so it says, for instance, we want to revive the textile industry. We're concentrating on the raw materials. Who are the farmers of cotton here? How do we channel materials to them, tools to them to make their farming easy? And so for other things that they need, if it's power, how do we ensure that maybe there's a hub, industrial hub, where they have access to power? And then for those who deal on the materials? How do we ensure that they have maybe a list of suppliers or from different parts of the country so that they always have supply, and then that value chain is built for the industry to thrive?
Like I said earlier, I'm still going to harp on what the association can and must do if the textile industry is going to be revived, because since the Second Republic till date, there's been 150 of such industries such outfits rather in the industry shut down since the 70s till date. So there has to be a systemic approach to dealing with these matters. You've talked about creating systems that would cause fluidity, if you like, in the value chain. And I will go one more and say, listen, there is the association, there is the government who is supposed to invest heavily in this sector, then there are private individuals who simply want to put their money in an area or a sector where they are going to get value. So you put all of these together and then you ask what the investor or investors are looking for. Do they really see any value in the sector? If the answer is no, I don't think there's anyone, even one with half a brain, that would want to do that. So that then falls on the desk of the federal government with regards to taking a critical look at each sector of the economy, this one not being excluded. So the moment they decide to, but first of all, there has to be a willpower, or be not the willpower, beg your pardon, there has to be the political will. The moment they decide that they want to revamp the textile industry in Nigeria, it's as simple as calling all the stakeholders involved and then hatching out a plan. First of all, make sure that the requisite infrastructure is provided. Whatever it is that the average industry in Nigeria needs to function, regardless of what industry it is, right? In whatever sector. Make sure that those things are provided, make sure that those things are put in place, and then you provide a regulatory framework so that you don't have to be actively involved in the quote-unquote day-to-day. You put those measures in place or put those systems in place, take a step back and just, perform oversight functions, and then let the private individuals put their money in the system, and you'd see how there will be a transformation overnight. Listen, there is no insignificant sector as far as the Nigerian economy is concerned. There just hasn't been any seriousness. There just hasn't been any responsibility. There just hasn't been the much needed political will to make sure that these things are set in motion, to make sure that the oiling, if you like, of these wheels are put so that they can turn seamlessly, so that they can turn, productively, as the case may be. Circling back to what Doctor said earlier about, incorporating these into our curriculum, I would say that there has been a dearth of capacity. There has been a stark lack of capacity in that regard. And you want to add to that enthusiasm or interest, because the average young person these days, and I'm not trying to single out any subset, they would rather wear what is in vogue outside the shores of the country. And if you tell them, oh, can you do this thing, can you go into this business, and my guess rather is that their answer would most likely be a no, because they don't consider it as something that they should be doing or that they should find themselves doing. So it's a lot of sensitization that needs to go on, and a lot of capacity that needs to be built in this regard. The local farmers, it shouldn't end at the local farmers. It should be, it should climb cadres, and there should be some upskilling of other players, or if you like, stakeholders in the sector, so that the moment we have enough capacity, you'd see that things that needs to be done as far as the industry coming alive will be done.
Well, we do hope that what is needed to give the textile industry a boost will happen, because the demand for textile fabrics is very high in Nigeria due to the vibrant nature of the fashion industry in Nigeria. We'll have the conversation here when there are updates as regards what the government is doing or the players in the industry are doing to ensure that that industry does not die, or would you not give over the market completely to foreign countries.
we'll bring you that update. Let's take a break and return to the time for us to talk about marriage and divorce. It seems like the president of the U.S. is not done making reforms to different sectors in the U.S. Stay. Thank you for staying with us on the front banners on Souq News TV. We're still having policy discuss, and this time around we're moving to the U.S. where the president, Donald Trump, is proposing a change to the divorce law. So he says there should be no more 50% property share when divorce happens. He will cite an example of himself. So if he's to have a divorce, does that mean that his wife gets half of his property or half of his assets? That has been the way it happens in most states in the U.S. where there's an equitable distribution or equitable share of property when divorce happens between a couple to ensure that both spouses are well taken care of. But Trump was saying that maybe if that happens, if a man has dollars, he could give maybe he could lend $1 million to the wife, maximum of $1 million. So if divorce happens and you can't take care of the children, then she should leave the children with the man. But what do we think? What do you think? This is a time for you to be a part of the conversation right now. Hashtag the front burners, leave a comment on our Facebook channel, or you could use any of our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, X. What are your thoughts on Trump's proposal to make a change to the divorce law in the U.S.? What obtains in other parts of the country is also what we'll be looking at here today. Your guys at it again.
Is the kind of policy that Mr. Chiedu and his friend have made to empower women. And it's quite very harrowing, really. Last year, I was having a conversation with a younger friend of mine, and I said, "You're 29. Given your circumstances as the only son, you should be married." He said, "Dad, I can't think about it. I'm frightened." I said, "Why will you be frightened?" He said, "I live in the US. I came into my uncle's house. I was living in his house. He had 3 houses in the US. Incidentally, he has had 3 marriages, and the 3 of them divorced. Now, the 3 houses have been given to the women. And the man is living in one street corner." And he said, "I can't think about it. I've made an attempt to even talk to women. It's okay." And he said, "The last one that I even thought I felt that there was some chemistry for." And she says to me that she's open to divorce. So, which means really in the US, divorce has become an industry. And in some part of Europe. Because the law is in favor of me. So they deliberately enter into the marriage, understanding that this person has some stuff. And then, of course, by the time they work out the issues, the wealth is transferred. And I think this is one thing really that people should be looking at. I had a friend also in this country, in our own country here. Because if you see the Lagos law on the front is almost like the US as we speak. And the guy wanted to buy a property and he said to me, he said, I will not buy. I prefer to live in rent. Because the kind of agenda that they are pushing, they are only interested in my wealth. So somehow, marriage is no longer a place of conjugal or mutual relationship. Some people have turned it into an economy to disempower somebody so that they can be empowered. And I think that is the bad side of it. But I think the law was actually supposed to have made to be to encourage people to flee from breaking down the family's units, which of course aggregates to become the entire society, as it were. That of course, let's not encourage divorce. But the truth of the matter is that you get to a certain level and point, and the pressure becomes too much, and you have nothing but to run away to save your head. And then the next thing, you file for a divorce, and then you lose your property.
So that's what Trump is talking about. In the US, the law was just made to ensure that there is fair distribution of the property when divorce happens, because when a couple gets married, it's assumed that they begin to build their empire or the family together, and also to ensure that no spouse is less taken care of, particularly because of the children. But like you said, going by what Trump is saying, like some women have begun to take advantage of it. If we look at some popular names that have had divorce and what happened to them, someone like Jeff Bezos, when that happened, and how some of Amazon's share went to the wife, and from what she got, she became like one of the richest women after the divorce settlement. Even for those in sports, Bill and Melinda Gates too, when they had their own divorce. So it's like, when the divorce happens, the woman just moves up in status. But does that mean that that law should be amended? What about if it happens the way Trump is proposing, for a woman who has labored to build business, build the family, contributed not just financially but in other ways to ensure that the man rises up, and now the divorce happens, she doesn't get a settlement that is seen as fair? Won't there be a downside to this proposed amendment?
As far as fairness and equity is concerned, there is a provision for that, a prenuptial agreement.
But how many people will agree to signing the prenup?
That
it's like you're
question.
spelling doom ahead for the marriage.
That is the question. Because in most cases, when these things happen, especially with whether it's no fault or false divorce, because false divorce is one case where obviously there's a proof that one person's action is to blame, and then no fault divorce is essentially the opposite, which is what Mr. Trump and the GOP are proving, or rather are trying to disprove right now. But all of that said, personally, I would agree with Dr. on this, and well, we're agreeing on something today.
It has come to money, so the men have aligned. I understand. Go on.
So I find it rather ridiculous, for all intents and purposes, that you find someone working hard for his own, and then along the line getting married, excuse me, and then many years down the line the marriage fails, regardless of whether it's a fault separation or no fault separation. And then you find that the person who came in, who jumped on board, which would be the woman in some cases, would then cut away about half. In some very, very weird cases, over half. A very recent one that happened in sports. You mentioned sports, and I'm just going to follow that up with an example. The manager of Manchester City FC, Pep Guardiola, very recently he got separated from his wife, and it was reported that he lost a lot in dollars, both property and otherwise, to the woman. Now, I'm thinking about all of that.
And some say including the star of the club he used to manage.
Well, there's... well, that's word on the street. But essentially, I'm simply trying to say that it's ridiculous. I don't think there's any way that I can put it mildly. That is just me being plain honest and truthful. It is a ridiculous law because if you guys are going to share property or belongings equally, then you must have contributed, you know, what's the word, hugely or handsomely to that particular or to the entire asset base. If you didn't do that, then it's criminally criminal. Yeah, I'm doubling that particular word. It's criminally criminal for you to come and reap where you do not sow.
How are you sure there was no sowing?
That's what I'm saying. If you contributed heavily, it is. I mean, it's a no-brainer.
How do you define heavily?
If you guys start a business together, this is just me setting an example. You start a business together, right? She is definitely entitled to whatever proceeds comes out of the business. If you start a conglomerate or whatever it is, or if you are going into the case of this man now, let me use this case as an example. He's a manager. Maybe she got him his first managerial job that led him, you know, to have a flourishing career down the years. She's entitled to whatever it is that she wants, if she so desires it. But in the event where she's, you know, a passenger princess, like they say these days, you know, she jumps on board, right? And then there are verifiable documents to show that a lot of what's going on, as far as assets is concerned, is in this man's name. But because she's married to him, she then wants to be entitled to those things. That is, in and of itself, evidently immoral.
But when a couple gets married, the way it is in many parts of the world, the woman takes on the man's name. So whatever investment, whether it's the woman's own investment, it's also going to be in the man's name.
I don't think it should be that easy. The fact that you answer my name doesn't mean you are entitled to almost everything.
So if the investment is done in the man's name and the money comes from the woman, how then do you prove that because it's in the man's name, it then means it's the man's money?
There are documentation to show these things.
Is that to say for the woman to protect herself? If she's making some investment, it should be in her maiden name. So that tells the difference that this was my money.
If they decide to go into whatever investment or go into whatever business, as I said, there would have been an agreement between both parties. The example you mentioned, which is her bringing the money or bringing the resources.
Maybe it's a joint investment.
Exactly, bringing the resources and then him having it in his name. If he's putting it in his, or if they're opening it in his name or setting it up rather in his name, it means there would have been an agreement that, okay, I'm going to bring the resources.
A verbal agreement.
Whatever it is, whether verbal or
Because
otherwise, it's going to be in your name.
I'm imagining that it's going to be difficult for a couple, husband and wife, Doc, to want to have some business dealings or investments, and so they have a written document every time stating who's bringing what percentage of investment is coming from either party. Would that not put a strain on the marriage?
Well, yesterday I was sharing to a congregation and I said to them, you see, these days, everybody needs to be very smart, just as scripture expects us to be smart. When I was telling them a story of Jeremiah, God had asked him to go buy the land of his cousin. And he said, document it and seal it. Then have an open one, give this one to Baruch, then this one live with the priest.
But why is the place of trust in all of this?
Yeah, because trust has grown wings and has flew away. So we can no longer be too certain. And I think it's even something that people have to learn of, whether it works for Trump or not working for Trump. That from the one we're going to say, yeah, because you look at it, it's simple. We're talking a case of a manager who wakes up every morning and is going to jog, is going to train, and is bringing the money home. He's buying branded bag, branded shoe, creating comfortable environment. And then all of a sudden, we come to that point and say, I don't do again. And then the society says, now all you have worked for, give it to her.
No, not all. Some.
Okay, some of it that I have worked for, give it to her. What's the ground?
Doctor, should I tell you the ground? Finish that, I'll tell you the ground.
If they were both going for training and doing the job together, and they were saving it in the same account, it's easy. I say, okay, I want to keep the children. Must you keep the children?
Would the children not be a distraction to the man who
And can I hire a nanny to do it for him?
Would they be effective as a mother of the children?
They have to.
They have to. So it's a condition. They just have to adjust to it.
They have to. This is one of the issues in society that are evolving. While we're trying to solve one problem, we create multiple problems. I'm saying to you, it's not a joke. In the US, if they put value on that industry, it's massive. Really massive. And they're saying young women who grow up today really now enter into somebody who has been successful and have contributed zero or nothing to the wealth, and then you jump into this relationship. After 2-3 years, you say you are backing out, and then you go to the court, and the court say share resource. It's unjust. So I feel really that there should be agreement really, that people can say, okay, well, this is maximum I can go. Let's do this officially, and we agree. If the state cannot, because these are some of the things really that happened in the US in the last 2 decades, outside of the issue of the divorce, the LGBTQ is also there, where the law is written terribly in favor of those who prefer that lifestyle as against people who don't want those lifestyle. So I just feel that if I have a freedom to be who I am, then the other party should also have a freedom to be who you want to be, and the state not unnecessarily intervening on the behalf of one against the other. But I think that marriage should be something that is sacred, and it should be honored that way.
Okay, Doc. You know that there could be spiritual implications of some of these things. For instance, if a marriage is to be contracted by 2 people who belong to Christian religion. Now, if they want to get married and they say, before we get married, let's have an agreement of what can happen, what can't happen, what could lead to divorce. And if it happens, what happens to whatever property that we would have that time or whatever we have now. Let's have it written down as prenuptial agreement. Is that something you think that Christianity welcomes or would permit? You've already alluded to there's a trust issue, so you can't just say, I trust this person or I love this person I want to marry and I can do that. Would the Christian religion or certain other religions condone that? Would they permit people to do that?
Well, I don't think there's any kind of religion inhibition to those kind of practice. For example, even the same Christian religion allow for people to go seek parental consent before they are joined. So that's a kind of an agreement of a sort. So if a religion allow you to go seek your consent of your parent to say, can I go in or I not go in? And even the law of the land says, of course, both parties, their parents or their representative must consent before it can happen. I don't think both of them are agreeing on basic things.
Not just agreeing, having it written as a legal document.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yes. Because once it's signed, it means it's agreed on. So those documents will just be there, filed away somewhere, so that if the eventuality happens, then we know where we are. But again, it will be able to also become an instrument really to test the trust of everybody. Because usually I get this from time to time when you're doing some HR practice and somebody comes to the employment and they say, well, we're employing you, but in case there's something happen, we are not going to be able to do this. They say, why? And I ask, are you really having that thing in mind? So because it helps to prove the intent of the would-be couples to say, I we really have an intent to get into this relationship for mutual good, or it is for a rip-off. So I think those are the conversations that had to be had, and I don't think it will be difficult for religious body or even culture to accommodate.
Good. Let's talk about culture now. So let's bring this home. Let's say this is in Nigeria. If divorce were to happen in Nigeria, there's still that equitable distribution of property that happens under with marriage under the Act. So you know that in our culture in Nigeria and Africa, there's this belief that, or there's this thing that women are expected to be, build with a man. Do not be a gold digger seeking for where it's already built when it comes to marriage, David. They say build with a man, so you start building. And from what has been said by you and Doc, you've talked about women who did not contribute or make contribution to the growth of the man's wealth, getting a high percentage of the man's wealth after divorce. My question is, balancing this with the expectation of society that a woman who wants to marry should be willing or should build with a man and not just be looking for a suitor who's already made, so she can say, I built with this man. This is how we started. Some will share their story. Oh, we started in one-room apartment. Now we live in a mansion because we built. Does that building, is that building restricted or limited to financial building together? Because a man may have a business he's been doing, the woman may not put money into it, but she helped create an environment under which the man could think, could function as a man. You know, you say behind every successful man, there's a woman. So she's been behind that man building. Now things have gone sour and the relationship has headed south. So they need to part ways. What happens to that woman? Because she doesn't have financial, in quotes, or cannot prove financial contributions, does that mean she didn't help build his wealth?
I made an allusion to that earlier in my previous comment, or my previous remark, where I was speaking about a situation where, okay, still talking about the manager's example, where I think you asked the question, and then my response to that question was, she may not have contributed financially, but she could have, you know, rallied around, gotten him his first gig, or
what
maybe
if she didn't even help him get his first
introduced
gig?
him to someone who,
But she gave him advice,
who trained him, or introduced him to someone who helped him build capacity, or something similar, you know, but just essentially set him on the path, and then of course took care of his home. I did make that allusion. So in response to that question, if it is that once there is a commitment from the beginning, ab initio, where you have these two people side by side, hand in hand, working together to make sure that they build something, whatever that something is, whether the something they're building is a family, a business, a country, whatever it is, so long as they were there together from the beginning and there were equal contributions from both parties, not necessarily the man bringing the money.
My question is, how do you prove that equal contribution when it's not financial and there are no documents? Because when we talk about building and support comes in different ways. Oh, let's use the example of Pep Guardiola, for instance. Yes, as a coach, the woman did not coach with him. But if he was not in a state of mind where he could offer coaching training, he perhaps would have failed at his job. So the home was stable, certain things were happening in his life, going well for him, that he could have maintained that job and that career for a long time. Now, how does the woman prove this is my contribution if it's not tangible? That's my question.
That is a very, very interesting, submission. However, between both of them, there are agreements that could be made. And as far as proving that is concerned, that is where the law comes into play. So as the woman, you can, go to your counsel and tell your counsel what your contributions were or have been over the years. If, and I say this very deliberately, if there isn't any tangible documentation. Because as far as the prenuptial agreement is concerned, that one sets clearly who owns what and what goes to whom once there is a dissolution or a separation.
In the absence of a prenuptial agreement?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So for the former, that's what that one takes care of. But for this case, which we're talking about, that's why I mentioned the counsel. Your counsel then, through his or her own knowledge of the law, marital laws as the case may be, then defines and outlines what you are or should be entitled to by way of your contribution, even if it isn't particularly in terms of measurable financial contributions or material contributions, but the fact that you've been there. Listen, taking care of the home, let me rephrase that, homemaking is a full-time job. It can apply to male, it can apply to female, because I've seen cases of full stay-at-home dads. They are the homemakers.
I thought you were going to say you've been a stay-at-home dad.
No, I haven't been that. But that's the case. So homemaking is a job in and of itself. So if all she did was make the home or keep the home, regardless of how many years, 1 year, 100 years, it's immaterial. Bottom line is, these things can be aggregated to tangible, if you like, tangible take-homes or tangible takeaways. And that's where the councils come in. As far as culture, tradition, and whatever is concerned, I think people should be left to decide what works for them. If a person decides to start building with anyone, it's totally at their discretion or their prerogative to do so. If society says you must build, well, that's what society. Society would say. If society says, oh, you don't have to build, still it's society. I think it should be peculiar. That decision should be peculiar to the realities of each individual, male or female.
I saw a skit some months back, and it was quite very hilarious. And this guy was saying, this lady said, oh, you abandoned me after all I contributed. And I said, okay, yeah, you have the opportunity. Now, if you made me, go ahead and make somebody else. You see, contributions are different. In this union, both are losing somehow. And it's not teeter toward one person. And therefore, the law should not be made to favor one against the other.
Agreed.
But does fair distribution favor any over the other?
Was the reverse. That the woman was much more endowed. Just like the case Mr. Chedu has just described. Where the man has become the full homemaker. While the woman is chasing corporate success. Would the same law allow the man, in case of divorce, to take the 50%? That's where we now begin to talk about equity and fairness. You see, even in our climate, we talk about our husband's money is our money, and my money is my money. It's a big issue. Where that even in cases where you find that both husband and wife are working, and the woman come back to say, oh, money for gas, money for petrol, money for my hair, money for school fees. If they are living in a rented apartment, money for the rent. If I break down the road, money for the thing. And at the end of the day, divorce happen, you still give her 50%. And I think it's absolutely unfair. Absolutely and ridiculously unfair. Both agree to come together. And if they come to the point of going, each one will have gone to a certain level. But again, it's one of the things that I also feel family values really matters. I know a cousin of mine who stayed with my mother. And one day brought him out with my son to marry. And married. And then they came home. And my mother asked, I said, what are you doing? He said, I'm doing nothing. I said, why? Say husband said he doesn't want him to do anything. He said, no. How? How can you do something? You would have said it the day you come to marry, that I can't do anything. You have to work. And as things would be, she had 3 kids and the man passed on. So he's going to take care of you now. Because you have not made provision for it. And I think that from family we should begin to orientate ourselves, whether as male children and as female children, that we all have equal responsibility in the home to build it and make it a success. And so people should not become like, they call it gold diggers, or people who want finished products. And all you can say, if one was not comfortable, because the man started to make money, he had no wife.
But that money could have also gone down. It could have gotten married and his wealth began to plummet.
Yeah, but so everybody can hustle somehow.
Haven't you seen men who got married and it was a downturn for them?
Oh yes, there are.
So for the ones who got married and their wealth increased, what should happen?
Yeah, but you see, unfortunately, I didn't have this conversation before I went to preach yesterday. And I was sharing with the congregation. I said to them, you see, even we as parents must be careful how we raise our children. Because there are a lot of women who are actually terribly out there. Whether they are empowered by the devil, I don't know. All they want to do is to ruin the man. And I gave them one very beautiful example of a pastor we once lived together. And the girl even came to confess to my wife and said she was behaving like an angel to capture the man. And when he captured the man has lost everything. So somehow, those desperations are out there that are even beyond the ordinary. And I think it's also instructive for men to be very careful in making choices, so that we are not just looking at the outward packaging alone.
Why do I have a feeling the doctor's talking to me?
Oh, it's talking to you. All right, so let me talk to those the doctor is not talking to. So, if we're looking at equitable distribution as not being equitable enough, in the sense that it's, in your words, it's skewed in favor of the women. Now, wouldn't you think this offers some protection for men who perhaps would have been married to a woman and just one day come up to say, you see, I'm not interested anymore, so you can go, I want to bring in someone else, like it happens in the African setting where polygamy is a culture, but you have those who say they do not want to be polygamist. And so the man can marry more than one wife at a time, but except he's married under the act, he can't do that. He must divorce the wife before he can get married to another. Now, that system in place, doesn't that offer some protection for women who perhaps would have been displaced, sent out of their husband's home, and another woman brought in, but the man thinks about it, because I cannot do away with this woman except I divorce her, and at divorce I would need to make some compensation. So that sort of brings wisdom to him to say, I must apply wisdom, so because I know I can't just bring it. But if that was not the case, the man can wake up any day and say, oh, I've seen a more pretty woman, a more curvy woman, so I want to bring her in. How do we ensure that balance? Now, this is happening in the US, not yet in other parts of the country, but maybe at some point in time, it may be a conversation.
It's already here in Lagos.
Okay, it will be a front burner conversation. What should be done to ensure that the sanctity of marriage is preserved? Both partners are protected. It is not skewed in the direction of any gender, but ensures that both are protected, knowing very well what any gender may be inclined to do.
You see, it's Marshmallow wrote in one of his books that when purpose is not known, abuse becomes inevitable. And I think that for me really, not law or agreement, solves it. That before people get into a union, they must make very serious efforts to know why they want to be involved. Beyond the facials, or the exteriors. We must look deep into the real purpose why we want to agree. You see, because sometimes it actually worries me that when two people have agreed and this woman is going on her own, this person is on her own, and don't come and say, okay, I like you, I want to marry you, it's okay, I like you, I will marry. And then after some few days, all you are hearing is that they are fighting or something is happening, but something really had gone wrong. It's because maybe there are some unmet expectations. Because some of all these things are not declared. So for me, the public solution is that people who get into relationship must from day one understand it. Our culture back in Asian land tend to do that to the women and say, look, you see, this thing is not go and come back. Because if you go, you don't have a room back in a house. This man you brought can say he should be your husband. Are you ready to marry him? You can say yes. Should we drink? Because if we drink, we will not vomit. They say go ahead and drink. And what they're trying to do is to inculcate in the woman that you understand that this is not something that if I enter, it doesn't work, I walk out.
But hasn't cultures like that given an encouragement to domestic violence where women had to sit because they can't go back?
So you have to work it out, not resorting to violence. Because you see, the issues that creates the environment for domestic violence, we have to also look at it. Who's responsible? You see, like the scripture says, it's better to stay on top of the roof and be drenched by rain than to stay inside the house with a nagging wife.
But why does the wife nag? Shouldn't we also look at that?
Because the Bible didn't record nagging men.
But maybe the Bible should have talked about why would a woman nag.
The Bible is already written. So this is
we that are here and are writing our stories should look at why does the woman nag. I think it has to be there has to be a balance. Now, if somebody nags, what is recurring? Because nagging is repeated complaints about a thing. And it's done in the way that it might become irritating to the person who is being nagged. So why would a person be making repeated complaints about a thing? Is it that the person who is being nagged is incorrigible, and so there is nagging because there's been constant complaint, don't do this, you're doing this, I don't like this, and the person is unrepentant? David?
Well, to wrap it up, that is a rather unidirectional way of looking at it. Nagging, I want to believe from that portion of the scripture which Doctor has quoted, was contextual. It doesn't necessarily literally mean nagging or complaining rather continuously about a particular thing. It could mean maybe perhaps being someone that you find you struggle to live with because of their habits, because of one thing or the other. Essentially, that just makes it difficult and makes the environment unlivable, so to speak. So I think it's more contextual. But for the broader context, if situation presents itself and then you find yourself being unable to live with a particular individual, it's okay to go your separate way. It's okay to end it. It's okay to wrap it up and just, call time on it because it's not working anymore. Exactly, and seal double. And then if you go for what you feel is yours, please go through the legal channels. If, the law says so X, Y, Z amount is yours, please, by all means, everybody can go their separate ways. Nobody fights anybody. Nobody punches anybody. I just think, all of these things are peculiar to people's realities, pretty much.
Well, we'll wait to see what the reality of the U.S. would be on this matter. We're out of time. David was saying, do what works for you. But sometimes there are certain laws that guide what works for people. Let's see how this particular one will work out in the US. There will be updates to it because I imagine that there may be protests and counter-protests to it, and at the end of the day, what becomes the law regarding property sharing when divorce happens in the US. We're out of time on Policy Discuss, but we thank you for being a part of it. We know that some of you have commented already, and we're eager to hear this thought. So Post and Perspectives comes up next on the Front Burners with Evelyn Oyole. Stay.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. We are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth.
How are you doing? It is the last edition of Posts and Perspective for the week and for the month of January. How has January been for you? I mean, it was just like yesterday we said Happy New Year, and we are here today, hail and hearty. Well, you know, we thank God. For me, the month of January, though it's, you know, it was a bit elongated, you know how they say 100 days in one. For me, probably it was like 60 days in 1 month, but it was still amazing. So I'm just going to be moving over to Blessing and Doc to ask them their experience, how it was in January. In one word, if you can, you know, tell me how January has been for you so far, what would you say it is? Blessing.
I'll say the month of January was fair. It was good.
Fair.
40 days. Okay.
40 days.
Yes.
Okay, 60. Okay, good. Doc.
It came quickly to an end.
I understand why.
And Doc, you know what they say? People that have this opinion that it's fast, it means there's pepper rest for their pockets. It means they have money.
No.
Doc.
No, that's not the reason. Because he's the one to give Pepe out.
Really? I did not actually. I never saw it from there. But it's been an amazing experience. If you would agree with me that it's been good. People really really see January as one month that is, when it comes to finances, they really do not have so much to give. But this month, like you said, it has been fair.
Yes.
All right, people, of course, you can share your thoughts with us, how January has been for you thus far. You can click, go to our comment section and just put in your own thoughts there. Let's move on to Post and Perspective. Let's start with the very first story this morning. Of course, you know who it is. It is Evelyn Ohiola. Our very first story this morning is on this story with the hashtag She's Included, where we had an event and the Vice President Kashim Shettima said that women will be at the forefront of Africa's projected $29 trillion economic transformation. I love the fact that it's coming from the Vice President Kashim Shettima, I beg your pardon. So Rap Radio Africa has this to say: the earth was handed over to man, and then he was provided with someone to help keep and maintain it. Hashtag She's Included already, but she wants more that cannot be given by man, but by him. Wisdom not gone too much. Rap Radio Africa. Is wisdom not too much for you like this? But I think I get what she is saying, rather. Should be he saying. Chiweke Vita says, lack of, all right, that's not it. This one is from Gladys Godwin. Gladys Godwin says, empowerment isn't about dominance. It's about making space for others to rise alongside you. Hashtag She's Empowering, hashtag Souq News TV, and hashtag Front Burners. And she goes on to say, thank you, Blessing. All right, amazing. So Blessing, you are the woman here.
Yes. I fully represent the female constituency of Nigeria in Africa.
So talk to us. She's included. How much do you think this would actually impact Nigerians, and most especially those who really need a voice at this time, who want to be out there, who want to show the world what they are made of and what they can offer?
I think it should begin with asking women what they would want rather than thinking for women. There have been several means to empower women, and it's been same old in the sense that you're repeating the same skill set of kind of acquisition.
Yeah.
But time has gone beyond certain skills that we're teaching to women.
Yeah.
A lot of women now are in tech, or many women are in tech. So we should ask the women too, in what way do they want to be empowered? There's also mentor empowerment. Would they prefer that you pay for a mentorship program for them? These are some of the ways to empower women. So it should not just be empowerment as usual. If you want women to be the front drivers when it comes to the $29 trillion economy that Africa wants to build, and then these women should be part of the decision makers on how they want to drive that economy.
I love that, Blessing. I love that. I mean, we should break from the cycle of the wash, rinse and repeat kind of syndrome, where it's the same, like you said, the same old kind of strategy we're using, to attack or to prefer solution to this. Thank you so much. Let's move on to the next story this morning, and it's about our textile industry in the country. Impact of the textile industry on the Nigerian economy as imports threaten survival. Chinweke Vitas has this to say: lack of innovation is our biggest challenge. Production of indigenous products has remained very crude for many decades. And Da Ekiti Girl says fast fashion makes things worse. Cheap materials, mass production, insane waste. Meanwhile, our rich fabrics like Ashoke, Adire, and Ankara are durable, unique, and sustainable. But we chase what's in trend instead of investing in what lasts. Okpayemi Adewale says it's quite unfortunate that we now have made in China Adire that are way cheaper than our locally made Adire in Abeokuta. I think it all boils down to encouraging local businesses to perform well. And Omolong says, imports from China ruining local industry. And I'm going to take us back to a particular statement made by, the minister. Minister of Tourism, saying that Nigeria loses $3 billion annually to imported Ankara fabrics. You can see the Minister of Art, Culture and Creative Economy, by the way, Annatu Musawa, said that in the year 2024. Doc, what do you think is happening to our textile industry? The very first time I heard of made in China adire, I was livid. Because how would you go to import adire? I mean, Abeokuta, Ogun State owns adire. So how would you go to import adire from China and bring into Nigeria? And everyone now, prefers that because they say it's way cheaper than getting the one from Ogun State. How do we actually move away or leave this quagmire?
Well, let me do my protest first.
Okay.
That, my own is harsh. He must be included.
I was still on this story of Adele. You're taking us back to my first story. Which one?
I was actually going back to your first story. So I thought you should have included.
I purposely didn't ask you that question. I deliberately skipped you on that particular story because I wanted it to be all about the women. But it's true.
But it's okay. Yeah. It's okay. I'll carry my protest. He must be included.
Maybe you can join NLC.
Joe Adele, right? All right, so let's talk about it.
It's quite unfortunate. We've spoken to it quite elaborately on the show. Yeah. And the reasons are far-fetched. It's the fact that we have not been able to innovate the way things are done. These and the rest that are coming from China, they are mass-produced because technology has been provided.
Yes.
And the one that is made in Abeokuta is locally made.
Yeah.
And the energy and the labor that gets into it is massive, so they can't be priced at the same.
Yeah.
And I think that's just common reasoning. And what solution do we say is that our educational system must begin to look into our cultural practices to see how we can do things and multiply it so that we can duplicate and share and it becomes cheaper. That is what the educational system should be all about. We should not be studying things that are not within our competence.
Okay.
We should study things that are within our competence. The school system should be built around the cultures of those places and see how the craft that God has given to us, how do we evolve it such that it become faster to make and then easy to multiply
and cheaper,
and then we can actually ship outside.
Export.
But human being will be human being. They will always find things that meet the size of their pocket. I don't want to strain to be able to be patriotic by paying more when a lesser version is available.
I agree
so
with
I
you.
think investment in technology is important and critical, and those who design our curriculum in educational learning must also factor the place where we live and use it as a cue for development. Enough of British curriculum and American curriculum.
I agree with you totally, Doc. Let's move on to our next and final story this morning. Another major disruption in the United States of America, and this one I can say hashtag he is included. I mean, with that hint coming from President Donald Trump about the divorce law, saying that there's likelihood that there will be no more 50% property law. So the culture of women over there having divorce and getting 50% share, we may see an end to that very, very soon. And GM Kimmins has this to say: Trump says no more to sharing half the property of a rich man because of divorce. That scam is over. If you want to live with what you came with or a fair share of what you built, and no longer half of what a man owns if what you own cannot take care of the kids. Hashtag Donald Trump. And Nana Faronzi says President Donald Trump is the real deal. Gladys Godwin says, just because you get married to a rich man doesn't mean you have to get off of his wealth and end up being rich after divorce. Hashtag front burners. And this one is from Class 1. It says, a step in the right direction. Marriage has made prominent men sick and weak. In fact, marriage is a scam. Okay, I may not agree to that last part, but what do you think? Do you think this will actually fly, in the U.S.?
Yeah, but I just feel that it has to be done to actually discourage the ugly trend that is ongoing in the U.S. right now, where people are deliberately fracturing relationship just because of greed.
Gains,
yeah, but because the law has made provision for it. And I think that things can actually be resolved. My advocacy is that both couples have to be entrepreneurial in the sense that everybody is working hard and to see that nobody is a parasite on the other.
I mean, I see marriage as partnership. I cannot put in my blood, my sweat in that relationship. And at the end of the day, you're telling me I can't go with nothing.
Yeah, but I think really there's a whole lot of working to be done in making marriage work. We need to understand our personality differences. Some people are chronically melancholic, some are choleric. And therefore, if a sanguine is married to a choleric, he will know that he has to deal with a personality issue and really has nothing to do with separation or seeking something. So marriage is workable if couples will endeavor to understand themselves.
Thank you so much, Doc. Thank you, Blessing, for your takes, your thoughts and submissions this morning on Posts and Perspectives. And that's the show today. And I'm going to end this show by saying marriage is not a scam. I'm not married, but you know what they say, you don't have to eat donut to know that it is sweet. Marriage is not a scam. It is a sweet thing to experience. It's just that, like Doc said, you must be deliberate and intentional about your marriage. Put in the work and ensure that it works out well. Millions of marriages are working out well, and yours definitely can be one of them. My name is Evelyn Ohiole. Have yourself a good day, but ensure to stick around for sports. TC Barra is on standby. You do not want to miss out on what he has in stock for you. Stay with us.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square. Souq Enlightenment.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers or consumers, and equipment fabricators is vital for sustainable production and value chain development. Israel Adeyemi.
Stuff happening in the transfer market, and it's my responsibility to bring you up to speed. Welcome to Halftime on the Front Burner, Souq News Television, and yours truly started with responsibility to tell you the money side of sports. Well, there were a record number of international transfers in the 2024 report published by the World Football Governing Body FIFA. Now, it revealed a total of 78,742 cross-border transfers that went through the professional and amateur game. The 22,779 transfers in the men's professional football did see 6.89 billion euros or pounds, I beg your pardon, 6.89 billion pounds spent on transfer fees as players moved between clubs in different countries, and it's the second highest amount ever recorded. Now, that amount of money spent on international transfer in a year remains the 7.6 billion pounds, which is from the 2023 season or year in review. In the women's professional game in 2024, there were 2,284 transfers and an increase of 20.8%, a total spending of 12.5 million pounds, which is more than double the amount in 2023. English clubs were both the highest spenders and recipients of transfer fees in 2024, with 1.51 billion pounds spent on transfers and 1.07 billion pounds received. Brazilian clubs had the highest number of transfers with 1,102 incoming, and outgoing transfers amounted to 1,113 deals. So let's take a look at some deals that has happened. You know, transfer deadline day is the 3rd of February, and of course the WSL ended yesterday, Thursday, 30th of January. But Neymar has agreed to sign for his former side Santos in Brazil, saying he feels like he's going back in time. The Brazilian record goal scorer, who is 32 years by the way, is expected to sign a short-term deal at the club where he began his career. The forward has already cancelled his contract at Saudi Pro League side Al Hilal, and that's by mutual consent, ending an injury-hit spell with the club for who he played just 7 times after joining. Wait for it. A 77.6 million pounds deal was signed in August 2023, and he only got to play 7 times for the club. sadly. Well, Neymar remains the world's most expensive footballer after his £200 million move to Paris Saint-Germain in 2017. Now, you recall he came through the famed youth system at Santos, and there he scored 136 goals in 225 games, and that was before a high-profile move to Barcelona in 2013. Still keeping with transfers, because that's the news making the rounds on social media and, of course, on the media space generally. Chelsea have agreed a deadline deal for Barca's Walsh. They signed the Barcelona England midfielder Kiera Walsh on the Women's Super League transfer deadline day. Not Oluwafemi Walsh's sister, but then let me let you know that sources at Barcelona have said that the total deal was worth up to £800,000, including add-ons. Chelsea sources would not confirm the figures involved, but said the basic fee was lower than £800,000. Barcelona had been unwilling to sell, but it's believed that Chelsea's bid was accepted later on, and Walsh is due in London for a medical on Thursday. The 27-year-old who left Manchester City to join Barcelona for then world record fee of £100,000 in 2022 was keen to return to England to be close to family. And the fee is believed to be under the world record of around £900,000. Of course, I mentioned to you that that was paid to United States defender Naomi Gemma early this month. Still talking about transfers, England international as Chloe Kelly, who is out of contract at the end of the 2024-2025 season, was also the subject of two approaches from Manchester United, which were rebuffed by Manchester City, and the transfer window for the Women's Super League closed on Thursday at 11 with the deal process late on a deadline day. Well, Kelly is ineligible to play against City in the WSL on Sunday, and she released a statement stating that she accepted she would not be at City beyond the end of her contract in the summer. Kelly has gone on to play for England. She's been selected continuously by the manager Sarina Wegman this season, and that's despite her lack of starts. Wegman admitted in November that her game time was a concern, but that she had to continue putting her because she had built enough credit to merit that inclusion. Now, this story is sensational, but then it's important that we'll give it to you. It tells you the power of social media. A Nigerian player, who goes by the name Ola Great, has been invited for a trial at Spanish club Sevilla. Now, how did this happen? He had tweeted at the verified Sevilla Twitter handle asking how many retweets would he have or get for him to be invited for a trial in Spain. Eventually, the handler of that Sevilla account replied saying 100,000 retweets and you get a child. Well, Nigerians rallied to Ola Great and gave him 122,000 retweets in 24 hours. And most people thought Sevilla probably wanted to use the player for clout. There were lots of expectations, a lot of down moments, but finally, Sevilla has invited Ola Great for a trial in a new international campaign inviting players to join their team. We're going to listen to Obi Paul, do the honors of sending the invitation out to Ola Great, and that's how we're going to be wrapping up the show. I want to thank you so much for watching. I want to ask you that if you have your mind set out to do something, continue believing that what you have set your mind to do, that you can achieve it. I mean, dream. Keep dreaming, and you never can tell. Your dream can come to reality. My name is TC Barab, handing over to Blessing Ehiche, but before she gets to pick this up, get to watch this video by Obi Paul inviting Ola Great to Spain.
TC, we apologize, we do not have time for that. Maybe it could take us out. But it's been a wonderful one on the show. It happens to be the very last for this week and the last one for the month of January. Front burners so far this month has been exciting as we move over to the month of love, February. Yes, the next show will be on February 3rd, 2025. We need much love, more love in marriages, more love in the way we deal with one another, and for development in Nigeria and Africa. We can't keep doing things same old, same old. Old methods give old results, and that would not give us what we need. So innovation is a key word. I'm blessing the HA and Doc.
Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful time on the front burner with Blessing and Chiedu this week. And it was quite exciting. We're entering into the love month.
Yes, February.
And I'm expecting plenty of fruits. And we will burn it here on the table.
Okay, David.
Well, it's been quite the eventful month, excuse me, and a very happy one too, dare I add. So thank you again for sticking with us here at Souq News Television the entire month of January. We'll do it again, even much better in February. And again, from all of us here, thank you very much for watching today. I am David Chiedu. See you next week.
Hello, my friend Ola. I am Obi Paul, a Nigeria player of Sevilla FCD, and we could love for you to come and take a trial with our international team. We are waiting for you.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talent for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
In life, the path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot clear opportunities, Michael Adeniyi Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa, Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore the avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. But it was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, one of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that would have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unvarying determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he will erect a business dynasty that will span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globacom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globacom has grown exponentially, connect billions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Cornoil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Cornoil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is the testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes list of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globacom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globacom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globacom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was the first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globacom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globacom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Cornoil, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Cornoil expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a front-runner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence not only in exploration and production but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that spanned the globe, from commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. A very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate, and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody, but through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God, and indeed, Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him. He's a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's hungry, he'll come back and call his friend. This is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated billions to causes closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help our football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late Oyuki Obaseki. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That a company that had agreed to sponsor the league had reneged and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company, unless they cut it into two. And he asked, how will he now prosecute the league? I said, you can't prosecute the league. I'll get you a sponsor. Are you ready to go with Glow? He said he knows nobody in Glow. I said, I am Glow.
And I quickly called the group CEO, Mr. Mohammed Jamil, and I asked him, wouldn't you want to sponsor the Nigerian League? He said they want to, but they don't know anybody on the Nigerian League. But, and I gave my phone to UK Obaseki to speak with Jamil. The man who was going to Abuja, who was ready to fly to Abuja, changed his mind because of what he heard. The Glo was ready to sponsor the league. And pay much more than the initial agreed amount he had with the other sponsor. That agreement took just 24 hours. And Dr. Mike Adenuga paid a sum of 610 million naira to sponsor the league. And of course, every year, there is always an increase of 10% recurring. So that was how the Nigerian League got sponsorship through Globacom. And to all of us as Nigerians, we need to thank Dr. Mike Adenuga.
His diversification and expansion strategies have not only multiplied his fortunes, but have also contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic development, job creation, and societal welfare. In the world of business, especially at the grand scale that Mike Adenuga operates, it is not so common to come face to face with challenges. His path to becoming a billionaire was not always smooth. He had his fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. On such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his telecoms venture, Globacom. There were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations. The Nigerian government was not always his ally. At one point, he found himself in a standoff with regulatory bodies. But what makes Adenuga's story remarkable is not just the controversy he faced, but the resilience in the face of adversity. He didn't allow these obstacles to deter him. Instead, he used them as stepping stones, turning the negative into a positive. His legal troubles were not just an obstacle, they were a test of his character. He passed with flying colors. Adenuga fought to clear his name and to ensure that his business complied with unnecessary regulation. This commitment to integrity has been a cornerstone of his success. Despite the disputes with the Nigerian government, Adenuga never lost faith in his homeland. He continued to invest in Nigeria, creating jobs, contributing to the economy. Indeed, the path to success is never easy. It is filled with trials and tribulations. But as Adenuga's story shows, it is not the challenges that defines us, but how we respond to them. Through it all, Adenuga has remained steadfast. His success, a testament to his resilience. Mike Adenuga's story is one of determination, ambition, and unparalleled success. As we delve into the legacy he has built, we uncover a narrative of resilience and visionary leadership that has left an indelible mark not only in Nigeria but across the continent and the world. His journey from taxi driver to billionaire magnate continues to inspire a generation of entrepreneurs who dare to dream and strive for success against all odds. Adenuga's contribution to the Nigerian economy are monumental. His businesses, from telecoms to oil and gas, have created thousands of jobs, fueled economic growth and contributed significantly to the country's GDP. His generous efforts too have transformed lives and communities, further cementing his legacy as a leader who not only builds businesses but also uplifts society. The respect for Adenuga is universal. From world leaders to business leaders, many acknowledged and admire his entrepreneurial acumen, his relentless drive, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His name is synonymous with success, and his story is a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and tenacity. Mike Adenuga's story is a testament to the power of ambition. His journey from the humble beginning of taxi driving and petty trading paints a vivid picture of what tenacity can bring. He treaded the paths of uncertainty and risk, but his unyielding spirit guided him through the challenges. His ascent to the pinnacle of success, becoming one of Africa's wealthiest individuals, is an inspiration.
Adenuga likes singing one song. It's a miracle walking God. It's a miracle walking God. He's the Alpha and Omega. It's a miracle walking God. He loves him.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Life, where we have exclusive communications and discussions and every other thing about special people from across the country, across the city, and at large across the world. Today on the show, we have a very, very special guest. He needs no introduction. His name precedes him. His work precedes him. His music precedes him. You might know him as Blackface Niger. His name is Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
Black.
Mr. BIO NRC.
Welcome to...
Good to have me.
Welcome home.
Good to be on this.
You know, we have come a long way. We have come a long way.
We surely have. We surely have.
30?
Yeah, like 30, 31 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Since the days of IMT.
Right.
And I see you doing big things. Congratulations,
and
my
likewise,
brother.
likewise. I love how you're looking.
Yeah, you too, bro.
So, introduce yourself the way you want people to perceive you.
Well, for those that don't know me, my real names are Amedu Augustine. And as a singer, I have a stage name we call Blackface Niger, and I used to be a member of. I'm still a member though. I used to be a part of.
Sorry, before you proceed, it used to be Blackface. So come from that Blackface story before it became Blackface Niger.
Blackface Niger.
Yes.
Yeah. So many people were wearing blackface, and I wanted to be recognized and remembered as the Blackface from Nigeria. So if I added Niger to my name, that would make it sound good. So I was like, okay, well. Not just blackface, where there are several imposters. Let me just have Blackface Niger, which I will be the only one bearing the name. And that's the reason why I decided to add Niger to my name. Because I love my country so much, and my country people. So I wanted to rep for my people and say, I'm repping for Niger. So it's Blackface Niger. Hate it or love it. That's
Blackface Niger. So I hope there are no lawsuits, because I know some other people that had name changes and from common sense to common and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I know they had lawsuits, they had court things and all stuff. Yeah. They wrote him and they said, listen, stop using this name. If not, ... you know.
Maybe there was a common before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The people that were common sense.
They were
common sense.
Oh, so you say common didn't have that?
No, so he had to take out the sense. and he became common. So I hope
And
that's
he
not,
became common.
that's
No,
not what
no,
happened
no. That's
with you.
not. It's just totally different from mine.
So you were going on with your introduction, please.
Yes, so Blackface Naija, and people know me as the leader of the band Plantation Boys. You know, I started the band from way back, from when I was in school in IMT in Enugu, where I met you, where I met Easy Chi, where I met Don Hill. I met several people, and these people are just musically inclined and creative people, and they're still doing their creative work till date. So me, I've been doing what I've been doing since the time I started, and I'm still on my beats, still doing what I know, or what my passion drives, how my passion drives me, which is making music and trying to impact people's life one way or the other. You know, that's just my...
Blackface Naija, you have done this so long, so I'm going to ask you some pertinent questions about the music.
Okay.
Some intricate questions.
Okay.
So I'll start with, what is missing in the Nigerian music scene? Is it enough that we have this global attention that our music is making? Do you feel there's something missing, or you feel we have picked that we are where we are supposed to be, where we are planned to be, where, because it's easy for people to throw us out there and be like, yeah, we're running things and all that. So is there something missing with this global attention we're having currently?
Well, there's some things missing.
Talk to us about that.
And the first thing is that the attention is good, because once there's attention on you, it is going to put you on the spotlight to do good or show that you're doing bad. Because you can be praised from your vicinity, and when they compare your works with people's outside, they find out that either you're jacking off them and you're not being creative, or you are still way below par from how the level and the standard of music making, music writing, music production should be. You know, so I feel like we still have some gaps to fill, and there are several people that have tried to fill these gaps, but you know, it's not that easy for people to just come out and bridge this gap, because the real musicians are not heard, and the real writers and singers are not being patronized. So you're going to have an industry that is shaky. You'll be like, are we good enough? Can we really make it? Because you're having people that really don't.
When you say they're not patronized, how do you mean? Shed some more light.
Yeah, like the real artists. The real artists are not being patronized. The real artists are not on the social media like they should. You know, because music is a kind of profession where you stay away from the regular, you stay away from the crowd. If the social media is a crowd, the real artists would not want to be in that crowd. They just want to go somewhere, stay away, don't get caught up with the distraction of what somebody might be telling you or what somebody's not telling you. So the real artists really don't, you know, but people like us be like, I know I'm a real artist, but I don't want to let that hit me. I will still be in that media space, and I will still tell them, yo,
chart your course.
Check my stuff out. I think I got what the industry is missing. And that's the reason why many of them have to come to my catalog to look for what to take to create.
Okay, let me come from this angle. You know, recently major labels are coming to Nigeria, right, and setting up shop and stuff. Okay. And more recently, we're talking about the Universals, the Warner Brothers, Atlantic Records, and all the major labels, right? And recently there was a deal that went through. You know, they invested 200 million in the record label in Nigeria. What's your take on such a combination, such a collaboration, or such an investment? What do you think about that? Do you think that the West might be colonizing Afrobeats? Let me put it like that. I mean, or make it theirs and stuff. What are your thoughts? Because this has come from several quarters.
Well, you know, where there's a fallow land, people tend to, you know, try to look to that side. And our industry is like a fallow land right now, just trying to grow. And we have the populace. And, you know, so these people have seen it that the industry has developed to a level that people are really ready to patronize what the artists are doing. So if it's a fallow land and it's a virgin land, they're definitely going to be thinking about trying to invest in the sector. If the government is not giving the small record labels grants and giving small record labels, you know,
or even investing themselves.
You know, if they're not doing that for the people, they're going to see that there's a space here.
Room.
And then they can come with their own orientation and with their own plan. You know, I listen to some big artists who used to sing about liquor, who used to sing about different things. But these people really don't do those liquors. They don't drink and they don't smoke. But they're the ones writing, making music about drinking and about smoking. And when you find out that they don't do these things, it tells you that the labels are probably telling them what to rap or sing about. So if they are coming to invest, I hope they're not going to be telling our people what to sing about, because our people have their own pain and their own plight and their own direction that they should be independent to create. But if they come in and they support the movement and support the heritage of the people, they will understand what I'm saying. But if they are here to make people buy into their own product or buy into their alcohol, buy into their drugs, buy into their stuffs, then they will have the artists in Nigeria or wherever they invest in to promote those things for them. And that's my only fear. Because if these labels are big and independent enough, they'll be able to say, this is what we want from our artists, regardless of who is paying the piper. You understand? So that's just my own take. It's a welcome development, but the artist and the label have to stay on their feet and stay strong on their aims and obligation to give entertainment to the people and educate the society.
How many artists actually know that?
Well, it's the label's responsibility to pass that to the young artists who are growing
when
up.
you're on the right label.
Right label.
Okay,
that's
so
like Loud House Entertainment. Come to Loud House.
So there's a conversation, ongoing conversation about what Nigerian music is called across board. So everything is being collapsed unconsciously into Afrobeats. Everybody's calling, you know, our music Afrobeats. What are your thoughts? Should we care about what the music is called, or should we be focused on the substance, on the content? Well, because right now we see people, anyone gets an opportunity, they give their music a name. You know, they fuse all sorts of things. So in a week you would hear 10, 15 different genres of music. But in the long scheme of things outside were called Afrobeats. Wow. What do you think about that?
Well, I said this before when I went to one interview and they were talking about Afrobeat. And I was like, the music that people are making these days is not Afrobeat. Like most of the people are making these days is not Afrobeat. But they're using the name Afrobeat to sell it. They're just trying to sell the music by using the name Afrobeat. And then when you go back to how far Afrobeat has come, you get to realize how authentic these guys that have been doing Afrobeat before, these legends like Fela Kuti, Kola Ogunkoya, you have all those people that are Afrobeat artists. You know, you will now see their originality and how they've come. Now, since the new guys didn't come with no originality, they had to take the name Afrobeat and put it as their own for people to
Let's remember to separate it. There's Afrobeat and there's Afrobeats with the S.
Okay, if we
I'm trying to clear on what you're breaking down, so people that are listening will understand that there's a line.
Yeah, of course there's a line. And the music itself separates it. The sound of the music separates the genre aside. You cannot be singing a song and what song will I use? And you're telling it Afrobeat. You don't just do that. But it's because they want to cash in. It's just like somebody say you want to sell a Peugeot, and Peugeot is not selling anymore. Maybe a Mercedes is more in vogue. And you turn your car Mercedes just because you want to sell it. And that's not right.
I see what you're saying.
And that's not right. And that's why I'm saying that stick to your genre, stick to what you know how to do.
Be proud of what you're bringing.
Of course, you don't have to go following other people because that's what they know how to do best. So you now want to join in the greats. and water down their music. No,
It's painful.
We have to. That has to be some Watergate case or something.
So when you came in,
Yeah.
what was the music called at the time, and what was the music on the scene? And talk a bit about that.
When we came in, basically there was really no particular genre that was like, because there was rap music was also in vogue. There was reggae music, rap music because of Felix Amozis and Junior and Pretty and all those people.
Mode 9 at the time.
Mode 9, yeah, Mode 9.
You yourself.
Yeah, but I'm talking before we came.
Okay, before
we
okay,
came. So we
okay.
had those. There were different genre. There was Raskimono, which is reggae. There was Magic Fashek with his own reggae and his own style. There was Abami Eda with his Afrobeat. There were different people with different genres. So we didn't have to say, there was no reason to stigmatize all Nigerian music as one.
Yes.
Don't forget, when you go to the East, you're going to see the likes of them, Oliver the Coke, and Sadebe. They were not doing Afrobeat, but they were making high life music. Just like everybody tell me Nigerian music not to be high life music. How would that sound?
Exactly.
When I'm rapping, Kenny Big Deal, Big Deal. I'm cruising through the hood with big wheels. Is that Afrobeat or high life? I'm doing rap music. So there's rap, there's Afrobeat, there's R&B, there's dancehall, there's reggae, there's different genres. So I don't feel good when they try to term all Nigerian artists as Afrobeat artists. They don't even make Afrobeat.
It's sad. So at the point that you came into the game, so let's backtrack.
Okay.
A few years back, when did you decide that it was music for you? I'm not talking Plantation Boys now.
Yeah,
I'm talking
before
pre-Plantation Boys.
Yeah.
Then tell us the Plantation Boy story and how it went. So when did you decide that, listen, it's music?
Yeah, I decided it was music from when when I went to Shevu nightclub.
Where's that?
Shevu nightclub. Shevu is in Onisha.
Really?
Yes, Shevu nightclub.
When was this?
Shevu, that was like in 1980. That should be 1989, 88, around that time,
Wow,
that period. Very, very long.
Okay.
And then while I was in school, I used to go to, Enugu, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal inter-house or inter whatever.
The school sports.
And we go and make music
perform.
and all of that,
Correct.
So I started seeing that, man, if people like my music that much, so why don't I take it serious? And so I decided to take it serious from that time. And when I also started taking it serious was when I started going to Rap City Jams. And with the microphone out, we could rap for hours. I found out that, man,
please explain what Rap City Jams is.
Well, for those that don't know, I know you know Rap City, but there are people that don't know Rap City Jams. Rap City Jams was a store, a musical store that was in Enugu, and there we all used to go there. And from DOH, definition of hip hop, to adding to
NRS,
Corporate G,
Nigeria Rap
and
Syndicate.
everybody, we used to go there. It was a place where we all used to rap and pass the mic. So then I was like, man, I think I can keep doing this, because what am I going to do again? And I just fell in love with music, and so many people being involved. It was really, really nice, because my friends there, they really gave me encouragement. Yo, I like your rap, I like your flows. And I was like, yeah, and that was how I built my courage to say I want to take it as a professional job. And that's what I'm still doing till today.
So from that time, segue into Plantation Boys, how did that begin to take shape?
Yeah, I had to leave school. We left school. I left school because I finished my ND, and I didn't want to wait another year. It was like I'd waited like 2 years with a strike.
And you had taken this decision?
Yes, I'd taken the decision, and I was like, man, I'm not going to do this school anymore. I'm just going to go straight to Lagos, where they say that's where the
city of dreams.
Yeah, and I was going, and then I had my friend who was with me then, Mr. Innocent. So I was like, man, I'm going to Lagos though. and it was like, he's going to come with me. I was like, well, if you want to come, it's cool. I just need to finish one or two things. And so we came to Lagos and started the journey as a band, Plantation Boys. And as Plantation Boys, we made some records. We made like our first single was a smash. Our first album was a smash. At least we changed the mindset of the Nigerians, thinking they can't make that international sound. Although there have been people before us trying to do it, respect to them. I'm not trying to downplay their effort. But I know that the moment I came in the game, I know what I brought in because I've been prepared for me to bring my contribution in. It wasn't like I was just caught up, I was surprised about it. No, I knew. So that's the reason why when they give shower praises, I'm like, no, I know where I'm going. I don't really take it to heart. Like, yeah, maybe they felt I was too pompous because of that, but they don't know that. You know, you have what you are striving for and all of that. So the Plantation Boys started. I made Face to join the band, and we became a trio. We made some records, and we parted ways. So people went to different record labels. You know, just like.
Talking about different record labels, do you remember that time I think it was Christmas, you were in Enugu with your brother, Innocent, one other person. You had was it a Supra?
Yeah, my Supra, we had a problem with my car on the road.
No. You guys were in Enugu at that time. You were talking, that was the first time you talked about leaving Dove. Was it Dove?
Yeah.
So you talked about leaving Dove and that when you get back, you were going to shop for new labels and stuff.
Yes.
At the time, Dome Workers was in Enugu. You know, we had a meeting in Jerry at Chris's house. If Dome had tried to make you an offer, would you have taken it?
I don't know, depending on what the contract would have stated then. But then, you know, when you're ambitious, you're just looking for that headway. You know, and it's good for you to be sought after when you're already aware of who you are. Because sometimes you might not be aware of who you are.
It gives you a negotiating power.
Yes, because then you can negotiate. But then, there wasn't really total cohesion about what we really wanted to do because there were individual preferences. Some persons wanted to be on the label. I wanted to be independent. I wanted to be independent, like start up my own label, start up my own publishing house. I wanted that. But I couldn't do that with the beginning. I had to, first of all, be able to work with some other persons, learn the process, learn how this thing works. So that's why I was open to working with anybody. But not just anybody, because I turned some people down to work with them. You know, and
can you divulge one of those people?
No, everybody knows. It's not like it's you know, they offered me their contract, but I didn't accept. You know, like Kenny's Music offered me their contract, I didn't accept because I was the witness to Tenny Tutila's contract, and I told Tutila that if it was me, I wouldn't be signing this contract. But I was his witness on the contract. But he wanted to come out, so let him go out. Yeah, do it. Even though I wrote some songs for him, then it's okay. But let him come out.
It's his choice.
So I had to let that go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, personal question: your relationship with Innocent, right? Is well documented. Everybody knows, right?
Well documented, like did a movie about it or something.
Because it's been online. It's been
okay. The media
go back and forth.
Yeah.
And one other name that has featured in the story is Efeomogbe, right? So it was recently said that they split up. Efe used to manage Innocent, right?
Yeah, I heard
they split up. Do you have any thoughts on their working relationship and how it concerns you?
Well, I made my views very, very open and clear the moment I heard that news. I said, I hope he left my Let Somebody Love You behind.
Really?
Yeah, because he put his name on my song as a writer.
No, but I thought that had been squashed.
Nothing been squashed.
When there was we
had that, but they
mediation.
They didn't go all the way to finish what the mediator said they should do. They left it, they abandoned it.
So what are you doing about that?
I have not done anything yet. I'm still waiting for them to get their senses together. And I'm still waiting.
Because I know you both were in courts, you had your lawyer.
Yeah, they decided to settle out of court.
Then, yes, I know about that meeting.
Yeah.
So what, are you able to speak about that meeting? Because I know NDAs were passed. Are you able to speak about it?
Well, there's there's nothing to hide about it. It's just the fact that they didn't go to the extent that they were supposed to do.
What was said
give
at the
me
meeting.
credit for what my works were.
And it was agreed upon.
Yes. But they've not done that.
From then till now.
How
long has that been?
That's been some time. That's been some time.
2-3 years?
Yes, that's been about 2-3 years. And I'm still patient. Still waiting for them to wake up in the morning and say, I'm supposed to do the right thing. I don't
So,
really,
so the question now that this poses for me is, being that they agreed at the mediation to do the needful.
Yeah.
It's a rhetoric. Why all the hula baloo all these years? It's been set up that you didn't know what you were saying, that it wasn't, you didn't like the music. Why did all that happen?
They only just try to discredit me. They only just try to discredit me and discredit my personality and put me down like I'm not somebody they should be listening to. That was all they tried to do.
Why do you think they would want to do something like that?
Why would they want to try to do something like that? They should try to do something like that because
it's like taking out competition, quote and unquote, right?
Of course. So most of the niggas don't want no competition. Similarly, play my video for television. It's competition, and they're not ready for the competition.
Right. Okay, so do you feel misunderstood by sections of the audience? Because I'm asking this coming from Hard Life, smash hit.
Yeah.
I'm coming from Ahead of the Game, smash hit.
Yeah.
So how does the things that happened around that period differ from now? Do you feel the audience, let me ask it again, do you feel the audience misunderstands you? And if so, why?
Well, I don't think it's the audience that misunderstands me. I don't think it's the audience. I think it's a set of people with their agenda trying to make it seem like the audience don't like my music. So that they can have a reason to downplay me when they are on the table with entrepreneurs and investors. That's just the reason. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It's not because I'm
You look like a bad guy, though.
No, I may look like a bad guy,
Yeah.
But inside, I'm that guy to make it happen.
Like Eclairs, right?
I'm that guy. Just say, what's the issue? That's the reason why you can see me doing the Plantation Boys project on my own. Because I'm that guy to make it still happen.
I was going to
regardless of whether there's sponsorship or there's no sponsorship. When I came to the game, there was no money for Plantation Boys. We didn't have any money. I kept on the program. I kept on the process. I believed in the process, and I kept telling them, believe the process. Until the process paid out when we went to the Rothmans Groove and we were able to have money to record our debut album. If I didn't believe in the process, I won't be here today. I won't be here today.
I remember Rothmans Groove.
Yes.
97, 98?
Yes.
You guys were big at the time.
We were big because the sound was big. We were nobody.
Oh my goodness.
We were nobody.
The
Nobody knew us.
massive.
But the moment you heard us on stage, we were sounding like Drew Hill or like New
International.
Edition. Yeah, because the standard was not all about where we were, but what was upstairs. It wasn't ever about
the music.
But the music. So that's the reason why people see us that way. We didn't have an album out, but we were big. We didn't have a private house of our own. We were squatting with people, but we're big. We're having people come to our house to come and visit us. Plenty people. We didn't have our own personal car or bus to convey all of us, but we were big. Why were we big? It was because of the work we put in. And the people loved the work. So they regard us as our work. So you are as big as your work. You're not as big as how much money you think you have in your bank from last year. You're as big as your presence
What you're doing
now.
currently.
And that's how the people took to us. And they really respected our craft. And they saw the vision about where we were going. And they respected us for that. Until, while they were respecting us, until people got to realize that the more they are respecting these people, almost, that guy, we have to make sure nobody talks anything about him. And that was how they started targeting me.
Again, I'll ask why.
As then, yeah, because they don't want no competition, bros. They don't want no competition.
You were actually ahead of the game at the time.
I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. And I was even asked to take that song down, and I refused to take it down.
Whoa, please speak on that.
Yeah, I was asked to take it down. I was asked to take it down. I was actually approached. Take the music down.
By whom?
I was approached by the owner of Hip TV.
Okay.
I was approached by him.
Why?
In Abuja, I was not approached in Lagos, I was approached in Abuja. Like they traveled to Abuja to meet me in Abuja.
Why would he ask you to do that?
Because the damn hip hop world, me to check my profiles, and me better than the ola, then me got myself signed. Mediocre, time to resign. I knew they'd be mediocre since 2005. They'd be mediocre. So they took my awards that I thought I was supposed to get. Best album was supposed to be Ghetto Child for 2004. Or best single was supposed to be Hard Life. Or best collaboration was supposed to be The Pain Me, Man and Spicy Rock Steady. Those were supposed to be the awards given to us for the work we put in.
Because those songs were big at the time. They were the
but
biggest
they
songs
gave
that
it
year.
to other people because we were not part of the people that they want to promote. That's what I feel. I may be wrong, but that's what I feel. And that's the reason why it propelled me into being, I know you people have your plans about me, but no problem. Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll see who's going to last long in this game. Because they say, I'm nothing without the press. The beginning will be the press, and the ending will be the press. I said it's a lie. The press can't press me.
I like the sound of that.
That's what I told them. I said the press can't press me. And this is me 2023, 24. I'm still here, bros. The press have tried to press me for how long? Go to my Facebook page. They're all there. What are they doing there? Just talking about me wrongly. I wear my suit. Oh, this your suit is too hot. Why don't you wear a suit? Do you know the car I drive if I have so much AC in my car? Oh, this your glasses. Why don't you change it? It's my glasses. Oh, you should, because they always say that once they want to cancel you, they always have a reason to complain. And they send people to your page and to complain and complain and complain. Even
You know, I've heard that thing, right? That people are actually engaged to sit in a room
and do that
and type.
Yes.
Either to promote a song or promote
Person.
an agenda or a
Agenda,
person,
yes.
or to take or discredit.
Yes.
I've heard that.
Yes, they do that. And see, I got songs for this. Wait till I release it. But I have a line that I said, I've been a victim of it. So many times they try to take my peace. Some of them wish make a RIP, trying to separate me from my family. But I kept my head up, I stood strong. Court cases for what I know not. Eviction from houses I paid for. Deleting my works from my catalogs. But now, fake friends with them evil agenda. And when you die, then go post you for media. Better them be the architect. The fit even sponsor your burial. So these people are there. They are there with envy and hate. They are there just looking at you like you can't be more than them. You shouldn't go further than where they go. You shouldn't set a standard more than what they have done. The moment you're setting a standard that is more than anything they've achieved or tried to do in their life, you are a problem for them. They're going to always get at you to tell you to stop what you're doing.
I can relate, totally.
So I tell them they shouldn't play that.
I can relate.
I'm not going to listen.
So talk to me about Chibuzo. I love Chibuzo.
Chibuzo,
how did he get? How did he get onto the Plantation Boys? How did he get in? And just tell me the Chibuzo story.
Chibuzo, I eventually I heard him. You know, we actually went for.
Why did you feel you needed a third member?
Harmonies. Harmonies.
The more the merrier, right?
The more the merrier, bros.
Correct.
And we had gone to Ray Power. So shout out to Ray Power. We had gone to Ray Power to go and do 10th anniversary for Ray Power. So when we got there, we met Kenny Ogungbe. And Kenny was like, you guys should do a jingle. It's Ray Power's 10th anniversary. I was like, okay. We went to the studio, the additional studio.
Right there?
Yet, right there. And Byron and Park. So Ray Power History is our 3rd anniversary. Ray Power, history, and it's going down in the history. Ray Power, history, it's a third anniversary. And that's how we wrote a jingle for Ray Power. And then FaZe heard it on the radio. And then he came to the house. I heard what I heard, I love it. I'm like, wow, well, thank you. And he was like, he sings too, blah, 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 blah. Like I said, I'm that guy.
Yes, you are.
So I said, come. Well, you say you make music, let's go listen. And then we left the house. He was singing for me. And I found out he really has skills.
Oh, yeah.
And I told my friend, my partner then, that this guy has skills, oh, Benny. That harmony would he talk. I said, this guy not get the harmony. Make this guy for joy. That was how the conversation to bring FaZe into the picture started. And then I took him to the karaoke competition at, what's it called? Ademola Tokumbo or something, something, VI.
Yes.
I paid for his fees to compete. Only that they didn't know that I had plans to make him a plantation boy. So we went there, we won the money.
Really?
We wonder who's going to win FaZe.
Oh, true.
Nobody's going to win him.
True.
I already, in short, when FaZe was singing, it was Backstreet Boys, because Backstreet Boys was hot. You know, I don't know who you are, where you're from, as long as you love me. When FaZe sang, they said it's a lie. There's the karaoke is not off. That the voice of the person that sang the song is the one that is still singing.
What did they do? They
put
it up and
I told them to do a cappella. That's the only way out. They should off the music, let the guy sing live. And he sang live and they believed.
You know what intrigues me with FaZe is he hits Mariah Carey notes.
No, the boy is good. I just say there's one thing about FaZe. I wish he can understand, come to realization that you are who you are and you are who you aspire to be. You're not who people tell you to be, but you are who you want to be. So you have the skills, you have the talents, you have the looks, you have all the projections, you have people around you to push you, you have me. So what's the problem?
What if who you say you are is not positive and is not enough?
Then you have to believe in people. You have to believe in, because sometimes
the person that believed to
in
take you,
the person that believes in you will tell you
Correct.
you can do it.
Correct.
And that's the encouragement. You know, like I said, I like to be a football coach someday.
You're one of those people.
I'm one of them. Trust me. I'm like Alonso. See, Alonso went undefeated in his whole league. That's the kind of coach I like to be. Or maybe train a boxer. I'm that guy. I can't do it. Like, I know it's at the back of my head. All I have to do is, what is our obstacle? What are we up against? And how do we beat that? Then we go, we plan it. We discuss it for hours, days. We come to a solution. We move towards the...
Where's FaZe right now?
I wouldn't know. Maybe he's in Abuja or he's in Lagos.
Does he have new music?
I don't think he has any single out yet. Maybe he's working on some. You know, he should be working on some because his fans are really... even me, I'm waiting to hear from him. And, you know, just like I'm waiting to hear from Two-Face as well. I'm waiting to hear from them. New music, because they should keep stirring up the industry and not have to feel like they've given...
No, but you said you're waiting for Two-Face as well. I hear he's not too healthy right now. So you can't be expecting too much from him.
Well, I don't know about his health, but I believe that as long as you can talk, as long as you can talk.
It's not that easy as you say.
Yeah, but I believe, because that's the reason why I went into this music. First of all, I closed my eyes. I said, let me see, how far can I go? I thought to the back of my head, how far can I go? If I can sing, can I talk? Of course I can talk. I got the power. Not the beat till I got the power, bro. Just say only one phrase. It's music, ain't it?
True.
It's what's
talking, actually.
Whatever you do is still cool. Let's just say I feel the rhythm. You don't have to be the same artist. You can evolve.
Correct.
You don't have to stay the same. So I'm still expecting, because I don't expect them to be giving up right now when I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting ready to start.
I hear that.
You understand what I'm saying?
So something came to mind. You remember there was a time, there was a serious thing about you guys getting a reunion. This was many years ago.
Yeah, some 2 years ago.
There was so much investment in it. three of you agreed, and that was the height also of the whole hula balloon.
Yeah.
What happened? Because the fans were waiting, and it seemed like an endless one at the end of the day.
I will apologize to the fans for that. Like, let me take full responsibility for it not happening, because I believe if I had made some other moves, maybe look for some other investors, or maybe I would have made it happen myself without waiting for an investor. But as be that as it may, some people can decide to sponsor. Don't forget that there was a Take-It-Tom that wanted to sponsor the project from the beginning.
It was before I Take-It-Tom.
Yeah,
We're talking about
Donald Duke. They thought about Donald Duke one time.
Before Duke.
So I can't remember.
The marketer.
The marketer that was
Tijo.
Tijo actually did the Plan B album. Tijo was the person that sponsored the Plan B album.
Yes, but
the Plan B album was 30 million, but they paid us 15 million. Tijo is on the run. He has about 15 million. He should bring it. Since then, he hasn't given us our money. That's like since that album came out, he still has our money. And so Tijo was the only person that invested that kind of money on the band. And we were able to go to the studio and all of that. But then, you know, you can have a kind of investment. With investment comes commitment.
Correct.
If there's no commitment to an investment, it's a total waste for the investor. And no investor wants to go through that. And I think that's what Tijo went through, and that's the reason why he didn't worry. He just straight up went to P Square straight, and he went to get us. They do me. Abroad, he shot the video, bam, history. I know he made more money to cover. I know he made more money from P Square to cover for the Plantation Boys' loss or anything that happened during that period. Yeah, because he invested, bro.
So where was the non-committance coming from? Was it from you, the artist, or was it from him after?
It was from we, the artists. It was from the artists who were not committed to going to the studio. Some wanted to be in the comfort of their hotel room, making music. Some wanted to lie down and have microphone brought down. They'd be sleeping and they'd be singing. You know, say now they run the show. You know, those kind of things. But you got to go where the game is. You can't just. You know, so they didn't want that, and Tijo felt like that's why the album, the Plantation Boys' last album, Plan B, was released when it was not yet totally finally mixed and finished. But the investor has the right, but the right reversed to us after some time. Right now, Plantation Boys have the right, and I am the plantation, so I have the right.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because the 15 million is not coming. I hope you know that.
It's not coming. It's not coming.
Because the project didn't finish.
The project didn't finish, and the person might have his reasons to say. But then since he released the album, he's still indebted to the band. True. Regardless of sales or no sales.
Or if it was finished or not.
If it was finished or not. Because he shouldn't release it if it was not finished.
Correct.
Exactly. But he had his way, he has his own way of why he did what he did.
So why didn't you follow through? Why didn't the group? And when I say you, I mean the group. Why didn't you follow through with the people that wanted to invest? You know, the Duke, the Take-It-Tom.
I think I couldn't continue because the band was not together. Some persons didn't want the project to happen. So we're giving excuses. They don't want to be around. So we're like, they want to travel. So we're just giving unnecessary excuses. That was not necessary. So the people that were trying to invest had to be discouraged. Like Ochacho was discouraged, I believe so. You know, so they just be discouraged and they'd be like, man, I don't think these people are together. But then the plantation is working regardless. And I'm going to put the album out.
So what's happening with the plantation right now? Because I know there's new music out. New music been out for a while.
Yes, some new music coming again.
What's the plan for the Plantation Boys?
Well, the plan for the Plantation Boys is the name is going to stay. But there'll be features. Different people will come and feature for the band and go. If you write for the band, you get your royalties. If you feature on the song with the band, you know how that pans out. You get the shows, you get paid, you go to Sound Exchange, you register, you get all those things, you register, you get your money to yourself. So, but if you don't want to participate, you can stay in the comfort of your zone. Then let the people that want to take the name to the next level, take it to the next level. Buhari was president last dispensation. He's not president this dispensation. There has to be continuity. So it doesn't mean that the members of the band must stay in the band. If they don't want to stay in the band, they can go.
You know, you remind me of my brother, my friend's speech from Arrested Development. I always like to use him as an example. You know, remember Arrested Development from back in the day?
Yeah.
Mr. Wendo.
Mr. Wendo.
Everyday People.
I wrote a song. One of their beats.
So Arrested Development are still here. So Baba Oje died. 2 other members left. Speech added new members, and the group continues.
Exactly. But Nigerians are finding it difficult to understand that I can add new members if the other members die or they don't want to.
Are you sure it's a Nigerians thing?
It's a Nigeria thing. It's not
I
like
think some people.
See,
maybe.
understanding come late to us. Let's be honest. The things that come out in the Western world come to us late. When did we get cell phones, for God's sake? Came to us late.
Don't forget that GSM is ahead of this. They still use flip phones. They still use black and white.
No,
screen. They still use
all
those
phones.
old
The
phones,
phones
and we
are
were ahead of them.
But I'm talking about
the network.
The network. We got it late. People were using Turaya in Nigeria here, and forming big boys when everybody would have had flip phones. So why was that? What was supposed to be? We're not supposed to be on the same pedestal. Everybody equal.
True.
So some of these things don't come to us for us to have general knowledge. So it takes some time. So a few people get the knowledge before they can pass it to the rest of the people. The harm is already done. So that's where the media has to help in sanitizing the society and send information to the society on time for them to be aware.
Positive information,
good
information,
yes.
helpful information,
yes,
which is what we do here at Souq News.
You guys are doing a great job.
Isle 104.9 FM. That's what we do.
You guys are doing a great job, man. Shout out. You guys media is the best, man. Perfect.
Right.
Man, you guys blew my mind when I came here. I won't bring my employment letter when I do the job.
so
I said that the Oga chair I want to sit down. I don't want to get job for another place. So the Oga chair I want to sit down. That chair, I love that chair. You see that chair? See the view? God damn it.
So talk to that young man, that young girl that wants to make music for a living in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Talk to her.
Yeah.
As a record label owner, as a producer of music, as someone that has done almost 40 years, 30, 35 years in the biz. Talk to that person.
The first thing you have to understand about your music is stay dedicated to your craft. If you believe your craft is what you're going to use to, survive and take care of your bills, family, and dependent relatives, you have to concentrate on your craft. There are several people that say they want to make music today. They wake up in the morning, the first thing they do is they're going to do one petty job outside. Then they go do a petty job, they come back, they would have had some misunderstanding from the petty job is affecting their mental. They can't think straight. It's going to affect your music. So music is a total commitment job. Music is not a part-time. And to be a singer, you have to be educated. You have to read. Because you need your similes to write your verses. You need your metaphors to write your raps. You need all the things that encompass an English language. Unless you want to rap in your own particular language or sing in your language, you study your own language and learn how the language works and master it to put it into your craft. And then copying somebody else's work is the first thing I'll tell you. You can't do that. I know when we started, we did Plantation Boys, but that was because we were trying to introduce ourselves.
The first thing, yes.
First thing, because it was the beginning. So that beginning, we have to introduce ourselves. And we chose the name that is Plantation Boys.
Title of the song.
We had to just sing Plantation Boys because the song actually was Plantation Boy by Bonnie M. So if you see the credits we gave, it was originally done by Bonnie M.
And you gave credit on the CD.
Is there originally by Bonnie M. But then there was no cover. You couldn't do a cover of somebody's song without getting permission. But Bonnie M was far from Nigeria. We just had to just say originally by Bonnie
That's the
M.
credit. That's the way to
so
go.
do what you got to do. Stay original. Be creative. Hang out with the right pairs. Don't go with pairs that all they do is teach you how to smoke, drink, and do things that are just bad for your health. You're gonna be 25 looking 79 if you're doing that. You're not gonna be like we. You know what I mean? So stay positive, concentrate on your music, and the rest is just gonna fall in place. Because people are gonna notice your work and they're gonna support you. Trust me.
Blackface Niger.
Yes.
Ahmedu Augustine.
Yes.
What's the middle name?
Obiabo.
Thank you for being on Inside Life, Souq News Television, the IL 104.9.
Thanks for having me, man. Thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me. Big up, Blackface Niger, signing out.
So, it's the end of a special edition of Inside Life. We had Blackface Niger, Augustine Ahmedu on the show. My name is Ike Namba. See you same time next time.
Looking back, you know, my village is nice. I mean, urban, or it's an urban area now. My village was Ekpoma. The village was known as Emaundo. The best reference in terms of personality is Professor Ambrose Ali. That's where it comes from. My father was a farmer. My grandfather, really, Akaine. We all grew up under the shadow of the man. A very disciplined man and a big farmer. Had large landed properties, you know, in the community. And so, my immediate father, my biological father, was also under the shadow of the patriarch, Akaine, you know, in the family. So, usually you learn in the traditional African setting by just following what you see. You go to the farm, you learn how to take care of the crops, you know, and all of that. So that's the way you learn. You don't have an institutionalized form of learning the way we do now, where you go to the classroom and all of that. That never existed. So whatever skills or profession your parents were in, you of course imbibe them and you learn them and they become part of you, you know. So that was it. And that discipline comes with courage. You know, you can wake up at 5, you know, and head to the bush. That is courage. You've conquered the fear of the night, you know, or whatever is on the way, and the rest of them. That was it. And when we closed in the primary school, we also go and join them at the farm. We go join them in the farm and come back. So that was, you know, a great deal of discipline. And also, we had our mini farms. So you work with your parents in the big farms during the normal, you know, weekdays. On Sunday, which is like the resting period, we also go to our mini farm, which is closer to the home, you know, and all of that. So you can see you imbibe almost everything that the family does, and you also replicate it in your own way. So for me, I know the value of farms. When I at the Lagos State University, where I am now, when I walk out, you know, you have this what they call these gardeners, you know, planting vegetables and the rest of them. When I look at the vegetables, there's a certain, you know, feeling I get because I know what it is to watch crops grow and the rest of them. So the substance of all of this background is productivity. You know, the question about being idle wasn't there. Indolence wasn't there at all. You know, you have to be productive, and that's what you call labor emulation. You know your role, and you don't wait to be told what to do, and the rest of them. So for me, we are missing all of that in contemporary times. You know, for the young ones that are growing up. So from there, primary school, Upugele Primary School. That's it used to be called St. John's. You know, but by the time we were leaving 1977, it was called Upugele Primary School. You know, and from there, my time coincided with a time there was a great competition for education. You know, in the then Bender State, you know, there were these great schools. You want to go to any of them, an association, Catholic College in Irua. You have Bishop Kelly in Benin, Edo College, Benin, Wugeli Government College, UGR, in in Delta now. So those big schools, St. John Bosco in Ubiaja, Esan Grammar School in Uromi, and all of those ones. We were competing to be there. In fact, there is this joke I normally make. Those of us who didn't enter secondary school on time, when your mates come back during holidays wearing their school vest, we become jealous. So there was something to spoil us, all of the time, and all of that. From there, so getting into secondary school was highly competitive. Today you see, I don't know how they do it now. Somebody will come out with 8 credits, not just 8 credits, 8 A's. I don't know how they do it now. In my time, we were not, poor academically, but it was difficult to make those grades. And your result might even be seized. You have to go and receipt for another round of WAEC examinations. So we did all of that, all with the hope of getting to the university. And I remember I wrote my JAM, must have written JAM about 3 times. You write your JAM with the hope that you are going to make all the combinations that you require to enter into the university, and you don't get it. So I kept, in terms of choice of university, I wanted to go to University of Benin, which was, of course, the closest to me in the then Bende. I tried, it didn't quite work out. I tried to go to, I would have been the second set in Bende State University when it was created, Ambrosali, now Ambrosali. I tried, it didn't work out. But so something happened. There was one Osasona, who was, I think he was a lecturer in Ambrosali, and he happened to be a friend, he was friends with my uncle. And so he was aware that I was having this difficulty in gaining admission into the university. He just told my uncle, why not let him go to Lagos and do this course at the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. It was called Certificate in Advanced Writing and Specialized Reporting. It was not meant for a greenhorn like me. It was meant for practicing, media practitioners. My colleagues were Untia Ukukena, who is late now. He was the PRO of FEDECO. What they call it, the NECON, not before FEDECO, after the one that succeeded FEDECO. He was the PRO. Then I remember Abubakar Hassan, who was the PRO of Ajakuta Steel Mill. There was one Kazauri. I think there was this paper in the North New Nigeria. Was it not Herald? Triumph, something like that, yeah. Then you had, there was this other guy who was I think he was deputy manager in NTA Sokoto. These were my classmates. I think this sports writer who was in the Guardian joined us. I remember very well. So, but that program turned out to be very exciting for me, because I had interest in writing, and as far back as when I left secondary school, my first attempt at writing was I wrote a book on Awolowo. It was titled The Oasis, and that took me to Ikene to meet Papa, Chief Obafemi Awolowo. And he recommended our book to Spectrum. Shortly after he did, he died. So nobody could to pursue it. And I don't forget that when I was leaving, he gave me 20 naira. 20 naira was very big, 1985. Went back to Lagos. But it was not even the money. The fact that I could shake the hand of the sage was exciting for me. And looking back, I said to myself, look, I could have kept that 20 naira as a souvenir. But at that time, it was, it was something, it was, some money that I could use. So that was in terms of measuring my ambition, And my earliest heroes were, Obafemi Awolowo, Ole Soyinka, Then, of course, Kaduna Ozeogo, the man who led the first military coup d'etat. You know, in terms of his commitment, patriotism, you know, and disinterestedness in himself. You know, a man who could tell you that if I don't come out in 15 minutes, take care of me and the target. You know, so those were my earliest heroes. And I remember I read The Man Died even before I left secondary school, and I was to reread that work again when I was writing my master's, thesis. You know, so the other part of me, which was innate, was to detest anything oppressive. I remember in the secondary school that I started with, where I was one of the pioneers, Opoji Grammar School. You know, we led a protest against being shortchanged with this food they cook for Children's Day. I remember now, the key cow and the rest of them. So they did this, and they brought the rice, and we didn't see the cow. You know, so I led a boycott of it. You know, it got to, I had a relative who was a teacher in that secondary school. So they were looking for the ringleaders, you know, and they called a general assembly. And they said, those who are not part of it should leave. You know, everybody was leaving. So we had about 4 of us or so. So they took 4 of us to the staff room to find out who was the ringleader. You know, we still insisted that we were not eating. And they said, well, if you don't eat, that we know that there's going to be trouble. So they went to the extent, you know, those days, traditionally you could go to Ifa to know who is the ringleader. But they used this key with the Bible, you know, calling our name to know who the ringleader was. You know, so eventually they prevailed on us, used all kinds of pressure to beg us and the rest of them, because if we don't eat the rice, probably there will be an indictment. It's also already an indictment, and you know, those days in the inspectorate, they ask questions. So after much persuasion, well, we calmed down and you know, allowed the process to go on. So that was one earliest example of, you know, my attitude towards resistance. And so by the time I left secondary school, I got inducted into radical literature. There was a relative of mine, Mr. Isi Mamadou. He's now a German resident. You know, he graduated from Ife, National University, then the University of Ife, and he was privileged to be taught by Professor Toyo Olorode and the so-called Ife collectives at that time. And when he graduated, he started what we call a study group in the village. So a few of us went there, and he gave us some radical literature. He gave me one like I recall very well, The Dialectics of Nature by Friedrich Engels. If you read the Dialectics of Nature, you virtually understand everything about science. You know, science and its relation to social life. So that literature, Communist Manifesto, the other one was Anti-Durin, also by Friedrich Engels. Anti-Durin will teach you polemics, everything about polemics. So by the time I entered the university, I was already radicalized in terms of world outlook, you know, and all of that. So when I left ECPOMA for Lagos, you know, to start the NIJ program, so there were other comrades who were, you know, belonged to those radical movements. There was one Femi Ahmed, you know, those days we call him Sandinista. And so he was in charge of the cell that I belonged to, the Patriotic Labor Movement. So when I came into Lagos, we normally try to establish what we call front organizations. And Femi, we established what we call Nigerian Tenants Association. It might interest you to know that I became the first general secretary even though I was squatting, at that time. And what we did by, putting you in those organizations is to learn leadership. Writing minutes, and articulating proceedings. So I learned it through that, period until I entered the University of Lagos, Then when I got to the University of Lagos, we then established what we call Marxist-Leninist Study Group. There were these radical boys who came from Kwaratech, Bengal, Awekbo, who ran for the presidency, people under People's Trust. Olaiton Yoride, who was private secretary to Adam Soshomole, but he died in Benin. You had Bala Muhammad, who was a lecturer in Unimed, but he was doing his master's at the University of Lagos. You had Ukem Onyekpe, there was Anti Kanabe, and a host of others. So we formed what we call the Marxist-Leninist Study Group. The UNILAG Student Union was banned, during that period. So we resuscitated the union and brought the union back by, launching a protest against the management at the Senate building in UNILAG. So we got the union back, and so we got involved in the student union politics. And there's always contestation. The management will want somebody who will be amenable to them, and we wanted independent student unionism. So we did that. The first year, management managed to get one of theirs, Madoju Timmy Phillips. At Atlanta, died, God bless his soul, to become the union president. I ran, after Madoju Timmy, I think I ran for the presidency, and again, I lost to Papa Chris. Chris Anyanze is also late now, that led to crisis at the university. Because I won the whole of Akoka campus, they rigged it at the Diaraba. You can see some of these things you see today at the Diaraba campus. And we said no. Nobody can be sworn in unless I was sworn in. So that led to my rustication, in the university. And we didn't give up. We went to court. I think we were about, I can't remember the number, by 11 or so. Our counsel was Femi Falano. And we were out of campus for almost a year. And at the end of the day, we won the case. It was Justice Onalaja who ruled in our favor by asking the question, what is indiscipline under the law? Because we follow all the procedure in our communication with the management. And so it became a landmark judgment. That was it. So I went back to write my degree, my final year exam, as a single candidate. The previous year I lost a year because the previous year I would have served in Calabar. So then my results, when it was eventually released, I was deployed to Sokoto, and I deployed back to Lagos because the period coincided with the June 12, crisis. And we read the atmosphere and said, if the crisis burst open, we were going to be consumed in the north, And so we deployed back to Lagos. Myself, GT Ogunye, Niyi, and so many others, I can't remember their names now. We deployed back, to Lagos. And of course, you know what that crisis led to. Snowballed into so many crises, renewed authoritarianism with Abacha coming in and the rest of them. So when we finished our service, because of my stint in journalism, so even while I was on campus, I was reporting for The Guardian, the art desk, because the guy who mentored me was Ben Tomoloju, the doyen of Nigerian cultural journalism. So I was reporting for The Guardian while at the University of Lagos. So because of that, my journalistic background, the Committee for the Defense of Human Rights was formed, and Bekora Sokuti was the chairman. So I was brought in to edit the newsletter, which we call The Victims. I was editing that for a time. And in the course of the crisis, the the struggle against the military and all of that, I was again elevated to become the General Secretary of the Campaign for Democracy in Nigeria. And you know the implication of that. I succeeded Chima Ubani, I was elected at the Ibadan Convention of the organization. So few months after I was elected, I was arrested by the military and taken away to Brinikabi prisons for 1 year. I was released when the Commonwealth delegation came to Nigeria. I had a meeting with Abacha. Abacha wanted to please them, so he released a few of us, myself, Adeniji Adele, who is late now, one Enno, who was Abiola's whether personal secretary or personal assistant also at that time. So that was it. And when I came out, of course the crisis, when I was released, the crisis hadn't ended at all, and my chairman was taken away, Becker was taken to Katsina prison also. We were all dispersed. Shehu Sani was taken to Kirikiri, later to Aba prison. So it was my task again to reorganize the organization. We did that, and we then transited to the United Action for Democracy. All the forces reaggregated under that umbrella. We then made Olisa Agbakoba as the convener. Myself and Chima Ubani became the joint secretary of the United Action for Democracy. So we were on that when General Abacha dropped dead. And I then, reflected on my career. At that level, I decided that I should go back to school. So I did my master's quietly at the Lagos State University and went to the University of London to pick up my doctorate in politics. So that marked my journey into the academia. But then I became active in the civil society, and involved in research. I formed the Center for Constitutionalism and Demilitarization that publishes the Constitution, a journal for constitutional development. And under that platform, I carried out governance training across 3 of the 6 geopolitical zones in the country. Some of the alumni of Souq, many prominent people, Lalong, the former minister, was an alumnus of Souq, of that center. Orelokpe was in the Center for Sustainable Development in Abuja. In fact, she was sent by the president. Then he was governor of Lagos State. Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu sent almost about 6 commissioners to me, to train in the Souq Summer School of Governance and the rest of them. So from there, I then decided to move into full research by entering into the academia at the Lagos State University. Because of my strength in research, I've written enough to be a professor even before I joined the system. So I entered Lagos State University as a senior lecturer, and rose through the ranks to become a professor in 2017, in political science. So, and in terms of the content of my scholarship, it's liberating. It's about, how to transform the society. And it's about, underscoring the problems that the continent faces, And I've written so many books. My essays are over 100, so including books. One of them, which I think is very seminal, is Patrons of Poverty. IMF, World Bank, and Africa's Problem. And I also wrote, of course, detailed a volume on globalization and the fringe players. The way it affects the global South. I did that, and just like so many articles in terms of trying to understand Nigeria's problem and transform them. I think the first stage is the power of conviction. You know, you must at each point in time define, you know, your role, because one of the greatest problems is that we are born into this world. Sometimes, as one French philosopher, I guess, said, we don't know the cause of death, you know, and we don't also know the cause of departure. So we just find ourselves in this space. So when you find yourself in this space, you define it. And if you do a summing up, you discover that the only thing relevant is to live your life for humanity. And so you have to, how do you create that space? You know, it means that all those strictures, structural constraints on people actualizing themselves, you have to, you know, help to fight them. You know, you have to subvert them so that people can, you know, fully realize their lives. And so I believe that I have that power of conviction. One, and it's, when conviction comes with commitment. Commitment is very, very important in whatever you do. You define your aim, then you are committed to it, and you pursue it. But what I also learned, I'm not sure whether I was influenced by Chief Obafemi Awolowo's biography. You discover that nobody really helps anybody. So it is always good to carve a path of independence so that you don't go begging to feed yourself. It's very important. I mean, if I say this, I'm not saying that you have to be materialistic. That's not the point I'm making. But independence in ways that you become self-sufficient. Because that's the only way, you know, you can also live your life meaningfully. If you are not, if you are not well, if you are unhealthy, you can't pursue goals and the rest of them. So independence is very, very important. As you will find out, I'm sure many of us here have experienced that. Nobody helps anybody. You know, it doesn't mean there are exceptional cases, you know, that people can come to your rescue and say, let me help you. Always, we're on our own, you know, and the social measures, which of course are embedded in the African system, traditional society, have been eroded now. The reason why you don't have a high suicide rate in Africa is because of that extended family system. If you see your cousin, even if 10th cousin, and you complain, you can share some of his, you know, things with you. He will give you food, he will share clothes with you and the rest of them. So against that background, we don't commit suicide. The suicide rate in Africa is low. Unlike places like Japan, where you now have suicide police, monitoring people who want to jump into the river and the rest of them, and elsewhere in Europe, you know. So self-reliance is very important, you know, and I think that what is rampant these days is the antisocial behavior of our youth, you know. They need to, you know, also refocus their energy towards being self-reliant and be creative, you know, and do things that are productive. Our country is a very great country, potentially great country. And if you've traveled to other parts of the world, you will understand why we need to build this country and create sanity zones. That again tells you why I'm in politics. Because I believe that even if I were to, you know, amass huge resources, I will not be able to transform beyond my immediate family. But if you want to transform society and community, you need state power, which is why the quest for leadership becomes very important for me. Well, incidentally, I was one of the first persons in the country to organize a national conference on the 1999 Constitution in 2000, just a year after the transition, you know, program. In that conference, I recall very well, Issa Sage was there. The late Bala Jubri Mohammed was there. I think Odi Alfremu was there. So many prominent Nigerians were in that conference. And at that time, if you don't understand the constitution making, you have what we call, there's what we call people's, you know, people's-led kind of process of making constitution, you know. That means that the people must partake in the articulation of the provisions of the constitution. It's actually called process-led. That was the word I was looking for, so that people can own that process. The spirit of that discourse, of that debate, will be of course embedded in that constitutional, provisions. The place it was well, demonstrated is Ethiopia, after the civil war in Ethiopia. The Ethiopia constitution was a process-led one. They even dramatized the provisions of that constitution to the ordinary people to understand what was being, talked about. That was why I was shocked that Abiye could go to war in Tigray, because the Ethiopia constitution has a clause that says whoever wants to go out of the union, if you want to go out of the union, there's an article you can activate in the constitution and you leave. So if Tigrayans wanted to go, why was Abiye trying to stop them? Why is it that the government there refused to follow the laid down constitutional path to resolve such crisis instead of, bloodletting that happened in Ethiopia? So in the case of Nigeria, we talked about the fact that Nigeria entered into post-colonial life on the basis of a federal constitution. Largely issues of derivation were taken care of in the constitution. If you look at the 1966 Republican Constitution, even 1960, derivation was there, which I told it was almost about 50%, resources from the regions and the rest of them. So after the Civil War, centralism, because military ruled by edit and decrease, and it's a central command, that collapsed essentially the federal structure and undermined it completely. Even civil service within the regions were now united on a national basis. So that is the problem. You have a military head of state who dictates, everything that happens in the regions. That was a problem. Now, the 79 Constitution was an attempt, to strengthen the federal system so that what they call separatist tendency of the early 60s will not be there. But again, in a way, it atomized the federal essence of the Nigerian, constitution. So the 1999 Constitution, one of the things we found out is that as at the time it was compacted or put together, there were 68 items under the exclusive list, the exclusive legislative list. And compare that to the residual list, where the state has legislative competence. It was infinitesimal. So we felt that there are items on the 68 exclusive items on this exclusive list that ought to be either concurrent or residual, to the states. So that is the problem. So the states are likely de-empowered with the 1999 Constitution. The states are largely de-empowered. And there are aspects of the Constitution that are not enforceable. I think the directive principles of state policy, I think chapter 2 or so, are not enforceable, and all of that. So what you then have is that what Kwerimadu call Fidiboto federalism. Everybody run to Abuja. Creativity is dead, and the rest of them. And it has, of course, feared what you call a consumerist orientation of the governing elite and the larger society. So these are the problems. And so refederalizing, as we have argued, will mean that, more powers should be devolved, to the states and the rest of them. The last assembly tried to do it haphazardly. Electricity, as you know now, is now under concurrent, and which other one, railway, is now concurrent. So for me, that's some gains of the long-time agitation for devolution of power, but we still need to do more. Well, I think that there is a conflation of meaning when you talk about restructuring. You talk about devolution of power, you talk about refederalizing the polity. Largely they converge. We are saying that there are contradictions within the Nigerian, system, the polity. Therefore, we need to deal with those polity problems, by restructuring. Restructuring means that the component nationalities of this country, should exercise some measure of autonomy, in their area of jurisdiction. You want to, for example, now we have NUC that determines almost everything for universities. Universities is on the concurrent, education is on the concurrent list. State government can establish their own standards for universities, So when you have all of those things, those are the contradictions in the Nigerian federal system. When things that are supposed to belong to the units, are being concentrated in the center. That's the problem. So you are talking about rearranging that relationship between the center and the units. That's what restructuring is all about. Because right now it is skewed. Let me give you an example. The local government structures in the country, they were arbitrarily created by the military, from OBJ to, the last administration. And those arbitrarily created local governments are constitutionalized. I think they are the third or second schedule of the constitution. They are there. I'm not quite sure which of the schedule, that we have today, which was why the Lagos attempt to create more didn't quite go through constitutionally, Now, we are trying here in Nigeria to make local government as a unit of the Nigerian Federation. For me, it is wrong-headed. That's one of the contradictions. If federalism is usually an agreement between the unit and the center. In fact, we should not even, when we use unit, we are not substantial. You talk about people. Federalism is a product of people saying we want to live together as one country based on the following terms. So you cannot create a local government structure and make it a unit, of a federal arrangement, of a federal agreement. Rather, local government should be mere administrative, structures of the units of the federation. That is to say, Lagos can decide to create as many as 100 local governments if they like. They can reduce it to 10 if they like. The question about reifying the local government structure as if it's a unit of the Nigerian federal arrangement, is a major contradiction. Because what they have done, when you do that, those local governments that were arbitrarily created in the first place, you then reify them because they draw resources directly from the center, from the federation account. So Kano has 44, is it 44 or 40 local government, areas. Lagos has, 20. Lagos has 20. And they all draw resources from the federation account. So you can see, obviously, there's an obvious disempowerment or cheating within that system. So that is why we must resist. When they talk about local government financial autonomy, so when you talk about local government financial autonomy, it's nothing other than aggrandizing those arbitrarily created local governments. If you move around this country, local government exists in name in some parts of the country. Just in name, nothing happens. Nothing, in terms of functionality, you don't see any activity to show that this is a local government, structure in action. It's not there. So these are the contradictions. When people are talking about the structuring, it will also mean that the existing local government structure can be dissolved or expurgated from the constitution. Allow states to create local government that they want to create to govern their own sphere of activities. So when you do that, this argument about local government autonomy will fizzle out. The state's assembly will now make law for the smooth running of local government. As subsidiarity structures, we already know what their roles are, but the state government will then provide enabling laws. Whether the state also need to create some grants for them, how much they can raise from the activities that they normally do or carry out, all of that will be spelled out. So the question about reifying the LGL as a unit of the Nigerian Federation will be eliminated. That's one contradiction. Now, you will recall that states had their constitution. Regions in Nigeria had their own constitution before. They even had what they call them, consular services in other countries of the world. Just something like ambassadorial or diplomatic missions. You know, they had. State had. Western Nigeria had, you know, their own missions. Though not of the status of, you know, what you have today. You know, they had that. That was much of the autonomy that the units of the Nigerian Federation, the regions enjoyed. And there was a great deal of competition. Go to ABU's area. You see that structure, you know, was not just any structure. You can't find those structures again. Go to Ife. The Museum of Natural History in Ife is an architectural piece that can raise money for that university if you turn them into postcards. You can't have that structure anywhere. You can't have two of that structure anywhere in the world. So the regions knew what they wanted. They knew what they wanted. There was strict competition, and development was being driven. But today, development is not on the agenda. If you go to the National Assembly, legislative business is maybe perhaps 10%. People are looking for LPO contracts, and the rest of them. And even in the First Republic, when the regions were truly autonomous, you know, legislative business was part-time. Councillors were part-time, you know, councillors. That was what we had. And yet they were committed. They were men who were respected in the community with character and all that. Today, it's the only game in town. People believe you can make money by going into politics. If you look at the academic staff union of universities, you know, the crisis has always been about underfunding of the universities, the tertiary institutions in the country. Or not just even tertiary institutions, the educational sector. If you look at budgetary allocation vis-a-vis other, you know, sectors of the national economy, you discover that education is not, you know, prioritized. So that has created problems, you know, between academic staff union and the Nigerian government. Autonomy, you know, happens in different ways. The way we are in Nigeria today, in which every institution and agency of government go to the center to collect money from the federation account, you know, will not allow university to have full autonomy, because you still rely on subvention, you know, from the federal government, you know, to run, or the state government, as the case may be, you know. But creating your own resource base, financial autonomy, is still problematic, because you can't charge higher, you know, tuition fees. Private institutions are doing that, and you know what it is. Your children can't go, my children can't go there. But even at that, they rely on, you know, the faculty members in the federal institutions to teach in those institutions, you know, because we resource for them. So, ASU has always made a patriotic case for funding of education. And ASU doesn't just make a case, they provide solutions. There was a document ASU produced in the 80s titled How to Save Nigeria. The third fund that you see today was a product of that articulation. It was ASU that articulated this third fund, which comes from the money in third fund is education tax. ASU provided anything they asked for, they provide a solution. Even the last element of the crisis, EPs, you know, these integrated personnel, you know, payment services. ASU said, look, the nature of the federal, the educational institutions are such that You can't lump us with EPs. ASU then provided what they call UTAS, University Transparency and Accountability System, that will take care of the peculiarities within the system. So ASU will make a case. When they protest, they review and justify. That's what ASU does, you know. And I would say that ASU is one of the most patriotic organizations in this country. In fact, the last organization standing in terms of providing, you know, solutions and critical engagement with the state actors. So it is made to look like a problem because of irresponsibility of the minders of the Nigerian state. Elsewhere in the world, education is always prioritized. You know, some places education takes a larger chunk of the national budget because if you have an educated population, it is easy to govern. It's easy to govern and the rest of it. So I don't look at it as age-long crisis. If we have a productive national economy, federal government may not need to even fund the university because research, product of research, you know, companies will buy into them, and therefore university can survive on royalty. For instance, University of Michigan, you know, survives on royalty, you know, particularly from the automobile industry in Detroit, in the United States of America. Now, but even at that, the state has not shirked its responsibility of giving subvention to a university that is super rich. That's the United States. But here, and you know the trend, all of us in government take our children to universities abroad. You know, and Nigeria's universities in the 70s and 80s and the 60s were stronger than those universities. If you bring a degree from America, Nigerian university system here, they don't regard it those days. If you bring from Canada, they don't even look at it at all. Except maybe Britain, because our system was modeled after Britain. But today, we bring all kinds of degrees now. We are proud to label it University of Hull, University of Birmingham, you know, State University, Florida. Whereas Nigerian, you know, the faculty in Nigeria, in Nigerian universities, I mean, were very solid and strong, attracting international, you know, academics to come into Nigeria. If I had so many international academics, UI, the same thing, and the rest of them. UI, where you have people like B.J. Dudley, strong intellectuals that if you enter, you are afraid, you know, you are not sure of yourself if you enter UI. Because the academics were thick, they were real scholars, and the rest of them. And it's still easy to do this. All you just need to do is to invest, fund educational system. The money that is voted for newspapers for a senator is, you know, it's just equivalent of what a lecturer earns in a month, a professor earns in a month. Less than $500. You know, it is a shame. I think I made a reference to it, you know, somehow. You can, if you want to transform society, you need state power to do so. Without state power, you can't transform society. But beyond that, the political atmosphere, you know, is highly polluted. You have state actors who are not there to build, who are not there to transform society, but who are there to self-aggrandize, accumulate resources for themselves and their cronies. That's what you have. Maladministration. That's what you have. So, if you have that structure, unless there's a contention with that structure will be reified, that it becomes extremely difficult to change society. Look at the consequence of the way we have misgoverned our country. Every Nigerian wants to go abroad. Professionals are living in droves. So if they leave, who is going to build the country? So I believe that it is possible to create sanity zones by experimenting with what I call enclave paradigm. People will say, yes, well, every other thing is bad in Nigeria, but there's a state that is getting it right. So that is the, overriding rationale for my intervention in politics, especially in Edo State. The process is still on to get our candidates out, and one is optimistic that one may have the opportunity to serve our people and to, create a sanity zone, an exemplary, sphere of governance for Nigerians to see. Maybe 2 points, really, from your question. Governance, governance, then electoral, deficits in the system. If you talk about governance, governance is usually about the people. As a political scientist, I've read Western philosophers, from Plato, Aristotle, to J.S. Mill, David Bertrand, all of these people, Jeremy Bertrand, sorry. What they are all concerned in their philosophical articulation is how to achieve happiness for society. And so society is created in order to create a basis for happiness for humanity. Because individuals cannot surmount, the burden of nature. And therefore, you create a community for that, for our social life. We have negated that largely in Nigeria. And so we need to re-engineer governance. Re-engineer governance in ways that it can become meaningful and create a basis, for happiness of our people. So it means that government must reprioritize and focus on, those vitals, existential vitals. People must have a roof over their head. People must be able to feed, clothe themselves. If you can't do this, you are not governing. Well, I will just talk about John Keats. It's an English poet. He said that much of life is miserable. He said happiness is an interlude. It's an interlude. So if you understand this, so define a purpose for your life such that you can maximize the interludes of happiness. And that is when you must acquire a skill. You must acquire so that you can be relevant in the productive process in the country. Acquire a skill. Get education. Education, is elevating. Education is elevating. Be self-reliant. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. These things are very important.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also,
a very good day to you and welcome to the News Hour on Souq News Television. I am Oyinpriye Krumale. Let's begin with the top stories. President Femi Walsh Limited says broadcast stations are committed to business, economy and development. Ghana reaffirms commitment to Paris Agreement and climate change. President of the United States, Donald Trump, proposes 3 key conditions as Ukraine peace plan. In football, FIFA reports $8.59 billion spent on transfers in 2024. Now let's begin from the home front. President and Chief Executive Officer Femi Walsh Limited, Victor Walsh Oluwafemi, says Souq News Television and the IL 104.9 FM, our broadcast stations, are committed to blazing a new trail in the coverage and reportage of business, economy and development issues in sub-Saharan Africa and across the global economy. In a statement personally signed by the Ambassador Oluwafemi on the occasion of the official launching of Souq News Television and the IL 104.9 FM, the media executive said the focus for setting up the broadcast stations is to change the mindset of an average Nigerian about Nigeria and feed Nigerians with the right information, most especially business-related information. He said the need to demystify the norm in the media led to the formation of a team that birthed Souq News Television and the IL 104.9 FM, which are broadcast stations saddled with the responsibility to transform the ordinary to the extraordinary by reporting business in most unique ways. Oluwafemi emphasized the fact that the broadcast stations are committed to reporting stories and creating broadcast content that speak extensively to the business community while promoting the good image of Nigeria.
We are the first to launch a radio and a TV station together in this country. We are the first to launch a radio and a TV station at the same time. We are the first. And we are going to come up with the first unique, wonderful content that is not available anywhere in this country. God has made it possible for us not to go in debt. In the last 2 years, we'll be running and operating with over 40 staff. We'll be experimenting. We'll cancel, we'll rearrange it. And you know what? That God will fast track our own process. That within the next 1 year, will be established. And will be noticed.
Practicing female journalist in Africa, Julie Coker, says media organizations should prioritize the dissemination of factual and verified information to ensure all-round development of the economy. Ms. Julie Coker made this known during the official launching ceremony of Souq News Television and the IL 104.9 FM in Lagos, Nigeria, highlighting the need to encourage the establishment of specialized broadcast stations governed by the proliferation of general interest and entertainment media outfits across the country. Julie Coker lauded the efforts of the President and Chief Executive, Femi Walsh Limited, Ambassador Victor Walsh Olufemi, in establishing media outfits that are committed to disseminating specialized contents in the areas of business, economy, and development. Recall that the 85-year-old Julie Coker was appointed by Femi Walsh Limited as a practicing journalist on the 9th of January making her the oldest practicing female journalist in Africa. Now, the prelate of the Methodist Church of Nigeria, His Eminence Dr. Oliver Ali Abba, has congratulated Souq News Television and the I-104.9 FM on their official launch, represented by Very Reverend William Alote. He commended Femi Walsh Limited for establishing media platforms that promote Nigeria's positive image through economic and development programs. He emphasized the need for media organizations to foster progress and a positive national narrative. The prelate assured the church's continued support for Femi Walsh Limited, praying for station's success and content delivery. Quoting Psalms 100, Reverend Alote also praised the company's efforts in reshaping Nigeria's media and the economic landscape with credible information.
They sent me to deliver this message that they are with this organization from the beginning and will continue to be with this organization, and their prayers will continue to assist and will continue to move this organization, help to move this organization to greater heights. That they know that whatsoever has the foundation of God can never fail. And for the fact that this organization has God at its foundation, it will continue to excel. They have traveled and they are not here, and they send their regards, and they know that this organization will excel. So all our prayers are already before God, and it will continue to be before God. This place will be a place of joy, to be a place that will bring good news, to be a place that will revive souls, to be a place that will give compassion to our teeming population. They sent me to deliver this.
Still on launching, the need for broadcast stations to prioritize quality content over commercial gains has been emphasized as the bedrock of value-driven broadcasting. The Zonal Director of the National Broadcasting Commission, NBC Lagos, Raphael Akban, stated this at the assessment tour of the I-104.9 FM. Speaking after the tour, the Zonal Director challenged the management and staff members of the I-104.9 FM to create value-oriented broadcast content aimed at fostering development across various sectors of the economy. Akpan also reiterated the need for broadcast stations to leverage technology in determining fake news in a world inundated by disinformation and misrepresentation of facts and figures. Now, President and Chief Executive Officer Femi Walsh Limited, Oluwafemi, appreciated the NBC for its regulatory functions in the media, emphasizing the need for more collaboration amongst the media organizations for the advancement of the media industry in Nigeria. And now we bring you more stories. Do stay with us.
Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and
The Nigerian naira rose to 1,493 naira in the official foreign exchange market yesterday. Data from the Central Bank of Nigeria revealed that the exchange rate for the Nigerian foreign exchange market fell to 1,493 naira per dollar from 1,506 naira per dollar on Wednesday, indicating 13 naira appreciation for the naira. The official exchange rate has been on an appreciating trend following the launch of the CBN foreign exchange code this week. On the other hand, the naira appreciated to 1,620 naira in the parallel market for 1,630 naira per dollar on Wednesday, widening the margin between the parallel market and the Nigerian foreign exchange. The rate says 127 naira per dollar from 124 naira per dollar on Wednesday. Now, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has begun constructing 5 mini liquefied natural gas plants in Ajaokuta, Kogi State to enhance domestic gas use, improve energy access, and support industrialization. The group's Chief Executive Officer Mele Kyari emphasized Ajaokuta's strategic location, citing the existing pipeline networks for seamless integration. The Chief Executive of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Farouk Ahmed, called Ajaokuta a key hub for gas projects under government initiatives like the Decade of Gas and the Presidential CNG Initiative. The 5 LNG plant, Prime LNG, Gas Nexus LNG, Bua LNG, Highland LNG, and LNG Arete will boost gas supply, create jobs, and drive economic growth, according to reports. And now the Association of Raw Gin Producers of Nigeria has launched an internal regulatory initiative to improve the production of local alcoholic drinks, particularly locally called Ogogoro, in line with Decree number 54 of 1970 and the Control of Distillation and Spirit Drink Regulations Gazette number 55 of 2006. The association aims to enforce best practices and eliminate harmful production methods. The association stated that unsafe distillation poses serious health risks, prompting the need for stricter regulations. The association also preparing distillers for the federal government's proposed policy on alcohol sales and distribution, according to a statement signed by the national chairman Adebisi Adekanye and board secretary Anthony Okoro, the association is collaborating with the Federal Industrial Institute of Research to develop modern distillation technology. This is expected to boost production output by over 1,000% while eliminating harmful contaminants. To ensure compliance, the association has commenced mass registration of gin producers and dealers nationwide. Registered operators will receive permits after meeting quality standards. The association urged all distillers to visit its website or Lagos Secretariat for registration beginning in early February. It's still the news hour on Souq News Television. Interest rates in South Africa reduces by 20% basis points. I'll bring you more details to stay with us. Welcome back and many thanks for joining us on the News Hour. The Reserve Bank of South Africa has cut interest rates by 25 basis points, citing easing inflation while maintaining hawkish stance amid heightened global uncertainty over United States monetary policy. The decision aligns with expectations that the bank would take a cautious approach as it assessed external threats and potential inflationary pressures. While its decision marks a continued adjustment, the Monetary Policy Committee says it remains vigilant in studying the present economic situation of South Africa. Now, still in Africa, Ghana has reaffirmed its commitment to the Paris Agreement, assuring that it will not withdraw from the global climate accord it aimed at limiting temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The Minister-designate for Environment, Science and Technology, Mr. Ibrahim Murtala Mohammed, made this declaration on Thursday, emphasizing the agreement's crucial role in sustainable development. Mr. Mohammed highlighted ongoing measures to mitigate climate change, enhance adaptation, and build resilience, particularly in vulnerable local communities. He stressed that Ghana remains steadfast in its climate commitments despite the United States' withdrawal from the Paris Agreement under President Donald Trump. The minister-designate also noted that Ghana will continue diplomatic encouragement with the United States regarding funding mechanisms for climate initiatives, ensuring continued support for national and regional environmental sustainability efforts. Now, Dubai-based fintech Galaxy has secured regulatory approval from the Central Bank of Jordan, to participate in Box, the country's regulatory sandbox for financial innovation. This marks the company's entry into a Jordanian market where it will test and implement open banking services as part of the CBJ's broader strategy to drive financial innovations launched in August 2023. The regulatory sandbox provides fintech firms with a controlled environment to develop and refine digital financial solutions under the Central Bank of Jordan's supervision, with $9 million in recent funding to support expansion. Fintech Galaxy aims to enhance personal and business finance management in Jordan. The company's regional footprint has strengthened following its acquisition of Egyptian open banking platform Andali in December 2022. This latest move underscores the increasing adoption of open banking in the Middle East, reflecting the region's shift towards a more interconnected and digital financial ecosystem. Now, Hamas freed 3 Israeli and 5 Thai hostages in Gaza on Thursday, while Israel released 110 Palestinian prisoners after delaying the exchange for hours. The hold-up followed chaotic scenes at the handover point where a frightened Israeli hostage, Abi Yehud, struggled through a crowd as armed militants transferred her to the Red Cross in Khan Younis. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu condemned the disorder and vowed consequences for those harming hostages. Now we'll go on another break. I'll be back in a moment. Do join us again. Welcome back. Now, Samsung Electronics warned on Friday that United States export restrictions on China could weaken sales of its AI chips this quarter. While AI chip demand remains strong, some rivals dominate as main supplier of high-bandwidth memory chips, leaving Samsung struggling to meet requirements. A recent United States crackdown on China's semiconductor sector is expected to hit Samsung harder than competitors, as China accounts for 20% of its HBM sales. United States President Donald Trump is set to impose 25% border taxes on imports from Canada and Mexico from the 1st of February. Speaking on the 31st of January at the White House, Trump said the move was aimed at addressing the large amounts of undocumented migrants and fentanyl that come through the United States borders, as well as trade deficits with neighboring countries. While the president is yet to decide on whether or not to include oil on the list of products to be surcharged, the plan to impose new tariffs on China is also being considered. The United States President Donald Trump suggested on Thursday, without evidence, that the FAA's diversity hiring led to a fatal mid-air collision near Washington, D.C. A passenger jet landing at Reagan National Airport collided with an Army helicopter on a training flight on Wednesday night. The cause remains unknown, and no evidence linked diversity hiring to air safety risk. Speaking at the White House briefing, Trump criticized the FAA's hiring policies, claiming they focused on individuals with disabilities, including air traffic controllers. Still in the United States, the President Donald Trump reiterated on imposing 100% tariffs on the BRICS nations on Thursday, close to the deadline. He promised to impose tariffs on neighboring countries, Canada and Mexico. Trump doubled down on the subject that the BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, are targeted for the imposed tariffs if their currencies prove to rival the United States dollar. He reiterated giving ultimatum that the BRICS nations should commit to not create a new BRICS currency nor back any currency that would replace the United States dollar or face having 100% tariffs imposed on them. China has separately been threatened by the United States president on imposing an additional 10% levy on goods on February 1st due to the trade imbalance and the Asian country's alleged role in the U.S. fentanyl supply. The United States President Donald Trump has outlined a three-step peace proposal aimed at ending the war in Ukraine by May 9, a date significant to both Europe and Russia. The first condition of Trump's plan calls for Ukraine to abandon its NATO membership aspirations, an ongoing demand from Russia that has been a major sticking point in the conflict. The second condition proposes a full ceasefire across Ukraine by April 20th, with a gradual withdrawal of troops from the specific regions. A direct call between Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin is reportedly expected in February to discuss these terms further. Finally, the third condition would see the phased lifting of economic sanctions imposed on Russia. This process will begin upon signing an agreement and continue over the next 3 years, allowing freer movements of Russian goods, finances, and citizens internationally. May 9 has been set as the proposed deadline for implementing the peace deal, coinciding with Europe Day and Victory Day in Russia. If the plan moves forward, Ukraine would be required to lift martial law and suspend military mobilization. As global leaders react to the proposal, analysts remain divided on the feasibility. While some sees it as a possible step towards peace, critics argue that Ukraine's sovereignty and security concerns must be fully addressed. And now in sports, FIFA reports $8.59 billion spent on transfers in 2024. Do stay tuned for more details. Now, the world governing body, FIFA, has revealed in its global transfer report that football clubs worldwide spent a record of $8.59 billion on international transfers in 2024, marking the second highest expenditure in history. The figure follows the record-breaking $9.63 billion spent in 2023. The report also highlights the 22,779 international transfers took place in men's soccer, with 78,742 total players and transfers across all levels, including women's and amateur football. English clubs held spending shelling out $1.88 billion for incoming players. Women's football also saw a surge in spending, reaching $15.6 million, which is more than double the figure in 2023. English clubs were both the highest spenders and recipients of the transfer fees in 2024, with $1.88 billion spent on transfers and $1.34 billion received. Brazilian clubs had the highest number of transfer deals, with 1,102 incoming and 1,113 outgoing. And that's the news at 12 on Souq News Television. Many thanks for joining us. Don't forget, we are live on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Thread, and X. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Many thanks for watching.
Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copper Belt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copper Belt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contributes to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, Environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Giving copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, Souq News.
In 1957, just a greenhorn leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years, learning a bit from America. It all started from America. Because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, school's debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a news reader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and Souq. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. The Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry, I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to, the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now, but actually they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us, people like Mrs. Francesca Emanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant, Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, you can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Oliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. It could be a nurse, it could be a teacher, it could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Mohammed, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear on WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, trying to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still make a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. So by this time I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth and I said a few things, and the man looked at me and said, "How come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent?" And I didn't know what he meant, because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. If I were the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, "You were not paying attention." So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent, you have to perform well, the way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not trying to show off or to project your own image, or whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that it is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poet? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have done. Being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, we will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election, or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. But those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop, so you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are. If that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you on without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in 5.5 of Hamelin Towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learned from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there. With all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly. With a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sick child. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Augi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. But I was very good at, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that, will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goody, two shoots without, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were two black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball, I think it was very overwhelming for me, because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nothing, we were still feeling very hot about, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana, because some journalists came around and said, "How is your man Nkrumah?" And we said, "No, our own Prime Minister is Tafawa Balewa." They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went and actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That has happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but to make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German Chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just gained, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, oh, it's raining, and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anika Agbadi was excellent. Lasope was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. But we were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. It's not easy. Like I said, when we were taught not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Roboman, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenna Ndagoba or Bodelalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Sienna Weber, and of course Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Ndagoba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. They say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like Gerard do and do a little bit of a on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. That aspect in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, and then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. It takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out of the right side of your bed or not. You're going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now Federal whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they will ask the whole nation, they will say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now and, all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First stack. The only thing that has known to the whole world from Nigeria, that shook the whole world, that brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station because what was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let us ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, it may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just bathing in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it, he came and had his own first attack, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his own team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then. Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy our own Nigerian people, wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that's emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are we going to have another festa? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed, but in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festa in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, we'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNC, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things. So Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much, and He wanted us to learn about, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, National Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that I've gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture, for our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theatre now. And we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things, things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wole Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I'll be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels. When they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened, and that it was from. I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state asked me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts of if there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station, either the managers that take the brunt of the whole issue when things like that happen. You don't know who is coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what you call their, all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know whether they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning, by the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Bishola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of state on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, how much did this your dress cost? Can't happen. Sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by the new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said, you should go and ask the president of Souq. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of Souq. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, I'm being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was a lady, commodore of the Navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and apply a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If all can start free and fair education to children, whether, all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that, that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the, front of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept, into further at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. That's on It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, you're able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process. I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Chief Olami Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yeto, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yeto, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. This is really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyinkọ graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yeto of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. It's Osa. It's whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they are playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend a meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. You know, Nigeria at a certain point in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they went to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because, no. I don't want, I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Our women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the hospital, and he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Echekere child by my mother. I was taught to sing Echekere songs, to speak Echekere well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also had a hand in my upbringing, was an Echekere man. So I think that takes care of all these things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like Toye Koka, who was my uncle, who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days, on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family, when, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria and my GG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition. My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limit then. Well, eat well, eat the right type of food, eat chekori pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, to prepare. There was a time when Chekuri food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people lived well. So people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome to the show once again this week on the amazing and lovely Inside Life, the show where we talk to our veterans, we talk to our pioneers in the music game and catch up with them with what's going on in their lives, and also, more importantly, take stock of how these icons have set the pace ahead of whatever it is that is going on right now. We'll get into that conversation. But before we do, we'll have an extra special guest in the house. When we return, we'll be introducing you to them. Stay here, it's Inside Life. Don't go nowhere. Welcome back to Inside Life. My name is Hans Mba, and quickly we'll jump right on to introducing you to our guests in the building. So today, as usual, a special show on Inside Life. We have the one, the only. This is the part where you hear the drum roll. Slight pause. Black Reverends and
AKA Ayangba Boys.
Yes,
Black Reverends. It took us forever to get these men into the studio, and so you can tell how important and how special today is. To my immediate right is the one you know as Wesley.
Yeah.
And to the far right,
Shop 2.
You know his name already. His head precedes him. The one, the only Souq 2. You've seen him in movies. We're going to talk about that as we get into the crux of the matter today.
Yeah, that's fine.
Black Reverends, welcome to Souq News Television and our show Inside Life.
Thank you so very much. We're glad to be here. We're honored.
Our pleasure.
I still feel a bit starstruck when I remember the things you guys have done. I'm from the old school, right? And I remember Ayangba Girls Are Dangerous. It was a national anthem. I'm talking 2000.
Yeah.
Right?
Precisely.
What was behind that song? Tell us the full story, from naming it, from the conception of the beats, from the lyrics, from the dance to the dance steps. Please talk to us about that song as we begin this.
Actually, Ayangba is a street language for girls, wayward girls.
Okay.
But Ayangba actually was 1999.
Oh, so a year before. Usually, you would have cooked and taken all that time to cook up everything and drop it when people get it.
2000 was the video. That's why you see in 2000. So then it was a military area, and I say we have to do it as a satire, because you cannot face. Actually, it's a way of talking to the leaders then, but we cannot talk directly. Then we'll move you straight.
We know how to do it.
So the thing we now did is we kind of do like Animal Farm. We satirized it by calling Ikebe gone. Ayangba are the leaders. They are dangerous. They use Ikebe, collect your money by force. The gun. And nothing you could do because they're dangerous. You understand? So it's a satirized song. And ladies are getting a wrong conception about our view. It's not like we are insulting the ladies. If you hear the lines, it says, Eyo, and they be waiting you define. Enter hotel, go meet Ayangba, you get bad mind. A guy that goes to a motel to go and catch phone. If Ayangba finish with you, you go 2 days late. So we are looking at our leaders. Yes, when they get to the post, they tell you all sweet words, but when they get there, they do what they want. If you come and knock the door, they bang the door at you. You understand? You can't do anything. If you go, they tell someone to pick you up.
Now, we're talking about this. One of the reasons why we had to have this conversation. Did you feel that this message was caught at the time, or you felt people got it much later on?
I think it was at that point in time. We've had series of interviews where we said this, but the depth, the meaning of the song wasn't really hitting the people because of the beat. We have the intention of doing the song to hit at the leaders and the situation then, but we had to model after a popular song, the Busta Rhyme.
Yes.
So a lot of people were carried away with the beat, and then the video, and then the dance step. And so regardless of the message you pass, it was a club banger. Party shaker. You go everywhere, and Ayangba was
It was virtually everywhere, but you can see that no matter how much you go to interviews and let people know that this song, don't take it literally the way we have delivered it. It's deeper than what you think. We're trying to call our leaders a young man, say they will use it Kebe, which is the gun
to collect
your money by force. Nothing you could do because they're dangerous, but no, it didn't matter anymore.
It's just the groove.
Just the dance, the groove, the cruise, like they call it these days. So.
And I feel like it's one of the things that's affecting our music right now.
Exactly.
So what you were addressing at that time,
yes, sincerely,
has it changed from what's happening right now? What do you think?
Is
it any different?
Basically, no.
Anyway, change is permanent. You cannot play music, but I know way back we are conscious musicians. We think deep before delivering any lines.
No,
we want to make like people.
Back then, that was some of the attributes of the artist back then.
True.
Yes.
You write your song from home. You go to the studio with your book,
you give
lyrics
thoughts.
book.
Yes.
It's the song that you sing to the producer that brings the beat out.
Right.
These days is the other way around. The beat is ready, then they call you to come to the studio. You go to the studio, you listen to a beat, and then the beat just moves you, and then you put melody. So by the time you put the melody to that rhythm, to the beat, lyrics don't matter anymore. You've not sat down to critically think, to say, okay, we're going to put this song and address this corruption, and address this and that. No deep thinking. It's just, you go to the beat, you go to the studio, you hear the beat, hey, just want your ways go down, your ways go. Music don't ready.
Exactly.
It's not how it used to be for us.
Incidentally, I saw a clip, I think it was New York Times. I saw a clip yesterday, and they were talking about, it was a key question. They were like, what has destroyed the art of writing?
Exactly.
So I remembered it from what you're saying about how the beat is there ready for you, and you come in and you freestyle. It breaks my heart. You freestyle on the beat. You just go, and you see, when you say freestyle, I know not a lot. Freestyle is also a skill.
It is.
Like you have it or you don't.
Yes.
So when people are like, I'm like, yo, what are you doing? They're like, while practicing freestyle. I say you can't practice freestyle.
Don't practice freestyle.
It will not sound. I know someone that he freestyles. He's talking about everything in the room. He's on beat.
Spontaneously.
When he finishes, and you ask him what did he just say, he doesn't know. When you put another beat, he continues. So I said, listen, you can't do this. So when artists get, like what you're saying, piggybacking on what you're saying, when artists get in the studio and they begin to freestyle without thinking. Because many times you have to write, counsel, think about it. Write, counsel.
Yes.
Could it be why a lot of people think that music has lost its way in Nigeria? Your genuine thoughts.
I'm sure you've seen the video of Buju Banton and what he said about Afrobeat. 100% spot on. And maybe you haven't seen the video. You haven't seen the video?
Please.
Buju said Afrobeat is fuckery. That was his exact language. That it has no substance and it cannot last. That they say nothing meaningful and it's just about money and drink and women.
But actually, that's not Afrobeat.
There's a difference.
Thank you.
Since we're going there, there's one with the S.
There's Afrobeat.
There's one with the X.
Which is what Fela
came with.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's Afrobeat. Now there's Afrobeats.
With the S.
with the S.
With an S. So that's a collection of African kind of music. It's called Afrobeat, like Afro rhythm, which is what none of these Afrobeats musicians, as a matter of fact, sing Afrobeats.
No,
of course.
They just
No. Let's get some straight.
Like I said, changes from
kinds of entities.
Yes.
So
completely different.
Let's not. A lot of people even know because people act like they don't, but they actually do.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to what happened to you guys what happened in 2007 when I fight. If I say, when a woman went on this band, you went into movies. So you went into movies, and Wesley, you got serious with your record label and your studio. What happened?
Nothing.
You can't say
nothing,
you can't say you
nothing
cannot say. Oh.
Nothing really.
You
really
can't say you cannot
serious.
say.
No, nothing really serious. Just at a point in time, the record. Let's say this was even start from the record label. You know, where you see like they're not really serious about pushing and taking the artists to the studio and investing more and trying to promote them. And when the record label itself don't come relax, you said you look at the whole thing and say, bro, yes, we did a hit song. It was everywhere, but commercially, how has it paid us? We say, man, make I delve into something else. You know, so like rightly said, I went into movies and tried to see maybe, you know, all entertainment.
But you see, you guys have it. Because as you went into, after Yangba did what it did, you went into movies, Silver Spoon, yeah?
Silver Spoon. We were both in Silver Spoon.
And you guys, Silver Spoon hit.
Wait. Sorry. We went into movie. That's why I can't picture it. We are movie actors before music.
Really?
Yes. Our first movie is called Kata.
Before 99?
1996.
Directed by Don Pedro
Baseki. Yeah.
We are DBN with Regina Askia, a lot of stars. Then we what's his name? Mekwen. That's the. I think he's Actors Guild president, vice president now or something. So we've been actors all our life before the music. In fact, movie money gave us liberty to pay studio for Ayangba.
Wow. So how long was this before Ayangba?
96, 4 years, 3-4 years, we now did Ayangba.
That's amazing. That's great. I'm just following.
So if he's doing movie, it's what he knows how to do.
Right.
If I'm doing movie, I used to personally do comedy for DBN television. When me, very young, Don Pedro Basque, well, Ukotokri, then Israel. There's one
Israel,
presenter way back, Israel. Yes, I used to produce movies for. I used to produce a movie guest. Night Shift.
Okay. It was big back then.
It was big. Then there's a comedy before the movie. I'm the comedian, Molue. Baba Molue, like 90 years old man.
Really?
With Okpotokri, with Baba Columbia.
So what are you guys doing with that skill now? What are you doing with that?
We these are things that dwell in our. We definitely were working on something.
Content creating, skits, you know, and even trying to produce our own, you know, set of movies and
we're doing new songs as well.
Yeah, of course.
No, obviously, I know that is happening because
you
stay working all the time. But let's also want to know how you felt, how it was at that time when you guys were like, what's the word now? Your names were in people's mouths at the time. You had a song that was national anthem everywhere. You had Ayangba blowing up. How did it feel? Did you anticipate it was going to happen, or it was by chance? Because I know at the time there wasn't a lot of payola going on like it is right now, you know, and there wasn't a lot of where you would stream. Of course, streaming was not there. Where you would do streaming farms, you pay to have your song played multiple times. But I could pick some of those songs back then that blew like organically.
Yes.
So was it planned? Was it something you guys did separately, differently?
All right. Sorry. There is this thing that actually happened.
Okay.
Way back, I think we have the new live beat.
Yes.
Going on. Then we just did Ayangba. We like upcoming artists. We want to go. We just want to showcase.
Just perform.
We want people to see us.
Yes.
We went to one of our godfather, Grandmaster Lee, principal of the old school. He took us. He liked the song. He listened. We go and give him. He said, "Wow, I like this song. Okay, I'll be taking you guys to an anniversary someday." I said, "Okay." We went there. Upcoming artists. There's Majek Fajek. There's Orisuliki. There's
at that time
Femi Kuti. There's
Daddy all of them were there.
Everybody were there. They have name. We were there like you were new. We just sat there. We came with my grandmaster. He was on the white table where we were sitting at the audience. The next thing they say they called our name to come and perform. The owner of the program said, no, I don't want any riffraff. Come and sit down. He went back to sit down. Master Lee took his leave that we are going. The man came to beg him and said, okay, let my boys perform.
That's the only way I can stay.
He said, okay, just one track. I said, no problem. We started. The moment he just said, he played, I don't die.
It was just one verse. Just at the end of the first we got into the chorus that all the superstars they all got up for a standing ovation. That was where we got our
record deal. That was the first time I realized it can snap you up over 1,000 pictures. Like everybody flash like
5 minutes.
Everybody like, please interview. I came first. I came to you. Like the question you said.
How
like,
did you get? How did you feel? You know, like
wow, the happiest day of my life.
You know,
can't forget.
There were plenty of moments, you know, like that. I remember I was just a fresher in the University of Lagos, and then it was when we went on break that we dropped the song, you know. So I was just a one guy, you know. So I just came back for the second semester, and the video was out, and I was just walking around my faculty, just okay. I don't do one video; it's out there. I didn't know what's happening. The next thing was Ayanga! And the whole faculty went, what? You know, the shock, the reception, the way you see everybody in your faculty running after you, say, wow, I saw your video. It's mind-blowing anyway.
So what happened with you guys? What happened to changing your name to Disrespectful 2Gs? What's that?
We never had that name.
So what happened?
It was just
publicity stunts.
Publicity stunts.
That want to do stunts. Why you did it already? What is it?
It sounds like what somebody I know called DJ Rough Lemon. It sounds like what he would do.
It's a mischievous.
No, this
guy. He's a mischievous guy. It's things like that he does.
I suspect him.
It's things like that he does.
So tell us about some of the features you have had. How was it? Did they reach out to you, or you went for them? Like the Lil Kesh remix of Ayangba. I was feeling like you would have gone for a more, you know, feature. Then also the song with Sound Sultan. How did it come about? Your features, basically.
We've been
because it didn't sound like you guys needed features.
We've been quite yes.
Well, Ayangba, sorry, you come up. Ayangba has this problem, attribute of killing anything that comes around it. The name our name is Black Reverends. If you ask anybody, most people like Ayangba boys.
That's what did I say?
Anything that come around, we did a song with Alariwo, Check Yourself, criticizing the leaders of Ayangba. The name kills it. We did one take Buru with Sounds of Time, classic video. The name Ayangba brings it down.
Shouldn't they be taking it up?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it
should has one kind of strong vibes.
And that's something you guys should work on. You should
work
find
on
a way for it to work for you.
We've worked on it.
You know, the name Ayangba in that song, so huge, so strong. We did a collab with Two Face.
Yes, we did with Two Face.
Yeah, we did a collab with Two Face. And while we're in the studio, they're trying to cook up a beat.
We did a
song. Two Face said,
no.
Do you know, there's no song we will sing now. We will still put Ayangba against her. Then everything Ayangba against from when to when this one would drop. And we still, and Two Face still went.
We write the song.
This is serious.
Starts with
this is serious. Ayangba against her. Before he now went to
before he got
to the chorus. It's so powerful, it's so strong, and it's been there all the years. And no matter what you do, no matter where we go, people still call you Ayangba boys. Say no. Now at this point, I think Black Rebel should be in the lips of people right now. But no, it's the Ayangba boys.
I am so pained that we have to come to an end of this edition of the show.
Just
promise me. Just promise you will come back when we call on you for another part.
Surely.
Awesome.
We're a friend of the house now.
Thank you so much for coming to
we're
Souq
glad
2.
to be here.
Thank you.
Shop 2. S-H-U with the B. 2.
Shop.
Yes, shop.
Where did shop
2.
come from, please?
From my
me.
surname.
Shrive.
Shrive is my surname.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shop 2.
So do
Shop
we
2
sign out?
and Wesley. Eh?
Are we signing out?
No, we're going to sign out now. But we will come back. That's why I said to you, we're going to come back.
Okay.
Yes. So this is a break, I wouldn't say end to Inside Life for this week. We had a beautiful session with the legends, the icons that paved the way. We're talking 90s, we're talking early 2000s, way before what you're hearing now became what we're hearing now. They are part of the people that crafted this. Find the song Ayangba and understand what we're talking about. My name is Hanson Ba. It's still Souq News Television. The show is Inside Life. We will do a part 2 on this one. Stay with us.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiecenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiecenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches if we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM award by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, Souq, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team. And I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is seen in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss, I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a bit difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world class. Our characters are world class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. But I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world. And 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by two core industries, Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Starr, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake, because in this world, you know, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and you know, everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming and overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think there are incredible MCs in Nigeria. a lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they got to think about. You got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you got to pay bills. But hip hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective of I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table. Because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states and the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married. And I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife. They will tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some, but I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king, and he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the Oba Bini won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, just get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors, but when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Lever Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here. All the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back, and I put in my resignation. There was nothing wrong. In fact, when I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said, oh, they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gifts and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give flask end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like ashok and adira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, I can remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her. And I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will buy me the top fashion designers that would, when the Alfadi does this, they once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my two boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing, it's not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years, I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women. Some leave. Some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try and be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness, they will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I don't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody is happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who will come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million. A testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Well, I'm Prince Raymond Adekunle Olaye Akishemoy. I was born into a Catholic family. I was raised maternally by the Cardozo family. My paternal family, the Olaye Akishemoy family, are from Isaleko, and they own the entire space called Makoko. I grew up in Lagos Island. I'm a Lagos boy. I went to Holy Cross, my primary school. Got into St. Finbar's, but because of my interest in going to Greg's, I had to leave Finbar's and I went to Greg's to complete my secondary school. Had a run, my education. They first went for NCE. Then it used to be Advanced Arts College, Onitolo. We changed it to Lagos. It was during my tenure. We changed it to Lagos State College of Education, Otto Ejaniki. I was a school student union PRO then. Then went, after that, during that period I was a journalist too. During the period of the Second Republic, I was the Lagos State correspondent for Radio YO. When I went for NYC in 1982, I was made a press secretary to two commissioners in Ogun State. That's Chief Yemi Adefulu and Chief Isiaka Abiodun Adekunle. I was the press secretary to the two commissioners there. After that, I went back. I did a short period teaching for 1 year at Agaway Secondary School. Then I left for one school to a very interior part of Ogun State, Okiri Ojule. The full meaning is Okiri Ojule Mobile Begbedu. Secondary school there then. Then I left, went back to my journalism. I was with Community Concord. Then I joined Guardian. I was the one in Abeokuta with Tayo Awotusi, who later left for this one newspaper. Then he went to Liberia and he died in Liberia. You know. Then after Guardian, I started Republic with them. I was the first Ogun State editor of Republic newspapers. Then going back to Guardian Concord. But within that period, I was the NUJ. I started the general in Ogun State during the period of media, you know. Demola Badejo was the secretary, I was the assistant secretary. And after that stint, I was the national financial secretary of our SWAN, Sports Travel Association, during the time of Fan Nduboise. So, I got fed up with journalism when we had June 12th, and I saw the whole country in that terrible state. So I just left. Went back to school. I had OND, HND, MassCom. Then went back to school again for postgraduate marketing at the NIJ. And I did law. And right now I'm practicing law. I also was in politics. I contested several elections on Lagos Island, chairmanship, House of Assembly, House of Reps. I didn't make it, but I was given the essay to Governor Tinubu when he became the governor. That's it. And really, I don't feel like joining politics any longer, because the way I sit now, may God help Nigeria. With the kind of politicians who are around now, there's nothing to write home about them. There are still some honest ones among them, but a lot of them are there for what they just want, not for what Nigeria will take to develop. I mean, we have so many things in this country. We have not even many, we have so much. We can't count them. The resources are there. We have everything that God can use to bless people. But we as a people, we are not ready to take advantage of all these things. And that's why we are here where we are today. I'm a Nigerian. Though first and foremost, I'm a Yoruba person before becoming a Nigerian. There's no part of this country I've not been to. But my Omoyoko in me, the Omoluabi in me, will always be there. Yes, you're right. I'm an Omoyoko person. Let's take the length and breadth of Nigeria. Lagos used to be the most beautiful area in the whole country, the most beautiful. Talk of the waterfront here. I grew up in this Holy Cross. after the mass service at Holy Cross, where the young kids will all come there, flock down to the marina side, serve all the breeze, eat fruits, you know, look at the boats, the ships, and we'll all be happy. The breeze, you know, you will just be there enjoying yourself. It's not like that any longer. Later, the quayside came, you know, and there were shops. You could buy as many as you wanted. Then, Lagos was beautiful. Our taps went dry. We would do these small paper boats, and we would put them in our gutter in the house, and we'll follow it to the flow. Where are those ones now? The drains are now just there. They are not moving. You see? They are like ponds. In those days, I could remember, if you have thieves, there were not so many. Even the issue of stealing started becoming rampant, I think, after the Civil War, if I could remember. We were all sleeping outside our houses. We have our houses. Comfortable houses. Small as they were comfortable. But we were all sleeping outside, getting the breeze and everything. It used to be ECN then. Electricity Corporation of Nigeria. ECN, yes. And these days, you see armed robbers everywhere. You see armed robbers everywhere. So that is, you see, it's a pity that things like that are happening now. It was shortly after the war that we started seeing the case of armed robbery. And Babatunde Foronsho got himself in the history book as being the first set to be shot. You know? I could remember when my mom came back from England, 1967, and she got the house, I think number 6 or number 8, I'm not sure again, at Lawanin Street. She was working at Lut as a nurse then, and this man she fought good enough for her, she went for night duty in the hospital. By the time she came back in the morning, all these Babatunde Foronsho people had visited her apartment. We were in Lagos with our granny, in Lagos. They had visited her apartment, and while they were going, whether they were living in a hotel or something, they left their submachine guns and everything on the window. The police couldn't do anything. It was shortly after that he was arrested. So that actually spurred me into going to see his execution at the beach, and that was 1970. Yes, that was 1970. It was the first set. And shortly after, we started having so many cases of armed robbery. You know, because the guns were so many after the Civil War. I pray Nigeria goes back to its old self, where people were safe. I wonder how the government can do that. Now the security people can do that. But I pray that Nigeria should go back to its old self. Morocco is a coastline settlement, you know, and we acquired that place from the Oloto family around the 18th or 19th century, and they got all the papers from the Oloto family then, and the man who inherited that was Adam Emmanuel. Adam Emmanuel gave birth to his children, and the only one that survived him then was very vocal, was Ramotu Manuel, who is my own great-grandmother. And she was left to take care of that place, but she was a West Coast merchant who was always traveling. So when he came back, people she put in charge, the man she put in charge had passed on. And his children now claimed ownership. So they had to go to court. And she won that case. Went on appeal, she won again. Went to the Supreme Court, she won. So from there, well, it was established that the land, Maroko, even the Oloto then came to testify in court that yes, she was truly the owner of Maroko. Maroko was a big place. There was no third mainland bridge then. So she had 4 children. He had Gafari, who was the first child, and who was the first body of Morocco. But he died without having any injury. He had an injury, a lady, a girl. On the eve of her wedding, she died without having any injury. So his lineage went. The second child was my own grandfather, Wahab Kadri Olaya Kishimoy. He became the Bali after him, after the first Bali. And he ruled till 1970 before he died. The next person to Wahab was Rahim. Rahim was the first Imam, Chief Imam of Morocco. And his own son, one of his children, Kamaru, acted as the Baile of Morocco when my grandfather died. My father, who should have stepped in, was the accountant with Nine Post. Then, before he went to custom to become the accountant again, and internal revenue, federal inland revenue. So he didn't have time for the traditional things. So his junior cousin, Kamaru Adewale Olaya Kishimoy, took over. Then next to Rahim was the lady whose place I use as my palace today, and that is Sariyu. Sariyu too didn't have any child. So out of the 4 children, only Wahab and Rahim that have their own offsprings. And that's why the two branches are the ones ruling Morocco. The third we would have called part of us were people that Mama Ramotu took to be with her and she was taking care of them. Their father's name was Yakini. So in her will, she put it there that they should give them, treat them as children too. So those are the four basic children of Ramotu Mandela. And Morocco, it was Ramotu who welcomed or who employed the Egun people to be fishing for her. And I have papers where they were even pleading that it should be given a space to use, to be staying while fishing, because they used to fish and would leave. And they told her that where they were coming from was far. So she told them to settle at the river bank, and she specifically instructed her children to collect rent from them. But over the years, because of the friendship and everything, they left them, and they've been going ever since. And that is why we have that chaotic situation on the waterfront, where everybody just comes now, build your stilts house, and you are good to go. That's why I have now told the government now that, look, come, let us redevelop Morocco, which is now being kicked against by some people. They think I want to drive them. No, I'm not driving you away. Let's redevelop Morocco in line with new developments in the world. We cannot continue to be looking at Morocco. People will be flying the third mainland bridge, and you'll be seeing that debt, that rot. Once we redevelop that place, unlike what the governments are doing in many places, because the government will take your land, build a house where the masses will not be able to buy into again. We can give those who are there, part of what we've built. Those, I called them once, I could remember, I called them, I said, look, those who are presently on a portion of land, on a parcel of land, will be taken as co-owners. So when we develop, you take your share. The developer will recoup his money, and all of us will be happy. But God knows, things are changing in Nigeria. Things are changing. It's a pity. I hope and I pray that one day we'll have those who will think possibly for the development of this country. Because we go out of this country, we go to other countries and see that these people are far developed. Why are we not developing? Morocco has a lot of resources. Morocco is known all over the world for fish industry. And there are so many people who have left Morocco to other countries that have made it. So why can't we make it? Why can't we build houses affordable to common people, and they settle on the waterfront and their recreation spots, you know? I spoke with the Emirates, the people from Dubai, from the United Arab Emirates some years back, and they agreed that they were going to invest there. Why couldn't we do it? Right now we are appealing to the present Lagos State Government Sanwo-Olu to give us that opportunity of doing that development by ourselves. I don't know why government will not be interested in owners of a land, a parcel of land, developing their land. But the government will say, no, we are driving everybody away, we want to develop ourselves. No, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Let them come together, let us see what we have, let us see what they have. Let us see how we are going to do it together. That's how we can build a nation. Thank you. The first I would say is misinformation. The world is being fed only about bad things about Morocco. Oh, Morocco is a slum. Morocco, they are living on water. Morocco, no, there are so many good things about Morocco. So many good things. Yes, we have all these area boys, we have all these, I'm a made person who shouldn't be. But we have people who are investors too in Morocco. As far as Lagos is concerned, Morocco is the biggest fish industry in Lagos State. Are you getting what I'm saying? All over the world, people know Morocco for the fish industry. And if government comes together and partners with the people and develop that industry alone, it's bam. The other one is this plywood industry. You get what I'm saying? Yes, government is trying to relocate them to elsewhere. But there are cottage industries that could be made for this kind of businesses in Morocco, and the people in Lagos will still be benefiting. And you won't lose all these spaces you are seeing being wasted. We organize it in such a way that every sector will be confined to specific areas, and government will make billions of money, and the people too will be happy. We don't do things haphazardly. We don't do fire brigade approach. No. Let us sit down and plan and say, look, this is the length and breadth of Morocco. This is what we are going to redevelop it into. This is the residential area. These are the recreation spots. This is what we are going to bring out from recreation services. For the other services being provided, this is what how we're going to organize it. As I'm talking to you, as old as Morocco is, there is no single secondary school, government secondary school in Morocco today. None. We've been clamoring for this for years, but it's like they're not serious. The last time the Ministry of Education sent some people to me, I took them to a parcel of land that as usual, people will say, no, they are the owner. Who owns it? They are not. These are land poachers. We can send them off within weeks. Let them go to court, let them go to, they have no papers. You get it? But when they have politicians behind them, they draw the hands of the clock back. Let us move ahead. With a good secondary school in Morocco, all the children in Morocco will be going to that school instead of endangering their lives going far distances to look for secondary education. Do you get what I'm saying? We have the primary schools there. They are there. So, like I said, we have all those ones. Hospitals can be built. We have the primary health center, which is being run by the local government. But we can build a government model hospital in Morocco that can take care of that population and take care of the other people within or outside the Morocco environment. You know, we can do all these things. How much will it cost government? If government is not going to spend money, let us come together. We'll get organizations and people who will sponsor these kind of things. And it will be good for everybody. We will give them land. So this is what I see about Morocco. And like I told you earlier, there are people who have the money. There are investors who are ready to invest, as long as they know that, yes, what they are investing on is genuine. And there will be no policy that will raise their money tomorrow. That's what I said, that the waterfront alone, we can have service industries, hotels, recreation sports. When I called these United Arab Emirates people, they were ready to put in a whopping $15 billion. That was a long time ago. Even, I think that was shortly after Fashola left office. Shortly after, because it was somebody who came in. And they were ready to sign that time. They said they had the money. They were ready to sign. But where are we now? Before them, some group of people came. I will not mention the governor then. There was a particular governor that came and said, look, I have $3 billion to invest. I told them I wasn't going to be the only person to listen to that. I called members of the family and we all had a meeting with his representatives. And they said, look, we are not going to borrow this money. They were having $3 billion. You could not take off from the ground. We could not advance. We could not put our plans into, fruition. We could not do anything. Why are we being frustrated? And as I'm talking to you now, I am saying that the Lagos State government can still be made to sit with us and do this. But the next thing you hear is that they are talking to some stakeholders. Who are stakeholders? You are talking to my tenant as my stakeholder? I will go to court. Yes, the courts are there. You may own the court, you may build the court, but the law will always be the law. You can't talk to my tenants as somebody who is a stakeholder over my property. No, he is my tenant. Let him stay there. If I'm not doing anything bad to him, let him enjoy his stay there quietly. Anything you want to talk about my property, it's my property. Morocco is not government land. Morocco is a private family property. You get what I'm saying? It belongs to the Olaya family and not to any other family. Any tout, any hooligan that gets money from I don't know where and comes and says no, you cannot. Your forebears came as tenants. You cannot go overnight and say you are. No, it's not possible. The initial joy to me was that when I got there, at least I minimized criminal activities. I brought in the police, I brought in the security agencies to assist me in apprehending those hoodlums and bringing sanity into that, because before I got there, on monthly basis they were killing themselves. They were raping openly. But I brought some senses into them. Unfortunately, the present scenario in Nigeria now has erased all those ones, because only hooligans these days in Nigeria make mouth. You even pray to God that God save my life. Because when you talk and you say police should go and arrest them, they won't. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Morocco, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. I have lists of a lot of people they can arrest now. Those who are doing arbitrary things in Morocco, that they should be arrested and prosecuted. But if you arrest them today, in fact, the police will arrest them. They will tell them they are still searching for them. And if you arrest them today, I'm telling you the next day, they are out. I could remember there was a time I brought in police. I was called that they were robbing. I brought in the police and we saw those boys robbing. And we chased them. We chased them to a hotel and they disappeared. Went just inside and disappeared. So I told the police to arrest the hotel manager. Because for them to have run into that hotel meant that they knew about that hotel and they were being jumped into the canal and died there. Before 8 o'clock the next morning, they had buried all of them. Then they called me to a security meeting at the council. And I told the chairman, I said, you should be arrested. I told him, I said, you should be arrested. He said, why? I said, who owns the government cemetery? Who owns the cemetery? Aton Cemetery. He said it belonged to the government. I said, who controls? He said, government. Fine. This incident happened on a Saturday night, stroke Sunday. Sunday morning, before 8 o'clock, all these girls had been buried in government cemetery. How did they get in? Who authorized it, their burial? He saw where I was going. He now turned to the people. He said he didn't know anything. He now said, let's go and call the people in charge of the cemetery. He put in charge of the cemetery. They called the boy. When they called him, as soon as the boy saw me, he started raining abuses and invectives on me. This is the head of ram robbers and that. The man said, keep quiet. That's not what I brought you here for. Answer this question. What happened with those boys the police killed overnight? So and so. He said, I don't know. He said, you don't know. Were you not the one in charge of the cemetery? Were you not buried in the cemetery? He said, yeah, my guy, will see you there. Don't see me in front of everybody. You know what the boy did? He now turned and looked at, there were two DPOs sitting with us, and looked at one of them and said, okay, but you two, you were there when they were burying them now. While we were discussing, the DPO didn't say he was there. So the boy now told the DPO that, DPO, but you led them to us to be buried. Now you gave them cover now. So why are you not talking? Why is it me alone you want to put it on top of me? How do you now solve that problem? Are you getting what I'm saying? One of the legacies I would have said I had was, I brought sanity, but it's been erased off. Even my own brothers are involved in this criminality these days. In fact, they are the heads of those leading criminals to perpetrate terrible things in Morocco. And here the police cannot catch them. If we want Nigeria to move ahead, there must be the willpower to take the bull by the horn. Forget about this person is my cousin, that person is my family, this is my son. Let us all do the right thing. If your son is caught engaging himself in robbery or whatever, let him face it. I had a sad experience of such before. The Oba of, is late now, the Oba of Odiolu of Ilaro had a son, Abiodun Adekombi. There was a robbery. I was a journalist there. I can't remember, I think 1980 something or so. There was a robbery in Abeokuta. Unfortunately, the victim of the robbery was shot and killed, and his car was stolen. And this guy was involved in the robbery, the prince. Because he's from Ilaro, he was from Ilaro, he crossed the border, made his papers as if he had traveled. But people saw him. People knew it was him. The robbery took place in Abeokuta. So police started the investigation. He was arrested. It was a very celebrated court, case, and everybody was interested in it. Eventually, he was convicted. It was during the time of Raji Rasaki. Well, what happened? He was convicted and sentenced to be shot on the stake. And there was this law then made by the military. If anybody should do that, and your sentence has to be done in your community. In fact, they took him to Ilaro to be killed. All eyes were on his father, because his father was a traditional ruler in Ilaro. And there was this heat that his father should be dethroned. I felt for the man that period. He didn't send his son to go and rob, but the boy was shot in his community. That day we went there to see the man. All his palaces, all the gates were locked up. The man could not come out. And I'm sure that would have been a sore point, for that man. Well, if he's gone now. But I too, I felt bad. How could I have brought such a shame to his family? And I'm telling you that these things should be done that way, so that people can talk to their children. When you bring a deviant child home to punish him or her in front of the whole community, his siblings or our siblings will not do that again. And the other families will also warn their children that, look, try this and you bring shame to the family. I'm recalling that today now, not to make jest of the family, but it was painful. I'm recollecting with regrets that that boy could have done that to his family. And we know that Yorubas, I'm sorry, coming back to Yorubas are Omoluabi people. Before a Yoruba man will engage in criminality, you should have gone to check his background. He probably wasn't brought up well. We were brought up well. I was brought up as a Catholic. I'm not minding my Catholic background. I have Muslim background too. I have a name called Afatai. It's in my birth certificate. And when we were young, both Muslims and Christians, and even the traditional rulers, we were all cohabiting together. And we were like one. And that's why I keep telling my children, yes, I'm a Catholic. In fact, I even rose to becoming the vice president of Catholic Men Organization in Lagos State. You get it? But I don't know how to pray in Islamic way, but I've not forgotten my Islamic background. I'm a traditional ruler. I go to a lady. I perform everything they say I should perform. We are all praying to the same God. And that is the spirit that can take Nigeria forward. When you start discriminating, when you start seeing the other person as bad, we are nowhere. Even the advanced countries these days, the advanced countries today, they don't hold so much importance to religion. They do the needful and hope that God will help them. That's all. I fully support. At the local government level, I don't see why somebody, all in the name of the constitution, saying if you stay in a place, you should be taken as part and parcel of that. No. There are people today that don't know anything about where they are ruling. They don't know anything about where they are ruling. You call that local government chairman, the chairman of a local government, where he cannot even tell you the history of the local government. What kind of nonsense is that? The traditional ruler who is there must have been somebody from that area, must have grown from a family in that area, and should be held responsible for the minuses or the positive things in that area. Are you getting what I'm saying? If the local government chairmanship position is given to an educated traditional ruler, be an oba, be a bale, you get it? Let that person administer the affairs of that area and know that if he fails, he's going back to that community. And they'll deal with him. They will deal with him. But if you allow them to come in, okay, let's say for instance now, if there are crises in this country, look at the trend of things. Where do they normally run to? They call the traditional rulers, come and speak to your people. Why are you calling them in a time of crisis? Why not call them when you are sitting down together, having a summit of how this place will be developed? Why are you not calling them during the implementation period? Are you getting what I'm saying? I know that a lot of bad eggs have entered into traditional institutions too now. You see all kinds of characters putting beads on their neck, calling themselves chiefs, calling themselves otumbas, even taking the post of oba or bales or whatever. But with time we'll sanitize that too. With time we'll sanitize it. And I pray that the present crop of rulers we have will think along that line. It used to be like that during the First Republic. You get it? Let's bring it back now. Yeah, I said I'm optimistic. I say I'm prayerful. I will pray for him that he succeeds. That's what I'm going to say. I'll say he succeeds. I wish he succeeds. I hope he succeeds. Because let me tell you something. A lot of damages have been done. They finished this country. Our currency is nowhere to be talked about. It cannot buy you anything. It's painful. Hold $1 million this morning. Before afternoon, you are asking yourself, what have you bought? What have you done with this money? In fact, $1 million cannot do anything again. It can't buy you a ticket from here to London any longer. You have to have more than that. Any foreign company operating in this country today would prefer to collect their money in hard currency, not our own local currency. So where is Tinubu going to start from? Oil refineries, he said they are going to work. Where are they? Where are they? Now, this same Dangote is a person we said has built this. Is the same person you are now giving permission to go and export from abroad. He has his own refinery. He's going to refine. He's going to do, but yet you are still giving him licenses to go and import from abroad. There are other people too. You know, I can't understand. I don't really understand what is going on. I have to tell you that I don't understand how they are going to do it. Our agriculture, which should be focused upon, nobody's talking about it. Encourage all our youths to engage in exports. All our banks are not interested in giving loans to encourage our youth to work. Whereas the Chinese, the Indians, have the backing of their governments, and they are giving them billions to come and invest in Africa. And they'll come within months, within years. They've established seriously, and we are now rushing to their so-called companies to work for them. Cheap labor. they take all the money you should have gained, they take it back to their country. Because that's where the money they are using they came from. Our own banks here, I don't know what they are doing. They cannot give a young graduate money to start himself off. I was in England some time ago, and a friend of mine was telling me if I need about £600,000, that he would get it for me. I was stunned. He said he even showed me letters written to him by his bank that he should come and collect loan. In Nigeria, they don't do that here. If they try to entice you to come and collect loan in Nigeria, look behind their terms and conditions.
Right. What would you consider to be the secret of your success?
Well, determination, doggedness. I'm one of those who will not take no for answer. I don't take no for answer. If I want something, I go after it. And once I focus, but I have series of experiences over that. But don't let me waste your time, because I could remember there was a time when I was a journalist. I got fed up working in Abeokuta, and I came to Lagos. And I told my editors, I said, look, I'm no longer working in Abeokuta. Have they sacked you? I said, no, nobody has sacked me. Funny enough, my friend Tokubolo Ontoba was the one covering Dodon Barracks. And any time I came to Lagos, I was staying in his house. And I wanted that job. So I went to meet the then news editor, Kunle Odifu. I said, look, Egmon, you are going to Abeokuta. He said, for what? I said, is it that you become the editor here, or you go to Ogun State and become the chief press secretary of the government? I said, what are you talking? I said, look, we have arranged it that you go to Abeokuta to go and become the chief press secretary. He didn't believe it. But myself and the journalists in Abeokuta were fed up of children of Israel then. But good enough for Raji Rasaki was the governor then. He accepted our offer that Kunle Odifu should come in as chief press secretary. But he didn't know what to do with children of Israel. And good enough, coincidentally, he was taken out of Lagos at that period. So Lawal came in. And when Lawal came in, what happened was that Lawal thought of it and said, okay, people are gunning for Kunle Odifu to come in as chief press secretary. Let Shoni Oshun become the commissioner, and Kunle Odifu became the chief secretary. So his own position as news editor opened. So I told Tokumbo, Olondoba, go and occupy that position. It was in-house politics. And Tokumbo became the news editor. So I went to meet double chief, Drew Onobuli. I said, look, I'm reporting here as the next Lagos State House correspondent. The man looked at me and said, where are you coming from? I said, I've come to tell you that I'm resuming. Nobody posted me. But I went to meet him. He said, go back to the office and collect the letter. I said, my letter will come tomorrow morning. He said, what about Tokumbo? What has become of Tokumbo? I said, they have not started Tokumbo. Tokumbo is now in the office as the news editor. And I went back to the office, brought a letter, and I gave it to you. And I started my work in the Dodon Barracks then. That's all of those things. If I set myself for a goal or a target, I get it.
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Life. My name is Hans Mba. We are on Souq News Television, as you already know. On the show today, we have another special guest, like we always do every time you see Inside Life on your screen. Now, this is a musician, like one of my friends likes to call it, like to say. So he's a musician of a different kind. This is so he performs, or he hones his skills on a different kind of stage. I will not tell the story for him, but I'll let him do it. He's none other than Komi or Komo?
Komi Flame.
Komi Flames is in the house, but I like to call him Daniel Ahanji. How are you doing, sir?
Very well, sir.
First and foremost, what you do is different. And I think I know where it's from, but I would like the people to also know where that came from. Tell us what you do.
So my name is Komi Flame, and I do busking. Busking is an act of playing on the street to entertain people and also to make tip from it.
Life of a loader, all of this stress I've been under. Rather my cup running over, but I'm okay tonight. Oh, yeah, we gon' be alright, but I'm okay tonight.
Okay, if you say it like that, it's a bit iffy. So, busking, break it down for us. What does the art of busking? Because from what we know about busking, from what I know about busking, it's you see it on movies when people travel on trips. Yeah. You see people on the streets. So it's either their hearts open on the floor, they're playing a keyboard, or they're playing drums, or they're actually just singing. You know. So explain your type of busking or busking. Busking?
Yes.
Please explain to us.
So my type of busking is me singing and playing the guitar at the same time. And also busking is spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G, not B-O-X-I-N-G. It's spelled B-U-S-K-I-N-G. Okay. So busking is an act of playing on the streets to entertain people, or playing in any public place at all to entertain people and make people listen or watch what you are doing. It might be music, playing an instrument, magic, anything. Just a public showcase of anything you can do, and that's just it.
What makes me in awe of this art, right? It's a different kind of art, it's iffy almost. Why busking? Why did you believe in busking? Because I know from around here, I've been around a while. I've been around music circles. I've been around, entertainment for a while. Yeah. I've never seen anyone do busking.
In this part of the world, right?
In this part of the world. So I really we want to get into your mind space. How long have you done this for, by the way?
I've been busking since 2019.
So let's just go back a bit. So why busking for you? How did it start? And why did you choose it?
I started off playing the guitar around 2018 again. So my friend taught me how to play the guitar. He's a very good friend of mine. So he was being taught in church, and he'll come back home to teach me how to play the guitar too. That's how I learned how to play the guitar.
So you didn't go officially or anything?
I didn't go for any class or anything.
You played, like my friend would say, you play by hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
So he was learning from his church, and he would come back home and teach me with his own guitar. So from there, I was learning the guitar, and before then I could sing. Yeah, I sing in churches, fellowships, and stuff like that. Yeah. So after that, I saw someone doing busking in Nigeria, actually. Yeah, okay. In this part of the world, but he does not do it any longer. Yeah. So I saw someone doing busking at that particular time while I was learning the guitar. So I was like,
where was this and when?
This was around 2019, so I guess the beginning of 2019. Yeah, so I saw him doing the busking, and I told myself, no be the same guitar where I play with this. So I saw him doing it, and his heart was down in a mall in Souq. Yeah, so I told myself that I'm going to up on my guitar skills and up on my singing skills too, and I'm going to do this same thing at this same place, maybe during December, because I know normally December people are always out in the mall. So I told myself I was going to do the same thing here, and I made it happen.
So that was it. Like you saw one guy at the mall in Nigeria.
Exactly.
Did you have a conversation with this person? What's his name?
His name is Alex. Alex C. We still talk sometimes.
So why did he tell you why he got off?
No, he still do music, just he does other businesses and stuff like that. And normally busking is not easy. So anyone that might just give up on the craft, give up on busking, not on music, you get, maybe to chase other things, you get, it's not a bad idea.
So are you going to give up on busking?
I'm not saying I'm going to give up on busking, but I'm not going to do busking forever.
Obviously, no one does anything forever. Yeah. But so how, so you saw Alexi and you said, this is what I wanted to do. So at the time, did you see the prospect of making a living from it?
No, not really. Not really.
So it was the passion from the guitar playing, or was it the passion from that boldness? You seen the guy just go crazy with his art.
That boldness no fully come. You know, come like immediately.
You learn on the job.
Yes, it took a while. Yeah, that boldness no fully come. But I just told myself that this person is doing this thing. I could also do the same thing. Yeah, and over the years gone, I've even done more than he has done. Yeah, because the way I've pushed mine, you get, he's my boss, so I respect him up to date. But the way I've pushed my own busking, yeah.
Obviously, that's why you're here today.
Yeah, that's why.
On Inside Life. So now, 2019, you saw Alexi, you're like, I can do this. So how has it been from then till now? Because I know that I've seen you do your stuff from malls to street corners.
Yeah.
From the island to the. Have you done any busking outside of Lagos?
No.
So I've seen you go, because I like to say your stage is different, right?
Yeah.
I've seen you. So what are the places you have done your performed, and what's the experience like?
I've performed at different places. There are some places I just even performed there only once, and after once I did not go there
gone back there
for a very long time. But I've tried out different places on the streets. As far as it's in Lagos, yeah, I'll try my best to make sure I get to that place. Yeah, on the island, at malls. Yeah.
So how often have you done? So I'll say the mall in Lekki, the mall in Sule, the mall at Novare, around Shongotedo, the mall in Ikeja, the mall in Maryland.
Yeah.
So what are the experiences like from each of these malls? And where do you frequent and why?
Okay, currently, where I frequently play at is Tejo Show Yaba.
I missed that one.
Yeah,
okay, that's
Tejo Show Yaba.
Where the people will
Yes, yeah. Obalinde currently, and some places on the mainland. Yeah, I do Oshodi too sometimes. Yeah, I do Sulere too. Sometimes I also go to the island. Yeah. Most times if I go to the island. Yeah.
Why did you add most times?
Because there's no, I can't really say it.
Come on, I know why. Okay. You won't say why, but I'll tell them why.
Yeah.
So how much is the most you have made from basking at any of the malls? Tell us the truth though.
Any of the malls. Let's see. Should I disclose this? I make money.
I know it's private information, but if you would speculate, that's fine. But because I want to be able to see more people, go basking.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel that information is privileged information, as well as information that people, need to know.
Yeah.
You might not be specific with the numbers.
Yeah.
But we want people to.
So, busking on the streets, yeah, I can't say for you though. Depending on your craft, but I could say you could roughly make from 10K to any amount. Maybe 500, 200, 300.
I like that margin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it can be good today,
and
tomorrow is going to be bloody.
I know, because I've seen some basking and I'm like, dude, you guys help this guy, do something.
Yeah.
So which of the malls have you performed more frequently at, and why choose those particular malls to go back to?
The malls I perform, the malls I can say I really perform currently frequently is the Palms Mall. I do there most times.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's the only mall, and Novare Lekki Mall. But it's been a while I went to Novare Lekki Mall, but I do Palms Mall frequently. For now.
Why? Is it because of the
because
money?
No, not because of the money. Because they
The
appreciate
people appreciate-
what I do.
That's where I was going to with that.
They appreciate and they always welcoming me.
So how do you know that they appreciate you?
Because anytime I speak to them,
Because it's the money.
Currently,
You are staying away from the money.
No, not because currently, for Palms Mall, most of their workers in the management, once they have their birthdays, I'm the one they do call for their birthday surprise.
Oh, beautiful.
So they welcome me to that point, where we are now family. Anything that's happening, okay, we want you to come play for this person. I'm always the first person they call.
So you play any other instrument?
I play the keyboard, I play the drums, but
any wind instrument?
No.
Because when you say you come and play on for their birthdays, what came to mind is that whole
sometimes they ask me to come with a saxophonist too. So I just
you just come
and we do it together.
So have you been to Ikeja Mall?
Yeah, I've been to
because they say arguably that's the biggest mall in Lagos.
I've been to Ikeja Mall, but I don't play inside. Yeah.
Okay, how do you mean?
I play outside.
At the parking lot?
Not at the parking
outside the compound?
Outside the compound.
How? There's no conducive place because I know there's a road in front.
That
road's on the side.
That road's in front. Yeah, the small gate.
Yes, that's people can drive in from.
No, that people walk in from.
Facing the double lane. There's a slight bar that you just come in, then you go to the end and drive in.
Yes.
But how does that work? Why can't you play in the mall?
I can't play in the mall because I've sent letters to them like thrice and I've been.
Oh, you have to do that?
Yes, I have to do that.
And you have done that?
I've done that 3 times to Ikeja City Mall.
So who do you? Ikeja City Mall. Let us breathe. So who do you give these letters to? Because you have to be sure that they're being delivered. Mm-hmm. That's another thing.
I guess that's not in my power. My own job is to go present the letter. Yeah, and
it's
I get
your power to give it. If you come, for instance, you come here and downstairs, you walk across the road and give someone a letter.
I go to the central management office.
Okay.
And I present the letter to the secretary I find that seat at that particular moment. Yet sometimes if I go now, the person I'll meet there when
someone
I do
else.
the ceremony, it's someone else. Yeah. But what I know is I've sent my letter to them 3 times. 3 times.
So this is the same thing you've done
I
at
got
other
3
malls. They've been responding to you and they said no.
No.
Is there a reason why?
They said it's not done in the mall, that they can't do such a thing.
Did you tell them about other malls where you perform at?
Of course. They said if I could do it there, does not mean I could do it here.
Ah, I see. Okay, I thought you didn't get any response. I was going to tell them that they should do something about that.
Yeah.
So, street corners.
Yes, sir.
Streets. You mentioned Oshodi. Where else have you?
Street corners, Oshodi, Obali.
Do you choose, like popular bus stops with human traffic, or do you just, as you're led, you just stop somewhere and you start to play?
No. I don't. It's not as I'm led. I'm strategic about it.
Right?
Yeah.
So, if you get to a place, just like Lagos is Lagos, right? Do you need to inform certain people that you are going to be performing? For instance, if you come to my neighborhood, there are certain people you gotta see, and say, Baba, we have come, what to do?
If I notice that some guys around here, like the area boys and stuff like that, I don't really even speak to the area boys. I go to their boss. And I speak to them.
Obviously.
And I speak to him. As soon as almost time go, I don't speak. I just start doing my thing. I know they will come around. So when they come around, I'll say, who I want to know your boss. So as soon as I speak to your boss,
it's an okay thing. Yeah. Awesome. You start doing your thing. Yeah. So you said 2019.
Yes, sir.
So prior to 2019, you never held a guitar?
No, I said I was learning the guitar around that year time. Yeah. I've been learning the guitar with my friend. Yeah, and there's a particular, when I even started learning, I did not have my own. So I was learning with his. So from time to time, I got a smaller guitar.
Was it every day?
Yeah.
Was it every day you were learning?
No, not every day.
But
I just wanted it. I loved it. Yeah, I wanted to learn the guitar, and I just like the instruments. So even sometimes when I was not opportune with the guitar, my mind was still there. Yeah, my mind was still there. And
don't mind me that I cut you short. I wanted to, because I'm a novice myself. I have a guitar at home, so it's like a decorative piece. right? So as you began to play, I thought about what you had said about 2019, and I'm like, prior to that you hadn't played, and you played by ear and someone teaching you. So it's giving me goosebumps and ginger to go home and do something about mine before it starts to collect cobwebs. And so please, show us what Como Flames does.
Happy no fair to me. Say I never call you through it. But I hope that you are well. I hope you're my better. Every day I dey pray for you. Make you Papa God bless you. See I ain't forget you. Say I go forget you. See my shoulder. Make you rest up on me. No, I got you. Now me be your friend. You man don't shoulder. I don't keep some for you. No go so far. Cause anything I did not for me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like say nobody send you down for another. I there for you, my friend.
I wish I had a studio audience. I love it, and I have to play this instrument. I'm sorry. I because something stood out for me. You talked about you wanting to do it.
Yeah.
There's nothing beats passion. Nothing beats passion. I hope I am passionate enough to drive this and want to do it.
So okay, I would like to say something. Like it's not about the money, for real. It's not about the money because I've seen.
You just took the words from my mouth. I was going to go there again.
I've seen my growth over the years. The first day, the day I got my first guitar, which was the smaller one, while I was going home, someone in the bus paid for my transport because he just saw me. I got a new guitar and he was talking to me. I was like, "You just got a new guitar?" I said, "Yes." Then he paid for my transport and he told me, hopefully one day I'm going to pay to see you at a bigger show. And at that particular point, I did not know what he was talking about. I was like,
I just want to learn.
Does he want to see it? I just want to learn this thing. You want to see me at a bigger show. But up to now, I don't know who that person is. If I see him by the roadside, I won't be able to recall. But he said something and everything. Now it's beginning to make sense to me that it's moving from a hobby to a career this time. And that's just it.
That's amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. So, from when you started to play to now, how long have you played in the streets and the mall? Like, how long has that been?
Most times when I get jobs, due to the fact that we don't have any
Now, do you get called?
Yeah.
To events and stuff?
Of course.
Oh, okay.
To bars, restaurants too. So most times when I get jobs like that, maybe I'm playing in a particular mall this time, I'm playing in a particular restaurant this time, and in as much as the place might be paying me, due to the fact that we don't have any written agreement, I just know that I'm not going to be here for too long. I've never even played at a place for a year stretch or a 6 month stretch.
You're a traveling man.
Yeah, so I move as soon as this one just next one you get. So most time the only deal I've gotten that stayed very long was the Landmark deal. And I still play a Landmark
at the beach.
Yes, I still play a Landmark.
So can someone do busking as a full-time job?
Of course.
Speak on it for a little bit.
So a person can decide to brand himself as a busker, not even as a recording artist, but as a full-time busker. In the sense whereby you have different locations that you play. It's just about planning different locations that you play in every day. But you just have to understand the craft you get. You don't have to do the same thing. You have to add ginger. You have to add different things to what you're doing. You have to make it interesting so that if I see you today and I'm seeing you maybe next 2 weeks, there should be I should be willing to see you again. You get? So it takes a lot of work. You get? So that it does not get
You have to keep
boring.
upping your game.
Yes, it does not get boring over.
It's actually it's similar to listening to an artist sing, and also going to their page to listen to their music. So when you aspire to see them on stage, you don't want to hear what you're hearing on the streaming platforms. You want to see him do the song differently, which is why I understand what you're saying there. Okay. So it can be a full-time career.
Yeah, of course.
That's strange. The only place I've seen this is overseas.
I watched a video on YouTube. Yeah, because most times I get my ideas of the busking craft. Most people that do videos that inspire me are
any kind of video.
People are
saying people that sing.
That does busking abroad.
Okay.
Yeah, they are the white people.
Okay.
So I saw a guy that made a video that he quit his banking job to come do busking on the street.
That's why I felt it was strange when I
so
saw
for him to do that means it could be a job. It's also his own job to doing it at different locations and different.
But many times, I know people that are I know creatives are crazy people.
Yeah.
Passionate people are crazy people.
Yeah.
Right. So many times when he says, "Okay, I'm leaving a bank job to go busk," right? He's not looking at the money. He's looking at the satisfaction, the fulfillment. Now, tell me about what that is for you.
Okay, me, while playing on the street, most times while I'm playing too, while I'm performing, I must enjoy what I'm doing. So if my setup is not giving me what I want, I just have to make sure that I'm getting that sound that I want from my guitar or from my mic or something. So my setup and what I'm doing I must actually enjoy it. So if I'm enjoying it, what I'm doing at that particular moment, I don't even care what anybody is putting in my basket. I'm alright.
But there is a basket.
Yeah.
But you see, what I pick from that is when you're enjoying it, it radiates. People can tap in.
Yes.
I've seen someone I was sharing earlier. I've seen someone that was, busking, and his heart was just there, eyes closed. He was just playing away, And this lady came. She looked at him. She got out her phone. She recorded for a while, and next thing, she obviously didn't have cash to give.
Yeah.
Next thing, she walks up. She walks up to him behind him and just gives him a hug. Gives him a tight hug and just walks away. And for someone like that, that's all the fulfillment for that day he's good.
Exactly.
He
might as well just help that woman. Maybe it's a motivational song he was singing or a prayer
both
song.
ways.
True. He has just done something.
Wow.
Yeah.
Komi Flames.
Yes.
Thank you for being on the show.
Thanks.
We hope to have you again.
Thanks.
Right? Keep doing what you're doing, because one of the things that we commend people on the show about, and I do personally as well, is when I see people that are bent on their passion, people that are driven, people that don't need motivation. Of course, we all need motivation. Many times it doesn't come from outside, it comes from within.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just wake up and you just don't want to do that thing. You don't want to do anything. But that little voice comes and tells you, look, dude, this is you.
Yeah.
And people are waiting to see you manifest, So I must commend you. We love your music. Yes, by the way, you have your own music.
Yeah, I write my songs, I'm working on them, but currently...
But you just write, because busking will not give you time.
No, busking, of course, I don't do busking.
What have you recorded?
Yeah, I do.
You have recorded?
I do, but it's not out currently.
Do you want to play us something you did?
Of course.
Let's hear something you did.
Okay, this song is titled Miracle. You never tell me start to the fight. I no go lie, miracle fine. She fair, she slim, she no too tall. For real, she's what the high. 8 a.m. she go chat me good morning. And I don't dey feel something for her. She don't dey feel something for me. No. So many girls on my phone, but now you dey cross my phone. Been through so much pain, please don't add to my soul. Yeah. Oh, baby, you're the one for me. Baby, you're my miracle. You're my miracle. I feel to swim on the ocean for you. I feel to climb on the mountain for you. I feel to catch a grenade bell for you. I feel to pile up a cookie for you. Oh baby, you're done for me. Oh baby, you're my girl.
Daniel Ahanji.
Yes, sir.
Popularly known as
Komi
Flames. Thank you so much for being
Yes,
on
sir.
Inside Life.
Thanks.
Thank you for sharing your inside life with us. Hope to see you again same time again.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, well, still Inside Life. You heard from Komi Flames. Check him out on social media. He's Komi Flames across board. Check out his music. He's gone, like I said earlier, his stage is a different kind, you know, from street corners to malls, and he sings, and he touches people's hearts. And if you feel touched, you support him. But the important thing is the fulfillment that is gotten from the arts called basking. Same time next week. See you. It's Inside Live. My name is Hanson Ba. Bye for now.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make that move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to Tom Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger, because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was we have 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust brand that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining heads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just two of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans. That's targets, if you have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment. Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, et partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Vengo de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon. Uganda.
Senegal.
Egypt.
I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely admired as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout favorite, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sport. I love yoga, as you said.
Yeah.
But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planting.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side is also. In that process, I was also growing the family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of his holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So move in, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
You don't have to be like an household name, like a big superstar before you make ends meet through music.
Welcome to Inside Life this week, and usually we have a special guest each time we're talking to you on this show. My name is Hans Mba, and I'm always excited to bring you someone that is special. You know, on the show, we bring you people that are doing things that are changing the game from the most minute way to the largest of ways. This week, we got the one, the only. He's none other than Biode Cyrus. I hope I got that name right.
Biode Serious.
Sorry?
Biode Serious.
Biode, not Biode.
Biode.
Biode Serious.
Serious, yeah.
What kind of name is that?
Okay.
Because I think I'm from the school of thought that your name precedes you, right?
Definitely.
So when people say your name, it should be easy to take away. Even advertising, they'll tell you it should be something that's memorable, something that you want to go with.
Oh, true. Yeah.
So tell us, what informed the name?
Okay, the Biode is from, my government name is Abiodun. So the Biode is from Abiodun, it's a B-I-O-D. Then serious among, if you like familiar with astrology and astronomy, amongst the stars, the brightest of the star, the dog star, it's called Sirius. So that's why
So how do you spell that?
S-I-R-I-U-S.
Sirius.
Yes,
okay.
S-I-R-I-U-S.
So I thought it was like serious.
Okay, like someone serious.
Okay, of the spelling.
No.
Okay.
Actually,
there's also serious the radio.
XM, yes, most definitely.
No,
yes.
nice. So introduce yourself. Tell us who you are. Just give us a background about you, not the music now. Just who you are and what you do.
Okay. My government name is Abiodun Adebayo. I'm from Ibadan, Oyo State.
Why do people keep saying government name? I don't know, man. Government don't own my name.
Yeah, I mean, that's the register. That's the name I register with, like, or any official. So I want to do.
Say, my name, you're my full name. Come on, man.
Okay, my bad.
I'm just kidding.
It's all good. It's all good. Okay. All right. Abiodun Adebayo. I'm from Ibadan, Oyo State. I've been like, I'm a fiend for art, poetry. I'm a banker also. So
hope you're not in trouble for being on this show.
Never there. Never there.
Because they're like, okay, now you have to focus. You have to choose us or you choose them.
No. I'm actually like on leave at the moment, so that's why I'm doing this.
So you're a banker?
Yes, I am.
What did you study? What
I actually studied mass. I have a diploma in mass communication. I have a degree in English language.
Wow.
Yeah.
Two of them. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so tell us about what's new with you. What's up? What's going on?
Okay, I have an EP that's going to be out.
New music.
Yes, new music. Like yes, so it's a body of work. Yes, it's a body of work. So
what is it called?
Memos of a Maverick. Yeah, like diary. Like it's just a compilation of my story. Like along the way of a Maverick.
Yes, Memos of a Maverick.
Yes.
So you're a Maverick?
Well, I believe so.
Okay. Why do you think you are?
It's actually like my group head that actually called me that there was we got a new group head like 2 years ago. So he had like this one-on-one convo with us, like meeting us.
Yes.
Then he started asking for like our forte, you know, what we are good at, and I told him like I'm a film for writing.
Push, taku, express. Push, reggae, water, don't boss. Push, you're getting too short. My nigga, push. We are push. If you ain't push, watermelon, you can't push.
Like I'm a book buff. Like when I was in school, I used to write like journals and all that, you know, poetry, you know, which has to do with music. So I said like, oh, that's interesting. They say seemed like a maverick, and you know that name stuck in my head. And I was like, okay, when I'm dropping my first body of work, I'm going to use that. No, I know about Dallas
You see why you shouldn't have said that? You know why? Because you owe him some money now.
Probably.
Because when you blow up, he's going to come for you.
Yeah, no problem. Right? It's something I can afford. Yeah.
All right. So are you selling, or you just streaming and just let streaming platforms just do whatever they want with your money?
I'm actually selling. There's a platform called.
When is it coming? Sorry. When is it coming first?
Okay, the one you can purchase.
Or is it out now?
No, it's not out yet. Actually, you can just pre-order and pre-save. So for you to procure the EP, you can go to Bandcamp. It's going to be out on the 26th of October. That's this Saturday. It's coming Saturday. But on the streaming platforms, it's actually distributed by Rock Nation. It's going to be out on the 1st of November. Yes.
Do you have a deal with them?
It's just a distribution deal. No, not at all. Yes. So
that sounds like Rock Nation. So who are you working with on Rock Nation?
Rock Nation, it's just the management. It's just the distribution company.
No. Like who reached out to you, or you reached out to them? How did that come about? Because I usually ask these questions because we want one of the reasons for the show is we want artists, we want people to learn. Not just artists, but what did this person do differently from what I have been doing?
Okay.
Even activists, what are ways to step, what are ways not to step?
Okay.
Or many times people are in a rut, or people are in a there's writer's block and all that stuff.
Yeah.
How do I proceed from there? So when they hear the other person's story, they know how to, proceed. Yes, so that's why.
I get you. Okay, I followed them on social media, Rock Nation, as a label and all that. So I learned that they just started a distro. So I wanted to choose United Masters. You know, United Master is headed by Steve Stout.
Affiliates, Steve Stout.
Steve Stout, yes. So yes, then Jay-Z like owns Rock Nation. So I tried to like just suppose I read, okay, this is what United Master I have to offer. This is what Rock Nation has to offer. Pardon me. So
It's a dream come true. Like I would say, it started about 19 years ago, 17 years ago, yeah, about. And I have nothing much to say, but to say, I thank God for the reality. Many people die with their dreams anyway. Yeah. I feel it's come to reality. We are the first to launch a radio and a TV station together in this country. We are the first to launch a radio and a TV station at the same time. We are the first. And we are going to come up with the first unique, wonderful content that is not available anywhere in this country. We are also the first to have 2 radio stations and a TV station even before our launch. We have another radio station in Kano, which is Kaswa FM. That one is going to be launched by May this year. So we have 2 radio stations and we have a TV station. So we are the first. God has a way of doing something. I just want to tell you that just keep dreaming. The devil will give you every reason to pull out. Your family will give you every reason to pull out.
Hello there, my name is Ambassador Sahid Balogun. Keep watching Souq News TV.
Hello there and welcome. Thank you for joining us. This is Souq Podcast, and here at this very moment, at this very time, you're witnessing history being made. It is the official inauguration of the Souq conglomerate, as you were, talking about Souq News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM here, smack in the middle of the central business district of the Lagos metropolis in Nigeria. And of course, as you know, what we represent is value, essentially. So it's value exchange going on here, business, economy, and development. We're all about the upgrades, upgrading you as an individual, upgrading your business, and making it a better version of itself in the moment. And of course, we're committed to the overall development and growth of our dear nation, Nigeria. We're also very big on Pan-Africanism. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is David Chidu, and as I said a moment ago, this is the official launch. It's a momentous event, dare I say, here in Lagos, and we are going to be talking to a couple of fantastic guests joining us today. But I'm going to start with someone whom I don't consider a guest per se, but I consider a friend of the house. He's a legend, he's a veteran in the industry, talking about broadcasting, by the way, but he is retired. In other words, he's hung his boots. We're being joined, it's our pleasure, by the way, to be joined this morning for the launch of Souq News TV and the Isle FM by Mr. Bayo Oluwake. He joins us this morning. Mr. Bayo, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure being here.
Yes, indeed, and we love to, see more of this happen so that you can visit us. I'm not talking about the launch, but of course more reasons to celebrate so that you can, join us, grace us with your presence. But very quickly, Mr. Oluwake, let's talk about your relationship with the Souq, establishment. So far, what's it been like from the very first encounter or the very first experience to this very moment?
Well, I think first of all that the concept behind Souq TV, I think is a very good concept. The focus on business news and to deliver business news in a way that it resonates with virtually everyone. Otherwise, people tend to think when you do business news, it's for a specific audience. But we all are engaged in business, from the market woman to the corporate bodies and those listed on the stock exchange. And then, of course, you also cover, other aspects of news. So I think it's quite a good concept. And I think as well that pioneering broadcasting online and doing it in such a professional way, I think it's also worth commending. So I am looking forward to Souq influencing the landscape, in a very positive way.
Speaking about influencing the landscape, we are, in case you didn't know, well, now you know because I'm telling you, we are we're an audio-visual broadcast outfit. So what you see on television, hear on radio, what you hear on radio, you see on television. So there is a marriage of sorts, or a synchronization of sorts. So that is why we are indeed true pioneers. Mr. Bayo, very quickly again before you go join the contingent of guests inside. What are your expectations as far as today's launch is concerned? Because essentially we are setting the pace for what you have already outlined and what we stand for. But you've come here certainly with some expectations. What are those?
Well, my expectation is to get to understand more of what the editorial policy will be. And within that context, I will be looking forward to a vibrant broadcasting footprint, especially that would affirm that we led and we pioneered broadcasting on the continent of Africa. A lot of people have forgotten that. You know, the old WNTV, WNBS. So I'm looking forward to seeing Souq, you know, helping us to re-establish and reaffirming that broadcasting began from here by way of quality presentation and an editorial policy that takes care of a wide segment of the listening and viewing population.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr. Bayo, for joining us today.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Still Souq podcast, we've just had the pleasure of talking with Mr. Bayo Oluwake, who's a veteran journalist, retired, albeit. Of course, we're going to bring you more of these conversations with other guests joining us today. Stay with us.
Alright, as you know, it's a great day for us here at Souq News TV and the Isle FM 104.9. We have Ambassador Godio Didi, the CEO of Mindset Media. So it's a place where media establishments have come to felicitate with their own as we launch our stations today. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
You've been part of the history because you're a regular face here at Souq News TV. You've often come, being part of the process, see how it goes. How do you feel on this day that it's gotten to this level where we open our doors officially?
I can say I'm elated. I'm also flabbergasted because the man, the CEO, is a man of vision. And I know how you guys started. I've been part and parcel of it. And I'm very proud of the station launching today. That's why I'm here.
All right, so there are expectations from Souq News TV and the Isle FM. What are some of the expectations that you personally have for this media outfit?
Yes, the expectation I'm having right away is that this TV Souq News must do something unique, something different from other TV stations, because everyone that is here, particularly all the team, they work in one TV station or the other radio station. So they are coming out with all the ideas. They need to pick up, they need to do things that are different, because at this moment, TV station has changed. We're in a digital era, we're in artificial intelligence, a lot of things are happening. So Souq News is coming out to do that. You know, we have one particular channel in Nigeria what we call CNN, but now this time around we are having another one that's beyond CFB. So I'm expecting a lot of things to come up. And with the setup like this, too, from the entrance of Souq News shows that there's a global reach.
Now you also have your own media outfit, but why did you choose to befriend this media outfit? It must be something that you've seen that makes you feel, oh, this is something that I have to be a part of. Do you mind sharing?
Yes, it's very, very important because collaboration is very important. We all learn from each other. I'm coming from an environment where we celebrate people, and this TV is among the people. In fact, I'm one of those who have been celebrating it for the past 1 month about this launching on my platform, which everybody is seeing it. So we need to collaborate. We are learning from each other. He learns from me, I also learn from him too, and everybody here. So it's very, very important. Collaboration makes business grow. But in Africa, we don't understand, especially Nigeria, we don't understand what we call collaboration. We see collaboration as competition, and that is why I'm proud and parcel of this TV station.
You know, we can say this is our naming ceremony. When you give birth to a baby, after some days, you call for the naming and people can actually see the baby. So on our naming ceremony, what advice do you have for us? What wish do you have for Souq News TV and the Isle 104.9 FM?
Yes, my advice is that you guys have launched in a bigger way, and it's a teamwork, because this is a new baby, and a new baby must take time to grow. So there should be the teamwork. Everybody should work as a teamwork. Everybody should look at, oh, I'm working for this, I'm working for myself. Work for the business to grow. That is my advice.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Godi Odide, who has come to be part of the Epoch ceremony today. He's the CEO of Mindset Media. We appreciate your time with us here.
Thank you. Thank you.
The fun continues. We continue to bring you sights and sounds of today's ceremony here at Souq News TV, and at Isle 104.9 is our lunch. Ambassador Kino Kabiriwa has joined me here in set today. He's a man of many crops, as he says, and his profile is quite huge. I'll leave him to introduce himself to you because he knows himself more than you and I. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Well,
so
like
let's
I said,
know your many crops and colors.
well, my name is Kino Aaron. That's the one I didn't tell you, Aaron Kabiriwa. Like I said, I'm a friend of the house. I can tell you from when this idea was conceptualized, when it was vetted, and then eventually to what we have gathered here to do today.
So now, this from the birth process to when, from the conception to when it's been birthed, how do you feel? What's in your mind right now?
Well, like I said, this is a dream come true, number one. Number two, you see ideas turn to reality. And if you know your chairman, Mr. Walsh, is a man that is pregnant with a lot of things. And so even from the brainstorming sessions to what eventually has given birth, you know, it's just like a seed you sow. It dies first, and then when it's germinating, before it becomes a full-fledged product or whatever you call it. So the idea about the Souq is basically something he's nurtured for quite some time. He's always wanted to be in the media. I've known him for over 30 years. You can understand what I'm saying.
Okay, two things from what you said. One, you've brainstormed about this with the CEO of Souq News TV and I 104.9, and you also mentioned media. So the job of the media is to inform people so they can be empowered. And here on Souq News TV and even the I will brainstorm on what could bring about development in Africa. What would you want to say to viewers, listeners of Souq News TV and the island, even government agencies and businesses regarding partnering with the station to do the job or to achieve the overall goal?
If I scratch that back, I'm sure we're going to stay here for the next 1 hour.
Let's try and see where it takes us.
But however, again, I can't say better than to give him credit. Because I know first is to give God the credit. But for who he is and the idea behind what today we're celebrating and why we're gathered here today, Walsh has always been somebody who always wants to do something different. I mean, even if you say, hey, let's do a television station, he wanted Souq to be one of the first in the class of Bloomberg, one of the first business television you can be thinking about. It's like saying, hey, how do we break through the ice? Let's do something different. And so, of course, the radio station, the Isle FM as well. So you can imagine that for the first time, I mean, two things are being merged together. So if I want to talk to viewers today, first and foremost is, anything you can't define, you cannot confront. And anything you can't confront, you can't defeat. This is a defeated position already. And if you talk to him now, he's already thinking ahead. And I repeat, anything you can't define. So first and foremost, this is a definition of a dream. And so that has also come to existence now. And he has confronted it with everything. And today, I can tell you, he has conquered this edge, this part at this moment.
Well, thank you so much, Ambassador Aaron. I picked that.
That's why you want to pick.
Yes. Kino Kabiriwa, thank you so much for being here today, from the dream process to when that dream has become a reality.
Thank you so much.
And I know very much that you wish as well.
Thank you so much.
when a lady joins me in set because I get to say, yay, someone from my constituency is right here. So you know, ladies, we're never out of the celebration, we're never out of the show. So I have with me here Ambassador Andy Peters. Good morning, ma'am. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning.
It's glad to have you here. I'm great. Today feels like Christmas for me.
Yeah, I feel the same way too. And I'm happy to be here because the MD or CEO of Souq
the CEO
TV
and president
is my brother.
Oh.
And this is a great milestone for the family. And he's a great man that you would always want to be in his presence, and his drive to impact lives was what led to this. You know, so I hope to see, no, I'm not hoping, I know I'm going to see Souq TV all over the world, you know, being maybe on YouTube, from any channel, you know, I want to see Souq TV out there.
So apart from what your brother, who happens to be the CEO of Souq News TV and the ILFM, has told you, what are the things you know about Souq News TV? Share with us some of our exploits that you know.
The passion you have for news delivery is great. You know, I've been following you, Souq TV on YouTube, and I know there is a lot that you guys are going to achieve. Okay, let me say, I'm not going to say you guys. I know there's a lot we are going to achieve in terms of good news reportage, you know. Good development news, just everything that the people want to see. Then talking about entertainment, I know Souq TV is there because the president is gifted. He knows what to do, and I believe he has the right crew to work with. So
you do know your brother.
Yeah. I know he has the right crew to work with. So I bet beyond the skies will be the limit for him.
It's great having you, Ambassador Andy Peters. Apart from you being a family member, you're also a great fan of Souq News TV, and I will appreciate you for it. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Every day, a great man like Captain Dadani Labinger joins you on set. He's here courtesy the official launch of Souq News TV and the Isle 104.9 FM. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Blessing.
Blessing.
All right, so he's the managing director of Marina Law Chamber, and as someone who is the managing director of a law chamber, not just anyone, Marina Law Chamber, you know that he has wealth of knowledge and expertise when we talk about business. So now you've come to the launch of a business-centric station, not just one but two, a business-centric TV station and a business-centric radio station. Tell us what your expectations are, what you hope to see from these two outfits.
Thank you very much, and let me join your millions of patronizers and customers to say congratulations on your establishment. I wish you, like I just told your MD, I wish you great success. What do I expect of a television station? What do I expect of a radio station? There are not too many things you expect from a radio station, a television station. You expect one, information. Information. You must be able to give us information on current issues, on issues that are, that are making the track, on matters of general interest. We need information. We need education. Education. You need to dig deep and let us have education as part of your direction. And of course, entertainment. These are the three areas I will, admonish you to look into very seriously. You should be telling our stories. We've heard for so long others telling our stories for us. And with your establishment, I will expect that you will be telling our stories for those who don't know about it. And that is it. You talk about me. I served in the Nigerian Navy, and at the expiration of my time with Nigerian Navy, I set up my own shipping company. So I am into commerce by sea. You understand? So I know what it means to have good and relevant and timely information. I know what it means for us to be educated on things we should know about, on things we do not know about, which we should know about. And of course, as a sailor, I like to be entertained, and these are my requirements from you going forward.
I want to assure you, Captain Dadani Labijo, that you would not be disappointed at all. And we're honored by your presence here. As you enjoy the rest of the day today, I know that you will enjoy every time you spend watching Souq News TV and listening to the I Radio.
Thank you very much.
There are more dignitaries coming your way today. Please stay with us on the Souq Podcast as we bring to you the official launch of Souq News TV and the I 104.9 FM. Distinguished lady joined me after Captain Niyi Labijo left, and she is Adora Okolo, part owner of New Life Funeral Home. Well, you may say, don't mention death. They say death is inevitable, but we do pray that it comes at a very good old age when one has lived a fulfilled life, and maybe in a fulfilled society. Ideally, we should have a society where everyone living in it can say, yes, this works. Everything that should work is working. Thank you so much for gracing this event with your presence.
You're welcome.
And your name sounds familiar. It rings a bell in my head. So I need to ask you, do you have anyone within the Souq and I family?
Yes, my son.
Mommy's come to celebrate with her son. Now that says a lot. That says a lot. It says that you believe in your son. You believe in what he's doing, and that's why you've come here to see what's going on where he works. And today happens to be our official launch. Tell me some stories that your son shared with you when he returns home from work.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. He's always been interested in the camera. And when he comes home, I ask how was today. Sometimes very tough day today. We worked from morning to night. We're doing this, we're doing that. And I said, well, I'm happy he's learning also, and he's happy. I think he enjoys his job.
That's great to know. Yeah. So now that you're here, you've spent some minutes here. Yeah. What have you said about Souq News TV and the Isle FM? What are you hoping that you see come out of this establishment?
Okay. In Nigeria today, you know the way the country is. Things are tough and people are always having a negative view of this country. My prayer and my hope is that everything will change and that an organization like Souq News will be able to help project Nigeria in a positive light, get involved in the aspects of the society. I mean, a lot of the young people need to learn a lot of things. I don't know, maybe my era is different. You know, they tell you the people of these days, they think differently, they act differently. But there are some things that I think they could learn from a radio station, TV station. I understand your emphasis is on business and economy, development, and those are very important things, you know, to make the whole society grow. I don't know.
And the good thing is that we're also bringing together families. See how from your son, you've also become a family member.
Okay, thank you. I'm accepting that.
We like that you're here, and we'll hope to see more of you on other celebrations, because trust me, there'll be milestones to celebrate about the Souq News TV and the Isle FM. Thank you, Mal, for your time.
Okay, and my prayer is that you grow big and in every city of this country.
Same thing, amen to that. The celebration continues today.
You're still watching Souq podcast, and today, of course, you're witnessing history being made as the 30th of January 2025. It is the official launch of the Souq and Isle establishment. I'm talking about Souq News Television and the Isle FM 104.9 here in the city of Lagos. Make no mistakes, we are smack in the middle of the CBD here on the Marina. And of course, as I said earlier, it's history being made. It's a momentous event. We've been waiting for it, with bated breath, and it's finally here. There's an array of fantastic guests joining us today, and I'm with one of them who is indeed a veteran in the industry, who is an esteemed guest joining us this morning. I'm talking about a Nollywood actor rather, and a filmmaker in the person of Mr. Raphael Lee. Nice to have you join us, Raphael.
Good to be here. Good to be here.
Being part of what's going on today. And just so you know, Mr. Raphael is not a stranger per se. He's a friend of the house. In fact, the friendest friend of the house. It's nice to have you again.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here.
Fantastic stuff.
I'm so happy to be alive today.
Fantastic stuff. So, tell us your experience so far with the Souq and Isle family, because I know that you are a very, very good friend of the house, and you've been with us for since the beginning up until this moment. So, what's the experience been like so far?
Okay, like you said, it's a family, a very big one, and I am telling you, this is like a very big dream, not just a dream, but a very big dream come true. Right from the inception of this dream, I have been intimated with it, and sometimes, I keep telling Sir Victor, the chairman, that it's good to dream, but some dreams seems to me so tall and then so scary. But he is someone that he doesn't take I can't do it for an answer. Even from my personal relationship with him, he doesn't want me to call him and talk about negativities or things that are problems or how do you solve this? How do you go from here? Just believe it is true. And so you see, from the achievements of his, I believe that if you dream it, you can have it. You can live it, you can achieve it. And this is what we are saying today, and it's a big family. I'm telling you, almost everybody here is like a family. Sometimes I say, let me just come and resume here as a staff and come in every day too. But I also have my own locations to go and all that. But I'm very happy. One of the happiest actually. Aside from being my mentor, so to say, he's also a big brother. He's also a brother. And I am telling you, I have learned a whole lot from this company, a whole lot. Coupled with the fact that this is an event that at a point you think it will not happen, but it has happened, and I'm happy, and I know you're happy too.
I am absolutely happy. And in case you're wondering who Mr. Raphael here is referring to, he's talking about the head honcho, the man at the center of this event, the man who's responsible for all that's going on here, talking about our very own boss, our CEO of Femi Walsh Media, owner of Souq News Television and the Isle 104.9 FM, including ADSC, Africa Development Study Center, person, Ambassador Victor Femi Walsh. Here's the reason why all of this is possible and the reason why all of this is happening. Now back to you, Mr. Ryan. What we stand for, business development and economy. You are a filmmaker. You are an actor in an industry that is thriving, very much so, in Nigeria, in Africa, even globally, because you have the Nollywoods of the world, you have the Bollywoods of the world, then you have Nollywood, of course. So it's a huge market, and what we stand for is market, because Souq is Arabic for market, and we are all about adding value to businesses. So what sort of relationship do you think that there could be going forward as far as this organization is concerned with the likes of your industry, talking about Nollywood and the wider development sector of the country?
Okay, so you see, basically I'm actually in talk with the chairman on how, we have the Souq News, now we have the ILFM, so we're also looking at probably having an entertainment section where what we do is to produce movies. Okay, so aside from that, I also see us creating a lot of airtime where we promote our jobs. We just have a belt where all we do is to promote jobs. So having sold this thing out to people out there, filmmakers out there, you have a place. You have a place, you have a channel where you can go to say, okay, your job is coming out, you want to promote your YouTube. All you do is you pay for airtime, and then your advert will be placed, and then it's rolled. And then so in terms of marketing, we are expanding. We have a channel now where we can say we want to come and promote. We want to invite individuals who are resource persons in Nollywood to come and talk to us about marketing the field of Nollywood. We have a space for them here. We create channel for them here. We bring them in here. And probably it happens every week. Probably can happen every week. You have a time every week where you bring somebody in that will come and talk Nollywood. So I was telling him that, when it comes, we are probably looking at we are looking at probably like Talk Nollywood. That's what I told him. Talk Nollywood, where we just come and talk Nollywood. Marketing, business angle, production angle, any angle of Nollywood. A time. So I think it's going to go a long way to create a further marriage between us and the company.
Fantastic. Very quickly, a few words. What are your expectations today from this launch? What do you intend to see? What were you anticipating to witness it?
Okay, even today?
Yes, today.
Okay, so I'm particularly happy already that it's even happening, that the day is happening already. So see, everybody is just relaxed, it's an opening, just want to come and see that officially people know what we are doing. And then so when you hear us on your radio, in your car, at home, you won't be surprised, you won't be saying, when did this happen, when did this start? So we are here today to start it officially.
Are you looking to have all the fun today?
Yeah, I'm looking to, I'm already having it actually.
All right,
I'm already having it.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
Yes, that's Mr. Ralph Lee, Nollywood actor and a filmmaker, joining us on some podcast. Of course, what's still going on is the launch of Souq News and the Isle. Stay with us.
Gracing the event today is architect Oludotun Oke, who has come to be a member of the family of Souq and the Isle. I need to know how you became a member of Souq and the Isle. Please, can you take us through that?
Oh, yeah, I got to know about Souq from, I think, one of the staff of the organization who briefed me about the upcoming project of radio, television, and the focus kind of like it was something unique, something different from the normal thing that we are used to, entertainment and the like, that this is more focused on the economy and economic development of the country. And I felt that that was really something that was fresh. And so it's a pleasure to be here to see the launch of such a huge project, a diverse kind of a thing from the normal entertainment thing that we are used to in the country.
So where do you see this leading to? What change do you foresee this establishment bringing on?
I think the opportunity for such an organization or such a project like this is actually very immense. Because if you consider Nigeria with the wide range of problems that we have, one of the key things is actually the issue of the economy. So, and I think a lot of focus has been on, maybe government parastatals being the ones to, give out the information about what's going on. So, having Souq come up now to take up the bold step of stepping into that space, I think it's a fantastic one, because I feel that the country is actually crying for such a avenue to get first-hand information about what is happening in the economy, both in the country and internationally.
Now, let's go to the fun side now. What are you expecting on the fun side? And you know that this is a gathering where people from different spheres of life, industries will be present at. Are you hoping to mix too and also
definitely
have some fun?
This kind of an opportunity is always a welcome one, where one can interact with other professionals, other business leaders, other leaders of industry. So I look forward to meeting new people, meeting obviously people that we can also talk business, people that we can also talk signage and opportunities together with. So I look forward to a cool time today.
Architect Oludotun, that is spot on. That is also the purpose of this launch today, because we also want businesses to begin to mix, and that effect we want to have in the economy. It starts right now. Thank you for coming and enjoying your time here.
Thank you.